You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
Into the 420, damn it!
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Aha. Oh, it didn't do it this time, Marcel.
It didn't.
No, it didn't echo.
Oh,
Huh.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yay, it didn't echo.
So welcome to the show. It's the 420
Welcome,
radio
everybody,
show.
to the No Echo Show.
The No Echo Show. Russ didn't realize we had a theme song. I could see his face.
Oh, did he like the theme song? Did you
It was
like our
cool.
song? Did you
Yeah.
sing along?
I didn't know it. How could I?
Well,
Well, we all sing along. We should put the words or the lyrics up for people.
You know what? I was watching the show from last week, and at the beginning of the show, if you don't make it large on YouTube, it automatically kicks in the closed caption because it's muted when you start it.
Yeah.
And it tells you the words right there. So,
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Well, I know the words and I don't sing it. So.
You used to.
Don't
you
feel bad,
do.
Russ.
You
No,
do.
I just move my lips and you guys think I sing it. So.
I don't sing it. I remove my lips. Besides, we're all muted. Can't sing it. We're all muted.
I move
Anyway.
my lips too, just in case I'm not muted. That's for your listening pleasure.
Tonight we have a gentleman named Ross joining us, who is the author. Yeah, I can speak real good. The author of the Big Book of Terps. So you're going to get terpy talk, as you call it. I've seen you posting that all day. Welcome, Russ, to the 420 Radio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So I've got the book, even though Marcel wants the book.
Well, Marcel would read the book.
The book is called, like I said, The Big Book of Terps, and it's huge. How many pages, Russ? So I don't know.
580 or so.
So it's a textbook on everything that you would like to know that we know now, because 10 years from now, I'm sure there'll be more. There'll be a part 2 about terpenes and is it flavonoids or flavonoids? You called it flavonoids earlier.
I call it flavonoids, tomato, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it just depends on. It's like cannabinoids and cannabinoids.
Oh, I love Chris doing that. Cannabinoids.
Cannabinoids.
So we're also looking at the Big Book of Terps blog, which I'm going to copy and paste into our chat here for everybody who's listening on Facebook. Where are we? Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube tonight. We're trying different things. So there's the Big Book of Terps that we're going to be chatting about. And Darcy won't be joining us because he's got stones. He got stoned again. Okay. So I guess the best way to start this is to ask that question. What's a terpene? Actually, I'm going to ask it a different way, if you don't mind.
All right.
I know what a cannabinoid is, that we talk about it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But what's so special about terpenes and flavonoids? I mean, I guess that's the best place to start.
Well, I mean, terpenes and flavonoids are pretty different. Terpenes and cannabinoids are much more comparable. That's because most cannabinoids are actually terpenes. So we're really talking about the same thing. I wish this was a bit more known in the cannabis industry, that most cannabinoids are terpenophenolic compounds, which means that they're based on terpene molecular skeletons.
Okay. and if you had the book, you'd be able to read more into that, obviously. It, they are key components in cannabis and other things as well, correct?
Right. I mean, terpenes, it's interesting that we're having this discussion in such a sort of novel way, because terpenes have been well studied for a long time. They're in the air that we breathe, the foods that we eat, the medicines that we take, our shampoos and cleaning products, paints, solvents, and just, they really sort of invade about every aspect of human society. Yet here we are having a conversation like they're novel. They're really only novel to the cannabis industry and how they relate to cannabis. And the problem in the general public with this knowledge is that they're so common that it's kind of been knowledge that isn't necessary to know when you're, for instance, using a deodorant that has something like limonene in it. But these compounds are fairly different. Cannabinoids are more complex. They're heavier molecules, so they're not as volatile as the terpenes like monoterpenes and sesquiterpenes that aren't as heavy, and they seem to be meant to volatilize and be perceived through scent receptors.
So it's about taste and smell, basically.
Taste and smell, of course, yeah. And with the flavonoids, you're talking a lot about color. Of course, there's many other compounds at work. There's your sulfurs and your esters, ketones, and alcohols. How they all play together, we don't really know, because we've been barred from studying cannabis specifically for so long now. This will definitely be emerging science for, as you were saying earlier, Al, quite some time.
Yeah. As we were talking just before we came to air, I think Marcella and I were I don't remember now. I'm lost what I was going to say.
What were you yammering about?
What?
What were you guys yammering about?
I don't know. We were yammering
Marcel?
about a lot of things.
We were talking about how the science is sort of advancing. We're going to be discovering things for some time to come. We were talking about the discovery of hashishene in particular.
That's what it was. It was hashishene. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. The
I missed that
technology
combo.
is advancing so fast that it's getting
keep up.
hard to keep up.
Yeah.
So you just keep plugging on. So you took the route of the terpenes, and you found all kinds of cool stuff.
Well,
Yes.
what I find interesting is, Russ, you said that terpenes have been around, they're commonly used, and that people should be aware, and we kind of like know these things. But unless you've actually done any sort of studying on essential oils or, naturopathic medicine or stuff like that, I love the smell of lavender. I know lavender makes people sleepy, but I never found out about linalool until I started using cannabis.
Right.
So I love that you have not a small book of terpenes, because that wouldn't do it justice, but a big book of terpenes to actually just touch a little bit on, what terpenes are and how many different terpenes there actually are as well.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's an important point, is that even in the essential oils industry, we're often talking in sometimes hyperbolistic kind of language. We're talking about the oil of lavender or the oil of neroli or something similar. And even in that industry, we're often not talking about what those constituents are that actually cause those scents, that are responsible for those fragrances and those tastes. And I see this a lot in particular with terpene companies that actually sell terpenes, but really what they sell are blends, and they don't even really talk to you about terpenes, not in their literature or in their sales materials. And I think that this is something that, for me, I'm very passionate about. I think the aromatherapy and essential oils industry needs to get better about understanding the science and being able to articulate the science to their clients.
I recently got one of the little air thingy machines there that you can for aromatherapy, and I find it astonishing actually how quickly those scents fill the room with
You got a diffuser?
Yeah, Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just a little one. It bubbles up. It's actually kind of cool. I like it. It's got lights, trippy lights on it and stuff. Yeah,
Nice.
My house smells like terpenes too.
yeah,
Yeah,
mine
but those
usually
are
does too,
natural
but
terpenes.
yeah.
Well,
So, but can you actually buy terpenes? I know, I've seen on, like you're saying online, that they have terpene products, but those are not actual terpenes. Is that
Right.
correct?
They're usually blends, and they're saying that they're supposed to be like, OG Kush or whatever. It's kind of a lot of nonsense, especially with so many chemovars not really being stabilized. So it's tough to make an evaluation of what those products are. Now, there are certainly industrial and commercial terpenes that you can buy. I mean, you could buy a gallon of pinene for probably a couple $1,000 for commercial or industrial uses. But the terpene companies that have been taking advantage of the new trendiness of terpenes often aren't really about the individual terpenes. They're about creating the blends. And certainly there's a marketplace for that. But it's not particularly what I'm usually talking about or what I like to dork out on.
Yeah.
dork out on.
So what do you like to dork out on? I'm like,
I mean, I spent almost 4 years reviewing every study I could find and every book I could find about terpenes. That's what I have been dorking out on, and started down this path because I just kept finding so many fascinating and just deeply interesting and sometimes troubling things about terpenes and how they're used by plants and mushrooms and animals and bacteria and viruses. And there's a whole world of communication happening out there that we're not privy to, and it's actually the biggest form of communication in the world. I mean, this is just the very tip of the iceberg about what I can dork out on terpenes about, and everything related to it, from how bees use geraniol to how aphids use farnesene. There's just it's nuts. It's like it's a crazy world out there, deep, at the macro level, or excuse me, the micro level.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm excited about terpenes. I'm always interested in to find out what they can do and how they can benefit us.
Right. Yeah. Hillary asked, why does shellac smell like bananas? That's probably due to an ester, which will be covered in my next book, which is the big book of keys, ketones, esters, and alcohols in cannabis.
Is this the first book that's been done like this with this much detail? Like, I mean, this is a textbook that's something that's going to end up in a university classroom, I'm sure, at some point.
Right.
It hasn't.
There is nothing else like this in the world.
Lots of words.
You sound confident because it sounds like you did many years of studying everything you could on
No, I was just-
terpenes, that there is nothing else like this.
Right.
You had to build
I've seen it. I read the books. I bought the books. I know who the researchers are. I collaborated with some of the top researchers. I know what's out there. And I created this book with that knowledge and with the knowledge of what needed to be supplemented and what needed to be disseminated to the public, and how, really focusing on making it just a readable book. Like, yeah, it's a textbook, but if you want to, you can just open it up and start reading it and absolutely find it fascinating and want to continue reading it.
If you want to know stuff about linalool, two O's,
linalool.
Yeah, you can find out. Like, it's literally filled with this stuff that you can read. Terpenol.
Virtually every chapter of each individual compound. So, for instance, Al, you're looking at the chapter for linalool is essentially a massive review study that has reviewed all the information that's been published about linalool from all the different sources and compiled it into one place. So, for instance, it would be difficult, as of the time of publishing anyway, to find much more information out there that isn't already included in the book, from the first page, which is meant to be kind of like a flashcard that tells you all of the important details, and then the deep intensive information about how plants are using these compounds, how industry is using these compounds, how we can use them medically. It's extremely comprehensive, and we'll be updating that probably every 2 years to keep up with new studies about these compounds. So the big book of terps is probably going to continue to get bigger.
Well, I mean, like medically speaking, I mean, they talk about that kind of thing in movies. I mean, growing up in the news, I remember back when they had the movie with Michael Douglas where he betrayed the guy who went into the rainforest and came out with the cure for cancer. From flowers.
No, it was from the ants.
Oh, was it the ants?
It was the ants going into the sugar bowl.
Oh,
it was an awesome movie.
It was an awesome movie, but it's been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah, but he thought it was the plants, but then when he started testing the actual plants, he found it wasn't. Then he got cancer himself and cured it from using the sugar in the sugar bowl that the ants were using.
But that's all stuff that we're talking about.
They made a movie about sugar curing cancer. That
No.
sounds like somebody was trying to
no, they
flip
made a
the
movie.
narrative there.
They made a movie about ants curing cancer. But Dale has a question
What's
for
the
you.
movie called? Now I'm gonna have to watch it. Who was the actor?
You guys, I'll look for that, and you guys and ask.
You look for that. I'll ask Dale's question because Dale wants to know what the aphids use terpenes for. But I have a follow-up question to that. So you go ahead and answer that one, then I'll ask mine.
Okay, cool. Dale's question is one of my favorite questions about aphids, particularly because they really fuck up our cannabis crops a lot. It's a big problem. So this is super fascinating. Aphids use farnesene, which is a terpene found in cannabis, sort of a minor, a secondary compound, but it's still there, as an alarm pheromone. So when one or more aphids start emitting farnesene, it's perceived as an alarm pheromone, and the aphids in the surrounding vicinity, particularly on the same plant, will then flee. So some plants have learned this over thousands of years, and when they are infested with aphids, they will change their phytochemical mixture to feature farnesene prominently, thereby mimicking that alarm pheromone and scaring off the aphids. It's something that I hope we could take advantage of as a pesticide.
That would be awesome, because my follow-up would be what terpenes are attracting aphids.
I don't know that off the top of my head. I did read a lot about aphids. There's certainly blends, and this is happening a lot in the insect and plant world, where often insects are using the emissions of volatile emissions, especially of monoterpenes, and particular blends from plants in order to locate their host. So with some insects and hosts, we do know that. With others, it hasn't really been studied. Certainly a world of opportunity for study out there. But again, this type of interaction where trees are talking to insects and terpenes and vice versa is just rich for study and certainly something to really dork out on. And for me to find absolutely fascinating that all this is going on. And, for me, it makes me rethink how I feel about plants, knowing that when they're under attack, they protect themselves. They take steps to stay alive. They engage in chemical warfare. This is a world that we don't know much about, stomping around up here in our shoes.
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you a way that you could make a fortune is you come up with a terpene that repels spider mites.
There are plenty of terpenes that repel spider mites. There have been some products that have been patented, but for some reason I wasn't able to figure out why, probably just company failures. The patent expired and the product didn't remain in the market. So there's more opportunity there as well for spider mites and russet mites and a number of other mites that infect cannabis, where we could easily breed cannabis varieties that have phytochemical profiles that are naturally resistant to mites. And I think that this is a direction that we really need to start going in, where we need citizen scientists to start experimenting now and reporting this information so that we can get control over things like aphids and mites.
Just don't blow anybody up.
Yeah.
Try not to blow anybody up.
Including yourself.
I can't find this movie anywhere. It's not listed in his movies.
Who did you say it was?
Michael Douglas.
I don't think it was Michael Douglas.
I don't think.
Was
I
it
thought it was
Kirk?
it might have been Kirk.
No,
No,
I don't think it was Kirk Douglas.
was
I
it
don't think
Robin
it was either
Williams?
one of them. No, definitely not.
I thought it was the Ghost in the Darkness, but no, that's not.
No, it's not. You guys go in and you guys carry on and talk. Where's my screen?
So okay, I got a question.
Yeah.
So many terpenes out there. Individually, they do. Some things are good for the industry. Some things are good for health. And it says here in your blog here that there are actual terpenes for treating cancer.
Yeah, absolutely. The terpenes again are very well studied, and they have been shown. Many of them have been shown to be anti-cancer agents in a number of different ways. Whether they are able to shrink the size of tumors, or they prevent angiogenesis, which is the formation of blood vessels that keep tumors alive. Lots of different ways that terpenes have been shown in, of course, a laboratory setting to be anti-cancer. Interestingly enough, although they're well-known and potent anti-cancer compounds, when I got into researching the flavonoids, it was exhausting to discover how well researched the flavonoids are and how they also are extremely anti-cancerous in a variety of different ways. So this book is absolutely loaded with information about anti-cancer terpenes, all the different studies that are out there that are relevant to that terpene, and all the different cancers or types that they've been shown to treat. And I think that we need to start cross-referencing where terpenes and flavonoids and cannabinoids all intersect with certain types of cancers, and look at synergistic medicines based on these compounds. Terpenes have also been shown to be synergistic with many of the leading chemotherapeutic agents. So when we talk about synergy, we're really talking about things that happen outside of the endocannabinoid system, which could also happen in the endocannabinoid system. But we talk about synergy because it's important to understand that terpenes aren't just synergistic with cannabinoids, they're also synergistic with existing chemotherapeutic agents, and they, in some cases, can help deliver chemotherapeutic agents as well as enhance the effects. And this is all becoming increasingly more well studied.
The one delivery system that we do know here at the 420 Radio Show is cannabis. What other plant matters, or is there man-made terpenes as well that can do the trick as well? Or
I mean, that's kind of a question that comes up a lot. A molecule is a molecule. So whether you have sourced beta caryophyllene from cannabis or from, which is probably more likely sourced, black pepper, it's the same molecule. The molecule doesn't know any difference, and it doesn't perform any differently.
We say the same thing about THC and CBD. It doesn't matter what plant it comes off of, whether it's a hemp plant, CBD is still going to be CBD. THC is still going to be THC. It's still all of the other terpenes and cannabinoids on the plant that actually make it work.
so what are the other delivery systems that are out there that you can get terpenes and flavonoids?
Well, I mean, first of all, I would argue that cannabis is an inefficient delivery system of terpenes, especially with the most common forms of administration, smoking and vaporizing. We're chemically altering these compounds and getting them in very, very small quantity, certainly not in any therapeutic quantity, unless you're talking about concentrated oils with very specific phytochemical profiles. So one of my missions is to help people realize, and this is something that I learned early in my research, is that, and I just put a video out about this early this week, is that you don't need cannabis to get terpenes. And in fact, you'd be a little bit foolish to try to get terpenes from cannabis because it's an inefficient producer of terpenes. Yes, it's very cool that they have these kiva bars that have tons of different terpenes and different people realize, and this is something that they sorry, I heard an echo there and got lost.
Yeah, I was pulling up something and it echoed it.
No, but I understand what you mean. There's the amount of terpenes in cannabis, because in Canada on our labels we're labeling terpenes, and
Right.
on our cannabis our terpenes are coming out with 0.2%, 0.1%. Well, that's a very small amount of terpene to try and collect. If you can collect the same terpene off another plant, then that just makes more sense.
Right.
We had the guy, we were talking about it last week, the guys that are pulling is it CBD that they're pulling out of orange peels?
Yes.
Yeah, they're making cannabinoids out of corn and orange peels.
In Japan,
Yeah.
or something, right? Or
Yeah.
Yeah. China.
If they can pull more CBD out of an orange peel than you can pull off of say Avidecal or something like that, that's a high CBD plant, then all the power to you. Go for it.
Right. Yeah, and this is a conversation we'll need to start having soon in the cannabis industry, and in particular as we continue the discussion about terpenes overall being an important part of who we are as humans, is that we should source terpenes from their host plants. For instance, again, if you want beta caryophyllene, you would go to black pepper and maybe blueberries. If you want limonene, you would go to the citrus fruits. If you want myrcene, you would look to celery. Cannabis does not produce these terpenes in a way that's efficient to source them therapeutically or industrially, commercially, etc. And Susan Trapp, who there's commentary from her in my book, she is certainly the world's leading expert on terpenes. She studied the biogenesis of terpenes. She agrees that cannabis isn't an efficient source of terpenes. So the best source of terpenes is eating correctly, eating foods that are high in those terpenes, and that's pretty easy to do for most people in developed countries. And with that said, it's important to recognize cannabis for the value that it provides, which is, as far as we know today, it is the most efficient producer of cannabinoids.
We should just let Dale turn his mic on.
Yeah, I think so. Dale, turn your mic on and ask your questions, please.
Wasn't Horatio extracting limonene from orange peels and then selling the isolate in Canada?
You can absolutely do that. That's where it's usually industrially produced, is from orange peels or the waste products of the orange industry.
I can't remember his last name offhand, but he was a Canadian fellow. He just passed away last year. His rig let go on him and got him right in the head.
Oh. Not good.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
If anybody has any questions that's listening, please feel free to ask.
Yeah.
You know,
we're going to make them answer you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Lots of ways to ask. It'll show up here in the thingy. That's the other reason why I don't like using Twitter, is we don't get the chat back. They see what we're typing, but they don't get or we don't get theirs. So, you know. But so we're chatting with Russ Hudson, the author of the Big Book of Terps. We got lots of stuff to talk about, that's for sure. What time is it? It's only 7:30.
Yeah. Normally you would play a song, but
I've got some funny stuff loaded here that we're going to watch. It's only 2 minutes long. It's enough for a pee.
I have 2 joints rolled here and I don't know why, so I'm going to smoke one.
This is the 420 radio show. I'm going to load this thing up and we're going to watch some. This hour is 22 minutes. We'll be back after this is done. Oh, where's the button? There's the button.
It's a residential neighborhood. We need to keep the peace while preserving the right to protest. It's a thin line. A blue one. Okay, you're gonna need you to move along. You here for the protest?
No, we're for the bands and the hot tubs and bouncy castles.
That's the protest.
Oh, dude, it's almost Canada Day.
We're protesters? Rad. What are we protesting?
It's a trucker protest.
Oh no, I like trucks.
Food trucks.
Ice cream trucks.
Ice cream truck is a food truck. Whoa.
It's not anti-truck.
Then what's it for?
Well, it was against vaccine mandate.
Good. I hate vaccines. I don't put anything in my body unless I know exactly what it is.
Hey, you want some of this?
What is it?
I don't know.
Sure.
Okay, move along.
Why does he get to stay?
He's a protester.
Why is he honking?
That's how they protest.
So if I hunk, we could stay?
No. Okay, okay. Please don't. You can't just honk and get in your way.
But they can.
No, well, yes, but okay, well, that's different because they.
Officer! Someone stole my weed!
Someone stole our weed.
Go.
Hey, Mary Jane Baker. No, I'm Mary Jane Baker. Wait, can we do that again?
Mary Jane Baker, take 27.
Hey, I'm Mary Jane Baker, and you're listening to 420radio.ca.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
You want music? Rock, punk, metal, alternative music. The Coverage Radio Show has what you want. Every other Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca. Hosted by DJ Michael Alvich, bringing you new and retro tunes from both major and independent labels. Only on the Coverage Radio Show. Radio Show. Radio Show.
And we're back, but I forgot to shut the video off.
And
now we're back.
And there was an echo.
There was an echo.
There was an echo through the 22 minutes. But it's funny as hell, 22 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny as hell. Well, I'll try and see what happens with the other one. I think I know what's up.
Cool. Don't let it happen again, Al. It wasn't that bad. Hillary says it wasn't that bad, but it was enough that
it's because I shared the tab audio. Well, and it played twice through it. Okay, doesn't matter. Anyways, we're back. It's the 420 Radio Show. We're chatting with Russ Hudson about terpenes and stuffs like that. Why don't we while we're thinking about things to talk about, why don't you tell me what you find interesting about terpenes that a layman like myself might go, huh?
Put the guy in a spot.
No, I mean, there's really so many different things that you could say. I think the most interesting thing for the layman is to learn how prolific terpenes are in virtually everything that we do, especially Canadians and Americans who have access to rich supermarkets and parks. So to know that you can get therapeutic compounds by, for instance, going for a walk in a pine forest or any coniferous forest. That's what Japanese forest bathing is based on. The inhalation of monoterpenes, mostly pinene and myrcene, two of the three most common terpenes in cannabis. The layperson who uses paints and paint thinners might be interested to know that most of those products are based on terpenes and are dependent actually on terpenes in order to function correctly.
Yeah.
For the average person to know that every time they're eating a piece of fruit or some kind of vegetable, they're taking terpenes into their body. And when you are using any kind of general household products, from detergents to deodorants, hair gels, lotions, it's just absolutely ridiculous. If you go, for instance, into your medicine cabinet right now or your bathroom and look through these products, you will assuredly find terpenes in them. And I think that is pretty fascinating as a starting point for the layperson to understand, like, the prolific nature of terpenes and how they're so prolific in nature and in commerce and industry and medicine. It's a little bit difficult to even grasp how terpenes are so common in our lives already, and when most people know nothing about them. I think that's a pretty fascinating feature right there.
There's a reason why people from centuries ago that now they call monks and that they used aroma in their therapies and in their preaching. And I mean, one of the aromas that I love, probably one of the biggest aromas I love, is Neg Champa. Very old, perfumey. It covers up every smell. I've been using it to cover up my weed smell all my life, pretty much, all my adult life. But I noticed
Neg Champa is the smell of every bong store and head shop in Toronto and everywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Neg Champa.
Oh,
it's an Indian incense on a stick.
Oh yeah, I see it. If I owned a cannabis store, I'd be burning patchouli.
Yeah,
because it smells more like hash.
One smell that really gets to me, which Paula used to use in the lounge all the time, is sandalwood. Burning sandalwood, doing her prayers. Like,
yeah,
man,
I have sandalwood essential oil for some products, and
so
it's ripe.
Are terpenes involved in allergies as well, do you think?
Yeah, it's fairly well known in sort of dermatology, in certain circles, skincare circles, dermatologists, that terpenes, when they oxidize, can be irritants for some people. In particular, linalool, which is added to astonishing amount of products. When this is oxidized, it can be an allergen for a lot of people. In fact, in Europe, they're trying to get it added to patch tests, and may have succeeded within the last couple of years. So there are some concerns there, but of course, it's from the oxidation products of terpenes, and what I've looked at, rarely with the actual compound itself.
So are there smells that don't have terpenes? Or if it's a smell, there's a terpene involved?
No, certainly there are other chemical constituents that smell. There are also terpenes that don't smell.
Okay.
So you have both of those things going on. In cannabis, for instance, it's likely that the strawberry and banana smells of certain chemobar are due to esters. And because of recent work that was published by Abstracts in collaboration with Max Montrose and the Trichome Institute, we now know that the skunky smell of at least certain chemobars comes from sulfurs. So we have a lot going on in cannabis in addition to the terpenes. But in general, the monoterpenes are the most potent smell and sort of aroma. Of course, that's the pinene, myrcene, limonene. Those
Okay,
are the three, top ones.
So when you go to the limonene, explain to me how limonene can have two different smells.
So there are two different isomers of limonene. There's also two different isomers of linalool.
I was just going to ask you if it was like that with the cannabinoids, because you've got the THCA, blah, 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 blah. You have the same thing in the terpenes?
No, that's a bit different because THCA is the acidic version of the molecule. Okay. So you're actually chemically changing it to then make it into THC.
I meant the subcategories.
You mean like alpha and beta?
But with limonene, it's not a subcategory. Some will smell like lemons and oranges, and some will smell like pine.
Correct. And that's
okay.
Those are the two different isomers. So basically those molecules are the same molecules, but they're mirror versions of each other. And even though they're so very close, they still produce extremely different properties. So a lot of terpenes have this feature. Terpinolene, for example, which is a top 10 terpene in cannabis, one of my favorites, is actually an isomer of terpenine, which isn't even, I think, within the top 20 terpenes in cannabis. So you have a isomer of terpenine occurring more commonly in cannabis than you do the sort of the parent compound.
Lemon seems to be the key word in there, though. Why is that? Like a lot of the good weed that you get out there has a lemony taste?
I don't know. I kind of like this stuff that has the piney taste too.
Well, I was just going to say there's piney taste, there's different tastes, but a lot of the ones that you see have a lemony taste. A lot of the seed.
Yes, and that doesn't mean that it's limonene. It could absolutely not be limonene. It could be terpinolene. It could be a blend of terpenes that are creating that smell. And this is one of the best examples that we have of synergy. Is the aroma of a certain strain is not due to one single constituent, it's the combination. And I think that's important to keep in mind as you talk about the different smells and flavors, that it's really hard to pin it down to one. And in all honesty, if you have a jar of limonene, pure limonene, and you smell it, it's not going to smell pleasant, and it certainly doesn't smell like citrus fruit.
Really?
No.
No, it smells more solventy. It needs to be diffused in order to create that sort of effect.
It's a big time concentrate, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and actually, Dale shared a link with us with Horatio stuff.
Yeah, hash oil stuff.
And I was just looking at it. Castoreum, Dale, and it's called limonene hash oil. Is what Horatio Delbert was making. And I would say he's got, it's made by its limonene hash oil or limonene hash oil, extracted with limonene and THC concentrate. So it's very likely it's a distillate that he's added terpenes to.
It's not a hash oil.
No, because it's clear. You see it's clear. It's distillate.
Yeah, and he's added the limonene back in, which is fine. You can mad scientist all kinds of combinations, and the industry is definitely going to get into that, but it's not a hash oil.
Why'd Mary Jane write that when she could have just asked?
She didn't want to interrupt us.
Oh, interrupt us.
You guys were chatting. I was just listening because you guys were saying basically it could smell like limonene, but not be limonene. And I've been trusting my nose the entire time. So now I'm like, well, now I can't really trust my nose.
No, you still need to trust your nose. What you need to do is we need better science so that when you smell a strain or a chemovar in a bag and your eyes light up and you're like, fuck yeah, that's the strain that I want. There's something happening there. As I was talking about earlier, there's all this communication going on between different entities with terpenes, and you're also receiving that communication when you know this is the stuff that I want. And for instance, for me, it might be like super silver haze. When I smell that, I know that I want that. It talks to me in some way, but you might not like that. So I think that you still need to trust your nose. And when your nose tells you this is the good shit, get it. Even if the expectation of what you've been told at the dispensary doesn't match that sort of result that your nose shows. We need more testing so that when your eyes light up and you find a strain that just makes you go, wow, then you need to know, what is that strain? I need to know the top 3 constituents at least as far as the terpenes to understand this is what I need in a strain and this is what I like. And then you could sort of get into why. But first, trying to get that consistency is very difficult, and until then, you do need to trust your nose.
Well, I think the point that I was trying to make is when you said that it could be, what was that other thing that could influence the smell? So was it a gas? No.
Well, it could be an ester, could be sulfur.
That's it, the sulfur.
Right.
If one of those aspects are manipulating what I believe is the smell that I like. I'm just like, I don't know. Because don't get me wrong, I'll try anything once. And I generally, I
Give it
keep
to
it
Mary
up
Jane.
here. I keep it up here of like what type of cannabis I do like and what I don't. But I guess I really shouldn't do that, because depending on cultivar, lemon sour diesel from one producer is going to be different terpene profile than another producer.
Absolutely. And this is something we really need to get an understanding of in the cannabis industry. I've been talking to a lot of hemp farmers recently who do have a pretty good understanding of it. And not only is that true, but it goes far beyond that. For instance, the terpene profile of the back corner of your field could be completely different than the terpene profile of the front corner. For instance, let's say the back corner was exposed to aphids, and it increased its phytochemical content so that farnesene was the primary terpene, and you harvested during that stage, you could have totally different phytochemical content in the same exact field.
Yep.
So this is why I say you have to trust your nose, because the chances that any dispensary anywhere in the world is delivering consistent phytochemical content is almost zero.
But you want to trust your taste too, because that's that's the flavonoids, right? Your
But
taste.
the nose is the first.
Despite the sort of precursor to the word flavonoids, there is no flavor association with flavonoids, at least none that we know of. Flavonoids are about color. So in cannabis, the blues, reds, and purples that you see are due to different types of flavonoids, and in the wider plant kingdom, typically coloration is due to flavonoids, and that's related to antioxidant protection, UVB, solar radiation protection, and some other relief of abiotic stressors from plants. But primarily, they're known for the production of color.
Okay, so stupid question.
That's not a stupid question.
Where does the taste come from in cannabis?
Oh, that's a stupid question.
Terpenes. It's mostly terpenes.
So terpenes are both smell and taste.
That's correct. Yes. Okay. And you'll have other, like esters are imparting some taste in there as well. We just don't really know how much. We're going to get into that in another year. But certainly the terpenes are well-known flavor molecules. This is another use of terpenes. They're in food products that you wouldn't believe. They're so embedded in especially prepared products that they're not even considered an ingredient. They're considered sort of a precursor product. So they don't have to report those in the ingredient list. But chances are, if it's a processed or packaged food, there's terpenes in there in some way. They add terpenes to the packaging as deterrents from certain insects and bacteria and fungi. It's another section that terpenes are widely used in candies and beverages to give maple flavors and to give piney flavors, and to give, for instance, with linalool, you have that sort of lavender flavor. Linalool is the #1 constituent of a number of different types of cinnamon. So when you think of cinnamon flavorings, you could be talking about linalool. The flavor implications of terpenes are extraordinarily well studied. I recommend checking out a website called the Good Sense Company. For 40 years, they've been compiling information about exactly this. What do these compounds smell like? What do they taste like? It's an excellent source of information about that. And in fact, PubChem often uses information there, in their collaborative and verification processes.
Cool. You just
what is that? What is that word that Dale wrote there? I can't even.
But before we get to that, before we get to that, let's bring up the fact that we had Cheryl and Haley Rose on a few years ago.
Should have them on again soon.
Yeah, we should actually. But that was one of the things that they found with Haley. She's got a severe form of epilepsy that they've been treating for years with cannabis. And what they found was her being able to go into the dispensary, smell each strain, would pick which strain was going to work best for her that day or at that time. In Canada, we don't legally have that option. We can't go to one of the dispensaries and smell the cannabis.
Not in the legal stores. No.
Actually, we can't even legally look at what's inside the package.
Yeah, the only way that I can find out if the weed that I'm buying from the legal store is fresh enough for me to buy is to squeeze the package. That's all you're allowed to do.
And that doesn't work if it's coming into a tin can.
That's right.
But if it's coming in a tin can, it's sealed at the right moisture content anyway, so it's not an issue.
Are things that bad down in the States? Are they like that, or is it that controlled? Can you just walk?
It's pretty similar. There's some sort of lip service being given where a dispensary might put out, those special containers. They're clear, but they have some ventilation in them.
Yeah.
But those same samples sit in those containers day in, day out. It's a terrible representation of what might actually be behind the shelf. It's just kind of a joke to make connoisseurs a little bit happy, but real connoisseurs know better anyway.
If you're a connoisseur in Canada, you're not buying legal weed. Sorry to say, but
well, that's true. That's not something connoisseurs do.
I mean, I Mary Jane also shops on the reservation as I do during the summer, anyways, and the quality of the middle of the road strain from the reservation dispensary is about the same as the bottom end of the legal scale.
Not even.
No, you think it's worse than that?
I think it's better. You want to try it?
Oh yeah, well yeah. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, you can get some really nice.
Oh, you got to make her big.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
Hold on, gonna make it big.
Average
there
size, like average size buds from the legacy market, from the indigenous market.
Yes.
And if you go to the legal market, here
I got tiny little buds.
Here. You get stick. You
Smaller.
get stick and little buds.
Always.
And I'm not gonna lie, I paid $100 for 3 ounces. So
At the res, yeah, you can get a $55 ounce at the res now. So.
Well, she just got three for $33 a piece.
Yep.
And I got a free pre-roll. I got a free pre-roll and a free drink.
Because you spent $100. See, that's a good deal.
Okay, so good you brought that up. The drinks, they're using terpenes in a lot of the drinks now, correct? You can infuse them and same kind of things that you can do with oils and stuff, right?
They're using distillate, aren't they?
Are they?
Because that's where I don't like these drinks.
Yeah, I don't like distillates. That's what I like. I don't like distillates, but there's other ways to make them. Marcel knows this.
There was a company.
I don't give out secrets though.
I can't
sell
remember
secrets.
who it was. They made like a Kool-Aid powder, a THC infused Kool-Aid powder. Do you remember, Al? It was at Karma Cup.
Yeah, they infused the sugar is what they did.
Was it Thompson Caribou? I can't remember.
It was
Thompson Caribou had a syrup.
They had a syrup. They had like
That's
a cough syrup, and they just. But it was also. It was not a distillate. I don't think. No.
From what I heard, it wasn't oily like that.
I'll ask Dave if he wants to come on. We can talk about stuff like that. He's still around.
I would like to try.
Anymore, but.
I would like to try a drink that didn't taste like it had oil in my mouth afterwards with this like.
And that's
Well, I can do that. I can do that for you with an alcohol.
They had that issue at the beginning. Remember, Marcel? Tweed had that issue. Was it Tweed? I think it was Tweed.
Well, yeah, they tried. The problem
is sticking to the can.
Right. The cannabinoids are an oil. They're an oil base. So to mix them with water, you've got to use an emulsifier, which means the water is now thick. It's not water. Or you can use what's called nanotechnology. And basically what it is it's using sound frequency at a particular pitch to dissolve the oil compounds of the cannabinoids into small droplets that are interspersed evenly through the liquid. Expensive technology, either one, but if there's any separation, the oil sticks to the inside of the can.
Yes, that's what was
so when you go to drink it, the oils all stick to the inside of the can, and you're drinking the liquid,
And you're not
with
getting any
a
of the
small
comments.
percentage of what was actually in that can.
We've got some people making comments on our stream here, and I'm not sure what they mean by rectify this. Rectify what?
Will there be a rectify this?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I
And
can understand what you're saying, John, but
Alexis says hi.
Alexis.
Hi, you're welcome. We're here every week. Enjoy.
Yeah, the terpenes in drinks would fall. You have water soluble terpenes, or
Yeah, there are a few.
Yeah,
but most are not.
No, most are still that non-polar type oil
You
base.
can't get it to dissolve in a water.
Right.
Not easily, no.
No. So they would have the same issue with terpenes to incorporate it into a beverage. So a beverage that would incorporate it easily is an alcohol, because the alcohol will dissolve the cannabinoids as well as the terpenes, and it would mix very well. And you could come up with some half decent drinks that way. But again, you're still back to that whole issue of that's an alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, regulations won't allow that.
Speaking of alcoholics,
unless you want to make a drink with a natural fat, such as milk, that has a high fat content,
Or
you can
chai
do
tea
that.
or something.
Right. Something like that has that fat base, not a water base.
Hot cocoa would work.
Like an ice cream.
Hot cocoa works extremely well. That's why I make hot chocolate bombs. But they don't work in water, they work in hot milk.
Right.
Hot milk. Well, that's one of the things that I learned a long time ago. One of the first things I learned is that cannabis and milk love each other.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they love each other. They attach to the fats.
That's what I mean. They love each other.
It sounds like you love cannabis and milk together.
And yeah, it sounds like you
Can't
love milk.
drink milk anymore.
Well,
That's probably why you overdid it back in the day.
do you know the only animal that should drink milk? Cow's milk or cows? The only milk humans should drink is from their mothers.
You know, milk's just for getting fat anyways, eh?
Yeah, it's just to add fat. I hope John will come back and explain the rest of his question there.
Yeah, kind of
To rectify
elaborate.
this? Rectify what? Rectify what?
The industry using distillates. And no, that
Rectify
won't be
this,
rectified.
man.
That won't be rectified when they can derive THC delta 8 from hemp and CBD.
Well, it was what we were
Sell it as
talking about just
THC.
before he posted that. But anyways, while we're waiting to see if John will reply,
Is it break time? I gotta go heat up my tea.
you can go. I got to heat up my. I got to make a new tea. You want to do another?
Actually, it's
You
9
got
o'clock.
something-
We should.
You got something you wanted to,
It's H, you
share?
Easterner.
Sorry.
Marcel?
Well, I look at my clock. It says 9.
Should we watch the emergency measures one? It's only a minute and a half, though.
Well, she better be quick. She's got a minute and a half.
I'm
then
just heating up my tea. Al's making a whole tea.
Are we? Are I just do tap tea usually during the show, though. Let it run for a while. Hot water.
Okay, I'm leaving now.
Yeah. Okay. Bye bye now. I only have 30 seconds during the show. Oh, wow. Okay, so I've got this other this hour's 22 minutes video loaded up already, so we can watch that, and then we'll be back with more question and answer period about the big book of Terp with Ross. I've been calling you Ross, haven't I? Must miss Ross. That's what it is. With Russ Hudson, and he is sitting somewhere. Where are you? I forgot.
In Southern Virginia.
Southern Virginia. Well, welcome to Canada for the evening, anyways. Have you ever been to Canada? Have you been up here?
Yeah. Last I heard, I've been barred from entering the country.
Oh, because that
Why?
cannabis thing?
Because I advised a client, a good friend of mine from Spain, with concerning some business in Canada. He was detained at the airport. They went through his phone and found, my contacts and our conversation there, and threw him out of the country after taking 11,000 euro from him and his wife. Instructed him that he should never return and that I shouldn't come to the country either.
Bastards.
Fuckers.
I'm going to test that though, so we'll see.
Yeah,
come
do
and
that.
visit.
Test
Let
that.
us know when you're here. We'll be at the airport. I'll come pick you up. We'll videotape the whole thing.
Just don't have anything with you, so you don't have a reason to be detained.
Yeah, right. Obviously,
right. Yeah.
Okay, so there's our smiley Trump wannabe.
Trump. No.
Got a nice
No.
smile. No.
No, you can't call him a Trump wannabe. He's more of a Biden wannabe than a Trump wannabe.
Oh, okay.
They don't think the same.
And now,
okay, here we go.
Things are out of control. Justin Trudeau has invoked the Emergency Act for the first time ever.
Yeah.
And now, you can too.
Fixed.
Hello, Mr. Jones? This is the CRA. It
not
seems
fixed.
you haven't filed your taxes for the last 2 years.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
What?
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
Sir, you can't do that.
Just watch me. Thanks, Justin Trudeau.
Overwhelmed, stressed, incapable of handling a situation? Invoke the Emergencies Act.
I'm sorry, Gary. You just haven't landed any new accounts, so I'm going to have to let you go.
I invoke the Emergencies Act. You can't fire me.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. It's a thing. Look it up. Sorry.
Gary?
These special temporary measures help you cope with any urgent and critical situation long after you should have.
Gary, I'm leaving you.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
I've met somebody new.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
Damn you, Gary. We have to face this!
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
The Emergencies Act. It's for emergencies. If you fail to act, Emergency Act. Not available in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba.
Hey, this is Cheech. This is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Ooh.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Are you an independent musician? How would you like to have your songs played on hundreds of radio stations just like the one you're listening to right now? Join MusicSubmit.com and we'll promote your music to radio stations and blogs in your genre. It's free to set up your account, and we guarantee your music will be considered for airplay by radio stations worldwide. Why not sign up today? It's free. MusicSubmit.com. Radio promotion for indie musicians.
This is how we grow the music.
Darcy, you're up.
Yeah, Darcy.
Darcy, you're up. We're back. It's the 420 radio. So, what's that look for, Mary Jane? What are you eating?
Come on, what are you eating?
Did you bring something for the whole class?
What is it? Is it sauerkraut because you started to love it?
Should we show Russ? Let's
Yeah,
show Russ.
should show Russ.
Nasty.
Okay. This happened a few weeks ago, Russ.
3, 2, 1.
It's good.
Makes me smile. Mary Jane has a thing where she's trying something new every day or so.
And
What
she
did you try
decided to
today?
try sauerkraut on the show. So what did you do new today?
She muted her
Maybe
mic.
unmute your mic first. No,
Okay.
unmute.
Okay. So today, normally when I have something I need to do and it's like really bad weather like this, because I do not like driving in nasty weather, I would just cancel it. I would just call the person and be like, I'm so sorry. I can't make it today. I can't drive in this. However, I had to go pick up my boyfriend's son and take him to work. And there's no way that he can get to work if it wasn't for me. So my new thing for the day was to just suck it up and go do it.
You
And I did it.
You saw the other day, I'm sure, Mike and Amber's feed. They went off the highway on the 401 there with their camper.
Who's Mike and Amber?
Mike and Amber are very well known in Ontario.
You don't know Mike and Amber?
They were at
Amber
the thing.
Do they have a last name?
McIntyre,
Amber
Amber
McIntyre.
McIntyre, and Mike.
Oh,
Dot.
the pin girl.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. They had an accident on the highway. They
But they're okay.
They're okay. Yes.
They're okay.
But
They
trailer
broke
went off
their
the road.
truck and trailer.
Yeah. Yep. And that's exactly why I don't drive around with my trailer anywhere.
It's this time of year, man.
Yeah.
But those two are on the road all the time.
Oh yeah, they go back and forth and up and down and everywhere. All of them.
Well, they're out.
That's probably their house. Are you talking about they rolled their house then too?
Well, they didn't roll it.
I don't think so.
What do you mean by trailer? Because they're always on the road. They rolled.
Yeah, but it was a camper trailer that
Yeah.
it just jackknifed basically.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yep. On the highway during one of the last storms. Oh, I'm sure it did. Anyways,
Yeah, it's been nasty this winter.
we are chatting with Russ some more. Hi, Russ. How
Hey.
are you? Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Probably wishes you could go out and smoke a joint.
You don't
Yeah.
smoke?
I can just do that.
He's got his bong already loaded.
Perfect.
Oh, he's a
He's
bonger.
surrounded by cannabis. Look, he's got it. Nice, man.
That leads to a question right there. How do you prefer to intake your cannabis? I'm going to assume
Right there.
because of the terpenes and all the other stuff that you get. Correct?
Yes, but also there has been some pretty convincing evidence showing that filtering smoke through water activates THC. So people who feel that they get higher from smoking a bong are 100% correct. You do get higher from smoking a proper water pipe.
I don't do bongs, but I have a squisher next to me that I enjoy daily.
Cool.
almost.
So, do you use vaporizers?
No, they don't really work for me.
You don't
Okay,
you
so,
don't use
so
chatterizers
you,
and stuff?
you realize the
What
difference
about a
between
dab rig?
smoking a bong and vaporizing. What about dabs? Do you do dabs or?
I have, but it just doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
Now, what
So
do you
you
mean
get
it
your
doesn't-
best
what
results
do-
from a bong.
But what do you mean it doesn't work? Like, do you not feel the same relief? Like the same?
Right. Yeah. When vaporizing or doing dabs, I mean, I can get high, but it only goes to a certain point and it's not satisfying. You know, I feel like I could vape all day long and never get to that satisfied level. It's only when I combust cannabis that I feel, you know, satisfied. And that's probably a chemical answer there. You know, there's something
I said
that I'm
that said
getting
it for
through
years.
combustion.
Yeah.
That vaping is not the same as smoking, and that smoking is not the same as eating. I my preferred method is ingestion, but
Yeah.
that's more of a health thing than anything.
Right, of course.
Can you explain to me why some people like to mix cannabis and tobacco? Is it a terpene thing?
No, I think I wrote an article about this years ago. I think it's titled "How Europe is Getting It Wrong on Cannabis," and there are several different reasons, but often it's cultural. That people have just been doing it for a long time, and the reasons behind that cultural use is one, people get too high, so they want to dilute the cannabis with tobacco. Two, they can't afford the cost of the hash or cannabis, so they again dilute it with tobacco, or
Stretching,
they're stretching it, or that's just
how they do it.
That's just how they do it, and obviously they're addicted to the tobacco, and to varying degrees may be addicted to the cannabis as well.
What do you have to say about that, Marcel?
Kiss my ass.
I have something to say to that.
I don't
'cause
mix,
I'm a blunt smoker, so
but I don't mix tobacco. I
You
don't
don't
mix
snip?
tobacco with pot,
No, you
I
mix
do.
it with hash. I realize that.
hash, and oil.
Yeah.
Because I'll make an oil joint or I'll make a hash joint.
You need
But
something
And
to
I'll
burn
use
it
tobacco.
with.
We
So,
also
did you
know
know
that
that we have nicotine receptors in our body?
Mm-hmm.
makes
We
sense.
have
So we
opioid
have
receptors
nicotine.
in our body.
So one could say in plant form, not in like actual like opioid, but we would be able to or possibly require this in small amounts to stimulate
cannabis.
our receptors.
Right.
Yeah, just like the cannabinoid receptors.
So I'm going to go and start licking poppies.
Make sure
you
you
could
take
eat
a
the
razor blade and
poppies.
slice them open first, buddy.
Well, you slice them and bleed them a bit, and then chew on that. Whoops, we shouldn't be telling people that.
So
do not slice poppies.
I when I smoked, I used to mix all the time. But it's also known that tobacco opens your air passage more, and you actually get a deeper toke when you've mixed it. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, but there was another.
I heard
It's actually the opposite.
I heard cannabis opens
yes,
up.
that's
Yeah.
Mary
Cannabis
Jane
opens
is
them up,
correct
yes.
that
Which is bad when
tobacco
you mix
restricts capillaries.
Yeah. As soon as you mix the tobacco in, what happens is the cannabis opens it up and allowing the tobacco to get even further to do damage.
That's
what I was understood.
Yeah. But that makes sense as well. Yeah.
Alexis just made a good point, so I put it up.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why we've been here for 15 years doing this, Alexis.
Yeah, she's joining us from Iowa. Well, you join us every Friday. We're here.
Nice. I'm curious where Russ is. You're in the States?
Yeah, I'm in Southern Virginia right
He's
now.
already said he's in Southern Virginia about 20 times tonight.
Oh,
because
I
of
missed
Hal.
it. I missed it. I'm sorry.
She was
Southern
sniffing on some
Virginia.
terpenes. Can you get any benefit as far as a stone from sniffing terpenes?
I mean, the evidence shows that myrcene, when volatilized, is a sedative.
What do you mean
Myrcene,
volatilized?
It's in the air.
Okay.
So it's been made into a vapor.
We lost Mary Jane.
Limonene has also been shown to have very specific therapeutic effects including decreasing the heart rate and instilling a feeling of calm over study participants who unknowingly breathed limonene that was pumped through the vents. So there are several different terpenes that have effects that are actually normally attributed to cannabis. For instance, Ethan Russo, who is the leading researcher in the entourage effect, has said repeatedly that the calming effect attributed to CBD is 100% wrong. It's not attributed to CBD. It's attributed to myrcene, and the preponderance of evidence shows that he is almost certainly correct in that regard. Another reason why we need to start talking about terpenes and why we need to start making the separation that just because it's a cannabinoid doesn't necessarily mean that it's some kind of holy grail. And there are other compounds that could be doing that work. Myrcene is certainly one of them.
We're just getting used to the whole cannabinoid thing and the THCA and Z and V and XYZ.
And new ones they keep isolating.
Yeah. So I mean, like we were talking at the beginning of the show, I started doing this as an entertainment thing 15 years ago, and it's come into more of a medical thing because of Marcel and Lori before him and Jess and a whole bunch of people. And it's my classroom, and it's how I learn, right? That and YouTube, although I'm careful about YouTube.
But he brought up the point earlier. It's because the plant has been so restricted to research that we've had to backyard scientist everything to get to where we are today. And things that they're coming out with scientific papers now, we figured out 5-10 years ago, right? So they're slowly catching up that and proving that we were right all along. It's great, but the science has still got a long ways to go because us in the background industry or the backyard scientists are finding out way more every day of how we can make this stuff work better. And a good example is enhancing with terpenes.
Now, are terpenes on the restricted list like some cannabinoids are? Depend?
No.
Not in Canada.
Okay. But they are in the States, Marcel?
No.
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, absolutely not. All the terpenes are generally recognized as safe.
Yeah. But do you remember years ago they used to?
For now.
Yeah.
For now.
The police raids, when they'd raid a guard, they would wear masks and everything so that their officers wouldn't get high. And we
Oh, I
used
wish
to
I had
laugh.
loaded that reporter thing by the fire.
Yeah, but we used to laugh at them doing this because we knew that they
there's
weren't getting
reasons.
high. They were just getting that nice, relaxed, calming effect from the terpenes that we get subjected to whenever we're growing. That's why growing is so therapeutic for us.
Well, I know that this year, Russ, was my first outdoor grow at my farm, and I chopped it all down and then put some strings up in my trailer and just sat there for I don't know, 2 weeks doing my thing and just absorbing in my hands. And I've helped a lot of people trim before, and so I know, don't do the thing with your eyes and stuff like that. But
you still do it.
you still do it. But the when you're surrounded by drying plants, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of chemical reactions going on there, right? So there's a lot of terpenes in the air. There's a lot of air in the air, because they're still making air and they're making other things and they're dying basically. But it takes a while for them to die. I guess what I'm trying to get to is with pot, when is your max time that your terpenes are like this is when your little things are perfect when they're drying and this looks like that, and you look at your bud, and is there a way to tell your bud is ready by the terpenes and the odors and the smells? And
I thought you were going to say how would you get your maximum terpenes?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Thank you, Marcel.
Well, you can get your maximum terpenes, but as soon as you cut your plant, you start losing your terpenes.
Now, I guess a two-part question is that when they stop being as potent, like they degrade quickly? Is that one of the things that degrades really quickly?
Upon cutting, yeah. I mean, that's what we're really talking about when we're talking about the loss of terpenes from processing cannabis. So the harvest time, as far as the maturity of terpene content, is going to vary greatly from one chemovar to the other. But once you sort of figure that out, because you have to get to know that chemovar, you harvest at the correct time and you have one phytochemical profile at that time. The process of drying and curing is going to completely change that.
Well, I think that we're in for some interesting things coming in the future on this front, because I'm finding that, you look at the gadgets that are out there now. You've got gadgets that if you want a toke, you get a fake joint. You want to use terpenes, you can use this. You want to use this, you can use that. Like there's something for everything. Are there delivery systems out there for things like terpenes? I guess there would be, because they just infuse them.
Yeah. If you there's a good example in the foreword of my book that was written by Mitch Earlywine, who used to be the co-chair of NORML, National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, which is one of our most prominent marijuana advocacy groups here in the United States for going on 50 years now. And he talks about their experiment of going around with just terpenes in vape pens and allowing sort of random folks to puff on them and report their results. So you can get terpene delivery systems just from vape pens. That's certainly an efficient way of doing it. It's from a marketing and manufacturing.
You're starting to see them on the market, actually.
Yeah.
Right. But you can have gadgets and technology all day long. But going back to what we were talking about before with the harvesting, is even if you harvest at the ideal time and with all the ideal technology, you're going to lose monoterpenes. They're just very volatile. That's what they do. They were, not to say designed, but it would seem that they're designed specifically to volatilize into the air. And not a whole lot that you can do about that, considering that just movement or heat or light and temperature can all affect those monoterpenes. So you can try to stave off some of those losses of monoterpenes by good drying and good curing techniques. But in the end, if you are looking to get a big dose of myrcene, you could just put myrcene in a vape pen.
And which is what a lot of the vape pens are. With
well, people are going
terpenes,
to catch on to that. Like, I mean, are we in for?
But distillate has no flavor.
But are we in for the whole CBD type of thing with the terpenes and the flavonoids as well? Are we going to end up with that?
They already are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't use vape pens. I use my Shatterizer. That's it. And I smoke doobies, right?
Yeah, they already add terpenes to many of the vape products that are on the market.
Well, I know that they re-add terpenes into shatters and other oils and stuff like that, just so that they're there.
But why?
Right? Well, because the
Because
process
they're there.
takes them out.
Right. For the vape pens, because they use distillate, there's no taste or smell to distillate. So they have to add terpenes into it to be able to say that it was Kush or whatever.
Yeah, otherwise it's just a pen full of something that gets you stoned.
It's just full of something that's going to get you high for 20 minutes, and then you'll be wondering what happened.
Yeah. Alexis, is it Alexis? Alexis. Yes, she has another thingy she put. I like this being able to chat with people who are listening.
Yeah. It works better. I don't know where they're chatting from. Oh.
In the comments.
No. I'm trying to figure out what the...
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
And John was on LinkedIn as well. And then Roland was on YouTube. I have a feeling that's
Raylan.
The YouTube one is a post or something, a spam post or something. It looks kind of suspicious to me.
Vom NGO.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know either. I don't care.
I don't either.
If it's important, they'll come back and tell us.
Yeah. So I'm looking at. I'm just looking through your blog here some more.
No, now I want Ross, to tell everybody where they can get this big book on terps.
Yeah, you can get it at thebigbookofterps.com. That's the cheapest way to get it. I can offer hand-signed copies, hardcover copies, of course, shipped directly to your door for $125 out of my office. You can also get it for the retail at like Barnes & Noble or Amazon. Of course, those companies charge much, much higher. It's around $169. So best way to get it is directly through me, a nice signed hardcover at thebigbookofterps.com.
See, that was simple.
There you go. Easy peasy. Terpene.
Yeah. The Big Book of Terps.
Terps. So what?
I would love to read that book, Al.
What is next? As far as is there going to be a part 2? Or is there going to be?
Yeah. So right now I'm working on the second edition, and what that is going to do is it's actually going to pull out all of the flavonoid content, because I found that the flavonoid market or people who are interested in flavonoids, that demographic is not the same as the people who are interested in terpenes. So I'm pulling the flavonoid content from the book. I'm replacing it with 8 new terpenes that are not currently included in the book. Replacing also, I'm going to add a Chemistry 101 chapter. I think it's important for people to have a basic understanding of organic chemistry before they really tear into this. And then Susan Trapp, who is the world's leading sort of terpene expert, she's going to be writing a chapter on the most sort of cutting edge and leading recent work on medical side of terpenes. So the Big Book of Terps is going to be devoid of flavonoids. We'll have much more content about terpenes, and at the same time, I will produce what will be called the Formidable Book of Flavonoids. That will also be a monstrous scientific text, but that will exclusively feature flavonoids. It will be probably about the same size. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, around this time next year, we should be ready to publish the Big Book of Keys, which is ketones, alcohols, and esters in cannabis. And I may be able to include sulfurs in that book as well, pending size restrictions. These things get a little bit out of hand, and we have to do our best to pare it down. So that's what's coming up next. Also, there is a TV show in development called Terp Talk, and I've written a suite of 18 songs that can help people to learn terpenes. So there's a song about all of the individual top 10 terpenes in cannabis, as well as some songs about like mother compounds and flavonoids overall, and a song about what we were talking about earlier in the show, about not needing cannabis at all to get these terpenes.
So you're a very musical person as well.
I like
Yeah.
cannabis.
Right on. Dale, you two could collaborate in some songs.
Some terp songs.
Some terpene songs.
Terpene songs.
It's called Terp Tunes.
Terp Tunes. Dale's not even unmuting his mic now. I guess he forgot he was supposed to be doing the grow segment tonight.
Yeah, no grow segments tonight. No, Darcy had a stone.
Darcy got stoned. That would be a better way to put it. Darcy got stoned and couldn't be here.
He showed us pictures.
Did you see the picture of that stone?
I told him to get another one and make her a set of earrings.
Oh, fuck.
Polish
It looks pretty
up.
painful, though.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do that.
No, it's pretty jagged.
He's had so much practice with them, though.
Oh, I know he's got bad luck with them.
It's not bad luck. He knows how to not get them, but after a month, he'll stop, and then they come back. It's just, I don't even have sympathy for him anymore because it's self-inflicted.
Food related.
It's not food related. He has supplements that he can take that'll stop him from getting them.
Oh, okay.
Right, but they're not cheap supplements, so he cheaps out, doesn't want to spend the money. He figures he's all better, then it comes back.
We should set up a GoFundMe page for Darcy's stones.
Yeah, Darcy's Stone Fund. Then everybody thinks that he's just buying pot with it.
So we're just wasting air now. Is there anything that you want to add specifically?
No, because stop right now. Because before the show, you said you guys stop talking about that, save it for the show, and now you're not even going to let us talk about it.
Of course I was. Of course I was going to just ask him if there was anything specific that he wanted to bring up, like maybe he was doing a conference or going somewhere to speak, or
He's speaking right now, but I still want the because I don't know. Does the book have anything on Hashanine or?
I think it has some cursory mention here or there, but it was very new at the time. I mean, we're talking just
within the last 2 years, yeah.
Oh, right. No, that was the sulfur with abstracts this fall. So there's a mention, but there's not a big focus because there isn't any research. So there isn't much that I could say about it that would be approaching it from factual place.
Right. So just to yeah, but just to catch people up that are listening now, we're talking about a new terpene that they've identified called Hashanine, but it's only identified in hash that comes from Morocco and only processed in a certain way. And yeah, obviously there's not enough research on it, but it's a very unique smell. Even if it's a combination of the other terpenes with this, I don't know. They say that it's its own separate terpene. It's possible, but it's a unique smell. I love it.
Interesting.
It's one of my favorites.
My mom always loved the smell of cannabis. She just, I think mostly the skunk smell. Why is it that most cannabis has a skunky smell to it? Is that a specific terpene or something that's involved there?
It looks like that's a sulfur. That's the work that Abstracts has recently produced this fall and published. Um, you know, whether all varieties that have that skunky smell are due to the sulfur, we don't know yet, but it's certainly possible. But we know for sure at this stage that at least some of that skunky scent of some varieties is due to sulfurs.
Huh. Well, that's something that's new to learn. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah.
And sulfurs are very, very potent. Like when you light a sulfur match, it's like instant, right?
True. Yeah.
What were you going to say, Marcel?
I was reading the comments there. I'll show you this comment from Alexis.
Cool.
Cool.
So she wants to hook up with you, I think.
Cool.
There you go.
Just for song.
You can find them on LinkedIn, I'm sure.
You can find, yeah, and you can find them at the Big Book of Terps.
Right. Russ at thebigbookofterps.com.
That makes it easy.
Yep.
Oh, we got more comments here.
Yeah, I know. We have people in here listening that aren't participating that also comment, but their comments show up in the different spots. We've got to go back and forth to 2 different places to look at comments here.
Yeah.
Which only confuses some of us some of the time. Where are we? 9:33.
Yeah.
Got any more cool shit, or I got some news we can always talk about.
Sure.
I don't know. Does Russ want to stay around, or does Russ want to bail out?
It's up to Russ.
Sure, I'll stick around.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's go take a look at Mike Tyson's new venture.
Yep.
Mike Tyson is teaming up with Click to launch a cannabis mouth spray.
Saw that this morning.
And that's awesome. I mean, I was making buccal sprays, 10, 15 years ago.
Isn't that the best way to administer? Under the tongue? In the mouth?
No, not necessarily.
Up the bum?
Well, that's one way. It depends on what you're looking for and what you want. Buccal
Where
sprays,
you want it to go to.
right. With buccal sprays, you got to look at, a lot of times it's going to be an alcohol base as a tincture or an emulsion base as an oil. So you're either going to get a mouthful of oil, or you're going to get a mouthful of alcohol.
Not necessarily either.
I'm not sure what Click is doing yet, because I haven't gotten there, because it takes forever to load this page. But what can happen is you can get a quicker response with a buccal spray, because if you put it into a capsule and you swallow it, then you've got to wait for the enzymes in your stomach to break down the capsule. Then you've got to wait for the cannabinoids to get into your small intestine for the uptake of the lipids that are carrying the cannabinoids. That's why it can take 45 minutes to an hour, whereas a buccal spray, especially with an alcohol, as bad as it is quicker. It has a much faster uptake, and it's more cerebral than physical. So it depends on what you're looking for. But their mouth spray is going to have a bottle that contains 375 milligrams, and each spray has 5 milligrams of an orange punch flavor, and is said to take effect in about 7 or 8 minutes.
I'd like to try that. That'd be good for neuropathic pain.
So what I would suggest is with something like that, one spray and wait and see.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it comes down to it. Very likely it's going to be a distillate, so it's not going to have the same effect as a whole plant extract would. But I wouldn't jam 7 sprays into your mouth first time.
That sounds like something you could make your own pretty quickly.
Like I said, I was doing this, 10, 15 years ago.
Well, I've been making tinctures for a while too, as you know. I've got the
But
magic,
no, I was
magic
doing
machine, and
bugle sprays in little 5 milliliter bottles.
I've been doing just the drops. I used to make. That's what I started making was drops. Right.
All right. What else is new in the news? A couple arrested after baby reportedly test positive for cannabis, and each parent
Had
was
this
charged.
conversation with parents before.
Yeah, each parent charged with chemical endangerment by exposing a child to an environment where drugs are used.
Damn terpenes.
This, of course, happened in Alabama, and it was a couple companies. They've been charged with felony chemical endangerment after their 1-year-old tested positive for cannabis.
We've heard this story a few times.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't anything new. You got kids, keep your cannabis away from your kid. Yeah, you keep your Tide Pods away from your kids, I hope, and your floor cleaner and everything else. Why not keep your cannabis away from your kids, especially edibles? Because even though the legal market says you can't put packaging that would be enticing to kids, the black market still can do whatever the hell they want. So a lot of them will look exactly like kids' candies. So if it's got cannabis, lock it up. Don't be stupid. Yeah, that's an old story. We
Yeah,
get that. No, that's a news story of
but
an
we've heard about it before.
old story many
We've
times.
we've had a couple of parents on the show that have been charged with things like that before.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's something that Russ might feel the need to join in. There's a lot of talk now in the news about cannabis and COVID. Truth, no truth from your research and stuff like that. Do you think that this could be something that's very serious? I know they're working on it in Israel, where they work on things like that.
I mean, I think what happened with the recent stories about cannabis and COVID is typical of the industry and media in general. Is something was seized upon without having all the facts, and also was seized upon by people who aren't trained to understand the facts and to report on them in the first place. So is there potential for cannabis compounds to be used to treat COVID? Yes. Are we close to that? No. It's very similar to many of the things like I report on in the book, where yes, this was done in a laboratory. Cool, super fascinating, major implications. Can we actually apply it in human medicine? And often the answer isn't even no, it's the processes required to find out are too cumbersome. So it's likely that
it's not worth the money to spend, is what it is.
That could be the biggest part of it, but it's also likely that something else will happen before a particular cannabinoid-based medicine might be available. I think the cannabis industry has a habit of really wanting to believe that cannabis is the savior, and I think that's honorable. And I've made a career of cannabis. My life has been about cannabis for 33 years now. I've been working with cannabis since starting, selling as a kid, street kid, nickel and dime bag. And so I understand, cannabis for me is a savior. Like, I don't know what my life would have become without cannabis, and certainly don't want to imagine life without cannabis. But the tendency to just want to assume that cannabis is the savior and is going to save us from cancer and COVID is
because it's the big story
wrong.
now. Yeah, it's the big story now. So quick change of pace here. Okay. What about psilocybin and other mushrooms and things like that? Are there terpenes and flavonoids and?
Oh, there's flavors to mushrooms. It's called shit.
Of course there are. But do they have the same kind of chemical makeup as?
No, I don't think that they do. I think they're quite different. I assume that they must have terpenes, but we're probably not talking along the same lines. But I really don't know. I haven't studied that aspect of mushrooms. I did study mycology a bit when I was younger, and experimented with lots of different and sort of funky types of mushrooms outside of the psilocybin range. So I don't know exactly what those compounds are. I think it's important that we start to take a look because
Yeah.
we know this as good medicine, and it needs to be available to the people as soon as possible.
They're
And the
doing
way that
tri-
we're going to be able to do that is talk scientifically about it.
they've
We're actually
actually
doing
started
trials in
doing
Canada.
trials right now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
for mental
and we
health.
have Oregon and Colorado where you can buy cannabis, mushroom edibles. I recently flew to Colorado. I work for a cannabis consulting firm in Colorado, and we had a company Christmas party, and we're able to freely consume different mushroom products and have a fantastic time. So this is already happening. And Mitch Earlywine, who I talked about earlier, who wrote the forward for the book, he does a lot of work in this regard. So if you don't already follow him, you should check out his work. That's Mitch Earlywine. He's the
Do me a favor and
professor at New York University.
send me his information, because that's somebody that I want to follow and have on the show.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're going to ask him about terpenes and mushrooms. You know that.
There we go. Well, we do know a few people that will know the answer to those questions, but because they're still illegal, even though they're in the industry, they can't come out and talk about it, which sucks. It's like back 15 years ago with pot.
Right.
Shut up and just use it.
But in some countries, there's still a lot of those researchers that can't come out and talk.
Oh yeah. For
Right.
sure. We just have to tap into that. We haven't really tried to tap into that market quite yet, but we're gonna
Get the researchers that are feeding the other researchers in legal countries. But more and more countries are coming legal. I mean,
Ooh, okay.
I have never expected Thailand to do it. So
Dale, I'm playing it right now. Just a sec. This is something that Dale's trying to come up with.
what?
I bet he didn't think I could play that through. That's really good, bud.
We should get Dale on the show.
Yeah, we should have Dale on the show sometime. So we'll play that when he's done doing that, doing his thing.
We'll make him play it live.
Oh yes, we will
On the show.
Yeah, with a full band and everything.
Maybe we'll have Russ join him. What do you play, Russ?
Yeah, what do you play?
Several different things, but mostly guitar.
Oh yeah.
I dabble.
Yep.
I play a few things, but nothing really. Yeah, I just play for fun. That was recorded with COVID. He said.
That's how I got that scratchy voice.
Yeah, there you go. Jamming with Jail. Yeah.
That's why he's got his mic muted, because he's got that scratchy voice.
Scratchy
I
voice.
think it's awesome. That's why I keep trying to make him talk.
Raspy. When I first started doing, when you start doing stuff like that, you want to try and find a voice. And the guy I was doing the show with, Dave, he had a booming DJ voice. He was the DJ at a big club here in Toronto. So I started talking like this, but nobody liked it. It was like, I don't know.
You don't like it?
It worked for Wolfman Jack back in the day,
Yeah.
But
now you're just copying Wolfman Jack.
no, I'm just me.
Got to be yourself, man. Be yourself.
So, Russ, do me a favor and tell folks where they can find you, your socials, all that stuff. Once again, please.
Cool. Yeah. My full name is Russ Hudson. I'm pretty easily found with any search term related to my name and cannabis or marijuana. I'm on LinkedIn and Facebook, Instagram. The book is hosted on my website, thebigbookofterps.com. And people are free to reach out to me at russ@thebigbookofterps.com.
And if you want to be a guest on the show, hit one of us up. We're easy to find. Just look up the 420 Radio Show or 420radio.ca. What else you got, Marcel?
This one's funny.
Okay.
Not kind of funny. Here's a funny bit of news for you. In Australia during the pandemic, a lot of places have been shut down, and a gentleman that owned a Titanic themed restaurant in Australia came to check on his property and right away called the cops and had the cops come because he has no idea how 200 plants ended up on the roof of his restaurant. So growers in Australia have been using the lockdowns to their advantage, and they're going to the roofs of these buildings that aren't being occupied and growing cannabis on the roofs. So that one had 200. How many plants did they get away with? I think
Yeah,
it's
how
hilarious.
many haven't been planned? How many haven't been found?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's
I re-
it's a pretty ingenious idea.
I remember a story a few years ago in Concord, I think. There was a donut shop that was turned into. Do you remember where the original Eddie Shack donut shop was in? Was it Concord or something like that?
I don't.
Anyways,
No, because I didn't hang out in Toronto.
somewhere near there was a restaurant that was just going about their business, and then eventually somebody saw the lights on above. They were growing. There was hundreds of plants upstairs above this restaurant for years and years and years. They were growing up there. I don't know if the restaurant's still there anymore.
That's like the picture you see on Facebook all the time. Every once in a while, it's a house in England that they got busted because they were growing in the attic of the house, but it was in a townhouse and it snowed.
It just
And
went
all
right through.
this, no, all the snow over their grow house, because the ceiling's going to be heated from
wasn't-
all the
yeah.
lights, had no snow on it, but the
It's
neighbors
melted.
on either side have like 6 inches of snow, and that's how they ended up getting busted.
That's how they found out. They were growing at the old Molson Brewery as well. They started seeing things like that.
Yeah, areas where there's no snow on the roof when there should be. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an easy way to find a grow in the wintertime.
That's one of the techniques they use in Alaska and up there in the north. They find grow ops. Well, they used to find grow ops that way very easily.
Yeah. Alaska, they don't have to worry about it anymore. That's why they developed autoflower strains, was for up north.
How many states are now legal?
I was looking at the map the other day. There's very few that there's. I'll tell you.
You don't know off by hand, Russ?
I think there was 37 that last count.
And how many states are there?
50.
Oh, 50. Yeah.
52,
50,
isn't it?
yeah.
Right, 52.
50. Yeah, 50 or 52.
So that's not even 40 out of 52, we'll say. That's not a lot.
Okay,
in 2022.
Right. What they have is they have it broken down as legal for recreational use, legal for medical use, because there's a lot of the states still have medical programs,
right,
but not a recreational. Then they have
you got
the illegal
18
states,
recreational.
and then they have states that have it decriminalized. Even though it's illegal, it's been decriminalized, which means you just get a fine instead of going to jail for 20 years for possession type thing.
The sniff fine.
But does it give me numbers? This, of course, is Wikipedia.
Yeah, 37 states, including the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, have some type of regulated cannabis use, and then 18 of those are recreational.
Yeah.
So that leaves like a dozen or so states that are still have nothing.
Well, let's see. There's like Texas is illegal. The Carolinas are illegal.
California is legal, but and has the weed traffic calmed down between California and Mexico now, or is it still going full?
It's actually been reversing. I just attended a webinar last week with Steve D'Angelo and several folks from Mexico talking about what's happening in Mexico, and they were commenting specifically about the reversal of that flow, and that now a lot of U.S. weed is making its way into Mexico.
That must be upsetting the cartels big time.
Well, we can hope.
I mean,
well, they've just started going legal anyway. So
right, Mexico's doing their own
trying.
legal process, or they're trying. They're going to have to fight with the cartels for that piece of the pie.
And Jamaica is doing the back and forth with Canadian weed, right? Are they not? I thought we were talking about that like a year or two ago.
And that's still up in the air. I mean, COVID threw a wrench into everything because
Yeah,
it shut
I keep
down
forgetting
almost
about
everything
COVID.
for the last 2 fucking years. Right, and that's kind of screwed everything. So a lot of deals that were going to happen 2 years ago aren't going to happen now because of this shit.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of businesses that are have gone down or are going to go down because of COVID, because of the whole legalization process up here as far as cannabis goes as well. They're starting to drop like flies right now. You know,
What are
it's a
dropping
shame.
like flies?
What's that?
What's dropping like flies? The
Cannabis
businesses?
businesses. Yeah, in Canada.
Yeah, we're you're going to see
the honeymoon is over.
Well, no, I saw an interesting thing here that Freya, Broken Coast, 2 other ones now have kind of combined for their medical program.
Hexo has just kicked a bunch of people out.
Right, but what you're going to see is you're going to start seeing a lot of these cannabis companies like Broken Coast and Freya and these ones coming together with their products to make a complementary product line. So they're pushing now for the medical market, which everybody fucking ignored when legalization came out. They started realizing they need the medical market. So they're now combined forces so that where the medical you can only order from one LP, well, you can now order from this LP that actually is being supplied by 3 other LPs. Right. And I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of that.
I think that like I said, the honeymoon is over, and we're going to start seeing some of the sticker arounders not really sticking around.
I want to read what her comment is.
That's why I put it up.
Because she's from Iowa. So states like Iowa might as well not have a medical marijuana program at all. It caps at 3 grams per 3 grams per 90 days? No, you mean 3 grams per day. No, 3 grams per 90 days. Who does that? So not every state that has a program can be counted as having a 6. Well, that's definitely not even a program. 3 grams.
They also don't allow flower.
That's just a way to collect some taxes. That's really
But that's
all
a gram a month.
Yep.
A gram a month.
Yep.
I'm a license for
preparation.
I have a gram for 30 grams a day.
I get 3 grams a day.
I get 30 a day for my condition. For 90. Oh, yeah. Iowa shouldn't even say they've got a medical marijuana program. They've got.
I've actually tried the 3 grams a day thing, and I do okay.
Yeah.
I do all right. I usually only have maybe 6, 7 a day, anyways.
I do. I could do 3 grams a day concentrate. Wait, that's what I do is 3 grams a day of concentrate.
Yeah, but that's not what they mean. I guess that's what they mean. 3 grams is 3 grams.
No, they're saying 3 grams for 90 days.
Dried flower.
No,
even but even concentrate. Yeah. 90 days, a gram a month of concentrate. Yeah, how do you divide that up? In capsules, 1 milligram capsules.
Wow, that's not right at this time and day. where
Definitely
cannabis is pretty much, well, was the number one subject in the world.
Yeah.
Now not so much, but it's there. You know.
Yeah, it's in Canada, it's kind of been screwed with legalization because the medical side has been pushed back. And Alexa says that's dried flower.
Jeez.
That's 3 grams of dried flower.
Yeah,
every
really,
90
Dale?
days.
Dale says he smokes a gram
Iowa
of
does
morning
not
coffee.
allow dried flower. They only allow cannabis preparations. It's 4.5 grams, but there's a waiver that you can get if your practitioner says that you need more. So 4.5 grams of cannabis preparations, but no flower is permitted in Iowa at all.
Wow.
So 4.5 grams of
The
cannabis
lack of
preparations
education,
every
yeah,
90
that's
days,
for sure.
unless you
Yeah.
get a waiver.
My doctor would create some waves signing my prescription in Iowa. No, he needs that every 3 days, not every 90 days.
I don't know. 3 grams would last me of oil would last me a month. Sure, it would.
Dale says he smokes a gram with his with his morning coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
Dale, I smoke 3 joints before I make coffee.
Yeah, it's the first thing I do when I wake up. Although, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't need it right away.
See, if I don't smoke 3 joints, I can't move my joints enough to get pill bottle open to take a capsule.
I can't eat unless I've had 2 or 3 doobies before I can eat. Yeah. So
there's
in the morning, anyways.
In Canada, because of legalization, it kind of screwed the medical patients. Well, it didn't kind of screw it, definitely screwed the medical patients because all of the producers went after the medical market or the recreational market and left the patients with nothing. Now they're trying to recoup those patients, which is the opposite of what I told them all to fucking do to begin with. But they don't listen to me, so they can learn from their mistakes.
So says Marcel, and that is our time for tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
Russ,
know what
been awesome having you on here.
Russ just fell.
I lost my camera.
He fell off his bong.
Man down.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
You're very welcome,
Oh,
Russ.
it's been a blast.
Please come and say hi again, and let us know when you've got your new books coming up. Sure,
Cool.
Marcel would love a copy.
We'll be looking for you for that show too.
For sure. And do me a favor, like I said, send me that contact information because I'd like to have somebody on that really knows that kind of stuff with shroomies and stuff like that.
The funkiness.
You got it.
I can't call them Zoomers. I just can't do it.
They're not Zoomers. They're just funky.
Yeah, I just can't call them Zoomer. Anyways, this is the 420 radio show. We're here Fridays 7 till 9 Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for listening. We'll be back.
We'll be back. Peace, love,
Right.
and hippie shit, and all that other stuff.
All righty, man. Take care.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not? I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us today for our roundtable number 41. We are being joined today by Mr. John Getman. And as we are getting all set here, one moment as we're having some brief technical. And let's see, share the page. And we're good to go. So we're having a series of discussions with leaders and those that have been in our movement that have inspired us through the years, and we're very, very honored to be joined by Professor John Getman, and where he's joining us today from Virginia. I'd like to thank our Veterans Action Council members for joining us tonight. Michael Green, Wade Laughter, Al Byrne, Todd Scatini, Michael Crowitz, Pearson Kennedy Crosby, Mary Lynn Mathry, Nate Landau, George Armstrong, and Tony Landry. Myself, I am Etienne Fontan. Thank you for joining us today. We have a very special discussion with one of the policy makers, I believe, who has done his best to instigate change. When I started off as a neophyte activist back when I was in my early 20s, post-war veteran, just trying to figure my way out. It was gentlemen like John Getman and what he was doing, and Al and others that were doing things on the national stage that we would read about and would inspire us to carry and take our torches and ignite them in the flame of their presence, and then actually take that light forward into the darkness and bring about some change. So these are a series of talks with those that inspire us, and John is definitely one of those. So basically going to start off with thank you once again, John, for joining us in our group this evening. What got you into cannabis in the first place? What inspired you? What was your first sort of dabble in cannabis, your first memory that made you go, this is inspirational?
Well, it was a lot of nice people like you folks, and I don't mean that to be patronizing. Look, there's two little stories I want to tell you here. One is the first time I smoked weed. And I'm a teenager. I'm a freshman in high school. My family has moved to a new area. I don't know anybody. I'm trying to make friends and find fun things to do. And I spent an evening at a coffee house at a church. And basically, I went out with some people to get high. And the first time, I didn't get high. I didn't notice anything. But the second time that night, I did. And I said, this is really cool. I like this. It made me feel good, but it was also nice to get fellowship, to meet and interact with people. And that's always been one of the really great things about cannabis in my life, is the community that has grown up around it, around the interaction of people using cannabis and so forth. So that got me into cannabis in general. And a series of events got me working at a counterculture hotline in Washington, D.C. called DC Switchboard. It was on the top floor of a building at 1724 20th Street. And the guy who was sort of running that counterculture hotline had a retail store. It was a head shop. And over time, I got to know him, and he gave me a job. And I started working in the paraphernalia industry. And the second anecdote that I want to share here is how I actually got into the cannabis legalization movement. And there, I think the person I'd like to credit is George Farnham, who was one of Keith Strope's proteges at Normal. And eventually, George was the director of Normal for several years. And George, we knew George through the store. But more importantly, in 1980, George put an initiative on the DC ballot to legalize cannabis in Washington, DC. Now, I don't think many of you know about this, remember this, because it didn't pass. But I was the manager of the best head shop in town. We got signatures for that initiative in the store, and I went out canvassing with George. We would go to movies. In those days, it was, if you wanted to see the new Star Wars movie, you had to get in line. And the line was 4 blocks down from the movie theater And that was a great place to get signatures. You guys have all done this. We all have done this. You Californians have been doing this for centuries, so it seems. So we hit the line and we get signatures. And I got to know George very well during that time. We also got to know Keith Strop, especially after the Peter Bourne affair, and Keith got in some trouble, and we kind of reached out to Keith with a little humorous matter of support. And the guy I worked for, we got to know Keith, we got to know George, we got a relationship with Normal. I worked on the it was The Empire Strikes Back, by the way. It was that Star Wars movie. But I just got involved in the initiative process with George. And at some point, I mean, I did the paraphernalia thing, the business for 8 years, and we spent a lot of time talking about how clever we were not to be in the illegal side of things, to be kind of straddling the illegal market, but we were all legal. At some point, I thought, you know what, this is all nice, but maybe I ought to do something to get rid of these stupid laws that are sending people to jail. So as my time in that business ran its course, and I left the company and went to get my my first degree. I started working part-time at Normal, and they gave me opportunities to apply the small business experience I had with the prior business, and so I got more involved in Normal, and here we are today. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of the things between then and now. But it was working in a head shop and realizing that it was nice to make money, but that there was a social justice issue in play here. And I didn't really realize it at the time, but that sort of got me into social justice and activism. And that's been a theme pretty much the rest of my life in terms of what I do with myself.
I always find it very fascinating what has inspired and what drives. And yeah, you encapsulated that quite succinctly, what many of us feel and drive forward with. So it was a great breakdown. First up will be Council Member Wade Laughter.
Yeah, thank you, Etienne, and thank you, Dr. Gutman, for joining us today. One of the things I heard about your history is that you were involved in a long-term lawsuit against the federal government that eventually made it all the way to the Supreme Court, which is quite a journey. Would you please explain that journey and how did you get started on that and find the perseverance to carry it all that way? Thank you.
Okay. Well, a couple of things here. Let's be clear, credit where credit is due. There have been 3 legal actions to try to take marijuana out of the Controlled Substances Act. And I was a direct catalyst for 2 of those. And Al and Michael and other people were very much involved in that second effort. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in due course. I think what you're referring to is actually the first rescheduling action that Normal commenced in, I believe, 1972. And this was in the courts, in the federal courts, until 1994. Now, it didn't go to the Supreme Court, but it went to the U.S. Court of Appeals. In fact, when I was working on the first rescheduling petition that I launched, I had to dig into the legal history of this prior 22-year action. And it produced 3 different important legal decisions from the U.S. Court of Appeals that clarified the laws about the scheduling process. Now, when I went through this process myself 2 times, it was in part, can we do this? Can we make it work? And it was also, if this doesn't work, let's establish that and move on to other areas. But this first 22-year saga that Normal got into, when I was working at Normal and when I became president of Normal, this 22-year battle had gotten to its crescendo, to its final arena, which were hearings before Judge Francis Young. And Judge Young was an administrative law judge. And let me just quickly give you an idea of what it took to get there. The Controlled Substances Act says, hey, you think a drug's in the wrong place? Give us the science, we'll go through a process, and maybe we'll move it. So Normal did that in the 1970s. And the federal government said, whoa, wait a minute. We have no interest in this whatsoever. And at first they said, well, we signed this treaty and therefore our hands are tied. We can't do anything. So there's a long court case about that and whether or not the treaty forbids anything from happening. And there were a couple of these issues where they just said, we don't want to do it for this reason. And it had to go all the way into the federal courts for the courts to say, no, shut up and do your job. And all this kind of settled the case law about rescheduling, which made it the two ventures I launched, well, they only took about 8 years apiece as opposed to 22. So that is progress, I suppose. But really through rescheduling, we've learned that the Controlled Substances Act is not where cannabis needs to be. And there's been a lot of talk. People want to deschedule cannabis. I'm kind of worn out from having, been doing this for a long time, but I've basically been coming around to know we actually do need to have an advocacy push to further nudge Congress along to get that done. I mean, maybe it's a technical thing that needs to be done because they're going to write new laws about cannabis. But getting it out of the Controlled Substances Act has been an issue since 1972, which math tells me was 50 years ago. And Normal launched this long battle, and I came in at the end of that battle. Now, for me, I learned about the rules about rescheduling. I learned about the science. I learned about what all the obstacles were. And when I had run my course at Normal the first time around, I've worked for Normal twice. I worked for a while, I left, I went back, I left again. Well, I started doing some research for, I was going to write a book. And it turns out every time I decide to write a book in my life, I come up with some other new social justice project, and I just end up doing that, not writing the book. And in this case, it became the rescheduling petition that I filed. But I was doing some research, and I know exactly when and where this happened. I walked into the government printing office bookstore on H Street in Northwest DC. I saw a title on the shelf. It said the biological basis for substance abuse. And I thought this will be a hoot, given what usually comes out of the government. I bought this little brochure. It's a 60-page little booklet. Took it home. I admit, got stoned, started reading it, and then these giant light bulbs started going off because this thing explained to me that the endocannabinoid system had been discovered and that we now know how marijuana or cannabis, I'm still getting that in my head, how cannabis produces its characteristic effects. And that in terms of dependence, it didn't act the way other drugs did. Literally, they could not get rats to self-administer cannabis. Now, that was a big deal. Self-administering cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, that's one of the ways that they say, okay, look, see how addictive it is. But they couldn't get them to do it with cannabis. So having done the tail end of this 22-year-old battle, I knew that had evidentiary value in these proceedings. And so that's when I started the second rescheduling effort, and then that became the third, and so on. But yeah, that saga, this sort of got me into this very arcane area of what the law is, what the court decisions are, and just how the government gets away with not treating cannabis the way it ought to in the legal regulations. So it's a really wonky thing, but I think it's an important thing. It certainly was a good learning experience for me to dive into. And honestly, on a personal level, when I filed what's now I'm calling the second rescheduling petition, my first rescheduling petition, I felt that was really the best thing I'd ever done in my life. I mean, I was very, very proud of that work, and I'm sorry that it didn't get the results that we wanted to, but engaging with the science at that level and understanding the impact that it had on people's lives, it really sort of just it strengthened that attachment I have to doing this type of work, and I realized that this was something that I had some skill at, and it would be good for me to continue.
Thank you, Dr. Gutman.
Thank you very much. Michael Krawitz has he has the next question, but he actually has a follow-up before he leads into that question. So, Councilmember Krawitz.
Thank you, Etienne. It's great to see you, John. My follow-up is just around, it's one of the more fascinating things for me, and I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about it from your perspective, today, is what I would call Bob Randall's compromise. It seems that working with Bob Randall back in the day, at that pinnacle of that case you're talking about with Judge Young, but Bob was willing, representing cannabis consumers and medical patients, to compromise with the DEA and accept Schedule 2. And with Schedule 2 came the same level of abuse potential as Schedule 1, so it wasn't even a consideration. So he went ahead and signed off, so to speak, on the high potential for abuse in good faith that they were going to then do their part and reschedule. And of course, the rest is history. As I remember, the DEA was allowed to overrule Judge Young based on a save the children argument or something along those lines. That, in other words, the DEA could consider other factors besides the science and the law when considering whether to listen to its administrative judge, and that it had its own power to overrule its own administrative law judge. But I'd love to talk a little bit about that and what it's meant over the years to kind of be saddled with that compromise, even when the DEA wasn't acting in good faith.
Sure. First of all, let me give you a little history here as to how we got that hearing before the administrative law judge. That's not an automatic in the it's called a rulemaking process, and it's not automatic that you get a hearing before an administrative law judge. Now, I referenced several different court decisions, and there were two that are published decisions, easily found in all the law books. There's a third one that's an unpublished opinion. It's called a slip opinion. And basically, there'd been two federal court orders to process the Normal's petition and just process it and move on. And they wouldn't do it. They kept coming up with reasons not to do it. So the federal courts, in response to Normal's a filing Normal made, the federal courts effectively put this whole process in receivership. They said, look, you guys, we're tired of this. Get your act together, and you got to report to us like every month as to what your progress is. And we're tired of you guys screwing around. Well, what that meant was the whole procedure now is under the supervision of a federal judge. Well, the federal government wanted to carve out Marinol. They wanted to carve out dronabinol, reschedule it, and make the THC pill available as a medical therapy. And they couldn't do it without Normal's agreement. And so here's the deal. Normal agreed to let them carve out Marinol and make that available to people as a THC pill in exchange for getting the hearings before Judge Francis Young. So that's one little thing about, the negotiations and the power games and whatnot. Now, as far as the DEA just not wanting to do any of this, the formal reason is if they have a rational, reasonable explanation, the courts will let them do what they want to do. And as much as many of the factors that you raised, Michael, were part of it, the bottom line is the feds kept insisting it was a rigged game. And Michael, it was a rigged game. You heard this at the hearing we had with the federal courts. And by the way, one of the reasons we got our hearing on the merits of the final rescheduling petition I did is because Michael Krawitz was recognized by the courts as having standing to bring this issue. It was Michael's involvement specifically, by way of patients at a time, but it was Michael specifically. They said, dude, you got a real issue here. We will hear your case. But the reason they get away with it is they say, look, we don't have scientific studies. We do not have double-blind clinical trials that show marijuana is safe and effective. Now, it's a rigged game because they wouldn't provide approval for any approved studies. And there was a point when we were before in our hearing over the last petition, Michael, you may remember this point. The judges started asking about this rigged game, and we had not really raised that sufficiently, I think, in our briefs. I mean, we had good lawyers, they raised good points, but it was fascinating that the court kind of realized that that was one of the problems. But that's the problem. I mean, look, I'm a professor. I teach research methods. I understand clinical trials. And when they say, look, you know, we want to have science behind this, it's kind of hard to argue with them unless you know the history of this entire issue. But again, it doesn't belong in the schedules. The Democrats in Congress know this, and they're getting ready to move it out. It's just a matter of when they're going to get around to it. And I will reveal something that's just breaking in the last month or so. NIDA now acknowledges that we have to get patient accounts. We have to talk to patients, and we have to take their testimonials as having scientific value. NIDA has finally made a complete 180-degree turn on the reliability and validity of patient accounts of their medical cannabis use. That's, I think, a very, very huge change in the federal government's disposition toward medical cannabis in general. But yeah, no, they basically said, we're not going to do it. And they kept coming up with reasons not to. And the courts kind of got rid of a lot of those reasons. But that final one of, hey, we want to have it based on science, that's how they've gotten away with it until now. At the moment, though, I think the modern political context is that scheduling is it's an anachronism. It's a failed 20th century policy that has absolutely no bearing on a 21st century issue.
Boy, oh boy, you know, when they when they say behind the scenes story is interesting, it's an understatement for this. This is a huge everything's behind it. It's just a little tip of the mountain that's sticking up. Everything is behind the scenes. But the next question I was going to ask you, what we had written down was you authored various pamphlets on cannabis when you were director of NORML in the 80s and 90s on cannabis. Can you tell us the reasoning behind those? I just want to add to that just slightly by saying that I've been very impressed. I mean, the documentation that you produced over the years has moved the ball, you know, and just handing out flyers and info tables is one thing. Creating documentation that gets I remember the one legislator in Virginia getting in your face, like really getting in your face and arguing with you over the numbers. And you were just reporting the facts. They hurt, you know, the truth hurts sometimes. But I just wanted a little bit of insight into that, more than just, you know, the pamphlets and, you know, kind of what your reasoning was, but, you know, kind of a little bit behind the scenes, if you don't mind, of how you were able to sort of move the ball down the field with documentation.
Sure. Oh, by the way, that legislator, I basically went and kissed his ass because that's what you do with people like that. I later on sent him a nice little apology, and I explained myself, and he said, oh, okay, I get it, and you're welcome to come testify anytime you want, and everything's great. Okay, look, it's the 1980s, and NORML is broke. And I'm trying to find ways to get information out to people, and we didn't have the internet. We had printing presses. I mean, not in the office. So I came up with these pamphlets, and I still have some. It's interesting. A gal named Emily Dufton recently wrote a nice book about the marijuana movement in the 1980s, and she actually, I sent some of these pamphlets to her, and she wrote about a couple of them in her book. And it's nice to get some attention to this old work. But basically, what I did is I took, you know, it's 4 panels, and it's a format that makes you really concentrate on important things and arrange information that's useful. So I had one on marijuana in the human body. I had one on marijuana and human behavior. One on drugs in children. It's called the Common Sense series, and so I have one called Marijuana and Common Sense. The green screen doesn't quite let me show you everything clearly. But no, these were little arguments, and so we print up 10, 20,000 of them, and I'd give them out to you know, volunteers to pass out. I basically threw 10,000 in the trunk of my car, got a buddy of mine, and we drove through the state of Virginia. We'd stop in a city, we'd find a parking lot or a traffic jam. We just start passing paper out. I don't know if we ever got a response rate that would justify the expense. But as far as an argument, as far as circulating an argument to people, I think that was very successful. And it allowed us to make arguments that were factually based, that were specific toward issues that the public was talking about, drugs in children, marijuana and behavior, and so forth. And it gave us a way of educating our activists and helping them organize, and it gave them tools to use. So it really was, as I've become a professor and I teach research methods and I teach ethnography, there's a thing called bricolage. Reminds me of the Ricola commercial. But basically, if you're an anthropologist or an ethnographer, you make use of whatever you got. It's like you MacGyver stuff all over the place. And that's what I was doing. I simply had a problem. I needed to get information out, and I needed to find a cost-effective way of doing it. And pamphlets were the way to go. And then working within that small medium, that really forced me to get very clear about arguments, about facts, about organizing the issue. So it was a really nice way to train folks my own thoughts about it. It was a really nice way to package information. It was a really nice way to sort of teach our activists how to deal with presenting information in a very digested, concentrated form. So it was a nice project, and it's nice to look back at something you did a while ago and not go like, oh my God, that's horrible. I actually kind of like what's still there. So I'm kind of proud of that, and I'm happy someone remembers it, and I'm happy to talk about it with you guys.
Not only do we remember it, it inspires us, and it's part of the reality that, we currently have our own trifold that we're taking to DC next week, because your trifold inspired a lot of us in Cannabis Action Network when we were out doing the grassroots stuff in 93 and 94. That's what we did, was to get these trifolds into people's hands. And because we were doing them rock and roll concerts, we were hoping that these kids would forget about it in their pants pocket. And this was literally our idea, was that they would forget about it, and then their mom or their father would pull it out of their laundry and be like, hey, what is this? And it would inspire, cause a confrontation to inspire a discussion. So your trifold continued to inspire us until, I guess, really that kind of fell apart with the interwebs. But I mean, a series of trifolds, from using, the Jack Herrera's Emperor Wears No Clothes, and, the histories and the information from Normal, etc., were key components in the darkest days of the drug war for us to drop seeds of information. We even had it called a Planting Seeds Tour for the Cannabis Action Network, and that was our inspiration, using little bits of knowledge sprinkled throughout the 47 states. We did rallies, teach-ins, and tours. We've seen what was able to happen when people realized they didn't have to give up their freedoms. And we thank people like you for inspiring us to give us little hinders, little points that turned out to be integral tools in our toolbox to influence change. So I just have to say thank you for that personally. And
well, thank you. And let me just throw out, synchronicity is an amazing thing. So you guys mentioned the pamphlets. I just said, I should dig these things up. So I went to my closet and I found them, and I found the pamphlets. And I told you, we were chatting before the broadcast, I also found some photographs. And I found a big stack of photographs of a demonstration Ben Maisel had annually in Madison. But Etienne, what I also found were color photographs from a little tour I made in Illinois, where we had set up like 5 demonstrations in different parts of Illinois. So we had a little bit of a road show. And one of those demonstrations, I believe it was at Southern Illinois University, a young woman was participating, and she really was excited, and she was really inspired by all of this. and that was Debbie Goldsboro. And then she went on to form the Cannabis Action Network, which you just mentioned. And I just find it very, very interesting that I find photographs from that little tour. And by the way, that was the last thing I did at Normal in my first tour of duty, so to speak. And it's just funny you raise that when I just come across photos from that particular trip. And yeah, it just amazes me, and it's so gratifying that something I did, and then other people pick up and do other things. It's a chain reaction we all get from all of our activities, and my actions are part of a chain reaction of other things other people have done. Oh, by the way, rest in peace. Respect to John Zwirling, who was a major supporter of Normal and one of the great criminal defense lawyers in Virginia and in this movement. But as I was telling you earlier about when I worked at the head shop and I was working at this counterculture hotline, 2 doors down the street in the basement of another building was the military drug law panel, which was counseling people who were dealing with veterans and issues with the military, with the war and the draft issues. And John Kenneth Zwirling was working on that project just up the street from when I was working in the head shop. We didn't meet, we didn't interact, but I always knew about that other project, and it was amazing when I met John and realized that you know our paths were so close in those early years of mine.
Yeah, you inspired Debbie Goldsberry out of Carbondale, Illinois, to get active, and she was a Jack disciple, and she came with Jack to West Virginia University in 1989, and that's when I got my copy of The Emperor Wears No Clothes, and then I went off to serve in Desert Shield, Desert Storm, and then when I came back, found myself a cannabis patient, and now that book was beyond gold to me. It was a lifestyle, and then to then find her when I moved out to California, I was a direct working with her. So, you know, I'm a direct offshoot of your tree of knowledge. So I cannot thank you enough for the inspiration and the time that you did, because if she hadn't been there and Dr. Todd McCarea hadn't been there and Jack, you know, who knows, but I can't tell you how much it inspires me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
Stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
But of course, not only do you inspire us, we happen to work alongside another member of ours who inspires us and that you have worked alongside, and that is Councilmember Al Byrne. And so he is up with our next question. Councilmember Byrne, you're up.
Dr. John!
Dude!
Hey, it's good to see you, John. It's been
Always.
a long time. All right, guys. All right, thank you. Hey, is that, you still in Loudoun County?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Well, I've been in that backyard smoking pot with you then.
Lost a couple of trees, but nope. Still playing the hermit, tucked away in Loudoun County.
Well, listen, my best to Justine, all right? Please remember me to her.
Indeed.
I
will.
You're looking good, by the way. I can tell you've lost some weight, and that makes me happy.
Me too.
You've turned into a handsome old gentleman, John. Good for you.
Thank you.
Listen, I before I ask the question I'm supposed to ask, and I'm not sure I even know what the hell it is anymore, but an anecdote. John tells anecdotes. That's my thing too. The first medical cannabis conference held in the United States of America was actually held by Normal. And the guy that commissioned that conference was John Getman. And he got Marilyn and I to go to Miami, and we got help by Dr. Melanie Dreyer, who was the dean of the nursing school down there at University of Miami. And we had this totally unsuccessful medical cannabis conference, but damn, we did it. And John was the guy that said, let's try this shit out and see what happens. So I want that part of history remembered. Miami was I had a good time. Hey, you know what the hell. And before I ask my question, that's really cool that NIDA has finally understood that the testimony of a given patient, which the medical community would call an N of one, study of one, if you will, in its composite form, like hundreds of thousands of N of ones, actually has validity. Took him a while. All right, John, I got to go. You and I in the back years and years and all that stuff. We were involved in all kinds of little legal things and everything. What I want, I brought up the fact that while we were involved in one of these lawsuits, which you described, the DEA, you submitted tens of thousands of pages of documents to them as science, and this is a reason we're saying these things. And I can recall, I'm not the detail on this, that's why I'm asking you, but I can remember the DEA coming back and saying, hey, wait a minute, guys. Some of this stuff's in German or French. Some of the stuff's in this magazine called Nature. How the hell do we find out this stuff? And we couldn't believe that the DEA, with like 25,000 agents, didn't have somebody that could translate French. I'm not making this up. Am I? Tell these guys the background on this stuff.
Well, again, they didn't want to do it. You know, I mean, you got federal bureaucrats. But by the way, I love bureaucrats. Okay, and my parents are civil servants. I'm not one of the let's trash the bureaucrats all the time. But you got bureaucrats, they don't want to do it. They make up excuses. And you know, it's hard to hold them accountable. I'm dying to meet somebody. The petitions, I think we actually kept 2 or 3 bureaucrats employed for 10 years. And I'm really fascinated that I'm hoping someday I meet somebody and they go, oh yeah, I worked on your stuff for 5 years. Thanks for keep giving me a paycheck all the time. Well, look, before I talk a little bit more about that, Al, I just want to salute you. You know, I look, folks, I am going to turn 65 tomorrow. All right. I'm going to officially be a senior citizen. Thank you. And, you know, you look back at your life, and as I've been looking back at my involvement in this movement, there are a few people that got it, what I was trying to do, and gave me respect and support and cooperation. And Al, you're one of the ones who did that. You were always one of those people that were always right there and got it and knew what I was up to. And I always appreciated that, and I still do. So I just want to commend you and thank you for that. As far as government scientists go, I believe in the professionalism of civil servants, and I was taught a long time ago that the way to get things done is to hold people to their principles. And that's what Patients at a Time was all about. That's what I think was so great about what you and Mary Lynn did with that, is that you kept reminding them about the science. You kept throwing the science back at them. I mean, you're presenting it to, doctors and healthcare professionals, but the fact that the National Clinical Conference kept reminding people that the science is there and you can't avoid it. You have to confront it. And having done that for 25 years is one reason why now they're saying, I mean, I'm talking about, they're putting out proposals. They want people to file requests for proposals, okay, RFAs, government grants. We want things, people to get stuff done. And now they're starting to say about patient anecdotes. Well, we'd like to have clinical trials, but we got to talk to all these patients, and maybe what we learn from them will help us form better clinical trials. But right now, we have to get on top of cannabis use because people are using it in the dispensary system, in the so-called legal recreational system, or completely outside the system. And they actually want to get on top of the science. Here's a peculiar thing. We all love pets, and there's nothing peculiar about that. The veterinarians are starting to get on top of cannabis medicine because people are giving cannabinoids to their pets, and the veterinarians are publishing papers saying, look, we got to get on top of this so they know what the safety constraints are. They need to know what the dosing levels are. And they point out that unlike with humans, we have lots of research on cannabis with pets because that's what they've been doing the research on all this time. So, excuse me. So the veterinarians are playing catch up. They're like, people are doing this, whether we like it or not, we got to learn about it, and we have to provide them with servants education and guidance. Well, that's what NIDA is doing. Like, even the veterinarians are getting on board with this trend. NIDA is doing the same thing because they are professionals, they are scientists, they are healthcare professionals. They do care about people. They get distracted by these political operations. But actually, the system does work. It just takes a long effing time to make it work. But we are getting them to really look at the science and the science and the reality of actual patient experience is compelling, and it is extremely powerful, and it just cannot be denied. And so, yeah, we're seeing that. We're seeing the results of the work now that you put in and that Mary Lynn put in, that everyone in this forum has put in over time, and in this movement over time. We're actually making progress, and it's very, very fulfilling. And I'm really proud of the work I've done, but I'm even more proud of the work that you all have done and everyone else has done, and how all this fits together. I just think it's marvelous and very exciting.
Go Team Sisyphus.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, I mean, we watched you push that stone, and it took all hands to get it over. And I think we're kind of all watching as it's rolling, going, wow, that's a pretty fast rolling stone about now. But yeah, here we still are watching it roll. But nor here nor there. It's a process, as we know, and we're going to participate in that process. And that's what we're trying to inspire with that process, with our letter to the U.S. Attorney General over the work Michael and others have done at the United Nations level, changing the Single Convention Treaty. So, and we're going to work with Michael for the next 10 years so that we can get recreational as well. So, yeah, it's a long arc, but, we're ready and prepared, and your inspiration amongst others, people all revel in the successes, but people forget on how we used to celebrate our failures because that's all we had. Successes were few and far between. Up with our next question will be Council Member George Armstrong.
All right, you guys got me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
All right. All right, thanks for joining us, Dr. Getman. I think this is great to educate us on the ones that came before us. We understand you're working with the University of Shenandoah on cannabis currently. Could you fill us in on that and any other current stuff that you're doing with anything to do with cannabis?
Love to. Well, it's Shenandoah University, not the University of Shenandoah, but yeah, that's where I work. I made a decision. Actually, what happened was I did the petition, and I realized that the kind of work I was doing was what PhDs do. And I thought, you know what? Since this thing's going to take 10, 20 years, I should go get a PhD while this is working its way through the system. So that's what I went off and did. And I was basically thinking that, you know what? I need a different vehicle to do the kind of things I want to do with this issue. And I figured a university was the vehicle I needed behind me to have the impacts I wanted to have. So I found a job, and then I found a local university that was gave me a job. And I've been teaching criminal justice courses for them for about over 10 years now. And I've been there long enough that I've gotten to know everybody. And more importantly, I've gotten to know the administration, and they've gotten to know me. And so, for example, I had a meeting with our president last year sometime. And, and when she sees me, the first thing she says is, "Oh, yeah, I keep seeing your name in the newspaper. That's great. We love getting the publicity." I mean, their attitude about me is, okay, we like him, and he gets our name in the paper every now and then. Well, you guys may have noticed marijuana has been legalized in Virginia and other places, and my school is going, well, we got to start doing this stuff. We got to start a business program, and we got to start a medical cannabis program. And we just hired a new provost. The provost is the person in charge of all the academic programs, the sort of the vice president. And I had a meeting with him, and I was presenting some ideas I have about the cannabis studies program. And he already was into hemp. He already had hemp on his whiteboard, on his planning board in the office right behind me. I didn't notice it. And it was sort of funny. I give him this whole presentation, and halfway through the meeting is when he finally explains to me that he goes, well, okay, you talked about how you'd been the weed guy for a while. Well, I was known as the cannabis guy. And of course, my jaw drops. And he explains that he's been a hemp enthusiast for a long time, that he was trying to get some research contracts for hemp at a university he used to work at, and his department chair was so pissed at him about it, didn't speak to him for 2 years. And basically, my university hired a new provost who wants to do things in hemp. And of course, I want to do things in medical cannabis and hemp and some other areas. So we get along just fine. And I'm working on some projects. So we're looking at getting some funding from USDA to promote hemp and to do more outreach to veterans and to get veterans involved in the hemp industry. I'm also involved in a special program for my president. I'm organizing a series of events on campus to respond to the Supreme Court's that bleep crazy episode of overturning Roe versus Wade. So my school is letting me organize a series of guest speakers and workshops. I had a meeting with the head of Planned Parenthood in Virginia last week about coming to speak on our campus. So my university is allowing me to do some very high profile projects involving social justice and also involved in developing cannabis programs. We already have a couple of people in our environmental sciences program who are putting together it's called a certificate. Basically, it's a short course anybody can take on sustainable on organic sustainable agriculture in terms of cultivating hemp. So my school wants to go into these issues that are related to cannabis being legalized, and they're like, well, hey, we got this guy who's been in this issue for his life. He's already on the payroll, so let's put him to work. So they're happy to put me to work, and I'm happy to take advantage of the opportunities and the institutional support they provide me. And this allows me to get into a lot of projects I couldn't possibly do as an independent activist, or I couldn't possibly do as part of an advocacy nonprofit. So I don't have a budget. I don't have a blank check. But I do have communication lines. I have good relationships, and I have the opportunity to bring this institution into cannabis, assuming that all the due diligence of any particular program or proposal pops up. So with the support of my university, I'm now able to go after government grants on things like hemp, and on things like medical cannabis, and on things like this new NIDA position about we need to talk to patients. And I'm like, well, gosh, I know a lot of people who are really good at talking to patients about medical cannabis, and I have a university behind me. Maybe you should give us one of these grants, and we'll go out and take care of that for you. So I'm very, very excited that the time I've spent trying to cultivate a relationship with an institution, that I can use it as a vehicle for the type of work I like to do in this issue. And Shenandoah University, I must say, I'm very impressed with the place. I have been. That's why I've been working there all this time. And again, from the president, from the provost, from my dean, I have full support to help them develop programs in cannabis and to do outreach to the industry, and outreach to patients and farmers and participants. And for me personally, it's a very, very exciting opportunity to take the work I've been doing all this time that we've been talking about. And by the way, your comments and support are very generous and very kind, and it's also very inspiring. And basically, it just makes me excited about the kind of things I can do now with the support of my university.
We have a few follow-up questions here. One from Councilmember Michael Green, and then Councilmember Landau. Councilmember Green.
Yeah, John, it's wonderful to hear all this. In my own mind, just the whole evening's conversation is becoming a timeline. I love looking at timelines with little lines drawn and some text next to it as things flow. Would you mind sharing, I think with the group, just some of the names of the courses and the thrust of the curriculum you're developing for the university? I think it's very fascinating. I think it's worth sharing, if you would.
Thank you. Well, the curriculum's a really interesting issue in universities and how it's produced and all that kind of stuff. And what I am trying to do is I would like to have a public policy program that is focused on social justice, in which I basically train people to be activists. And one of the things about this women's health initiative I'm doing in response to the Supreme Court action is that the school's letting me develop activist training for students who want to get involved in this particular issue. And so this particular project allows me to kind of design and test and sort of work with the idea of a public policy program that basically churns out activists the way that I did with normal. I want to do that institutionally. I want to basically just start sending out activists, people with training to engage with the government and make things happen. So this fall, I'm teaching a course on social justice, and I'm teaching a course that it's called From Marijuana to Cannabis. And so one of my first forays into the cannabis area is basically sort of a history, and it's a sociology course. And it's basically about how we went from the demon weed to the bountiful drug, the bountiful plant with so many positive contributions to society. So we're going to look at that. I'm going to take Richard Bonney's and Charles Whitebread's book. It's around here someplace, The Marijuana Conviction, and also Emily Dufton again wrote this nice book about the 1980s. Those are my texts for this class. But Michael's very interested in this, and I appreciate that, because I've been consulting with Michael about titles for possible courses that I would like to teach. I actually have designed a program that would provide a minor in cannabis studies, and so I'm looking for literature and course material to make this stuff into college courses. So right now in the fall, I'm doing a social justice course, and I'm doing a course on cannabis to marijuana. Excuse me, marijuana to cannabis. Let's keep this going in the right direction. And then in the spring, I'm going to have a course on medical cannabis use, which is going to be my first foray into that area. And then meanwhile, as we work on some grant proposals and as we kind of work through some administrative processes, we're looking at coming up with more involved programs. My university has a nursing school and a pharmacy school and a business school. And a very nice arts conservatory. And actually, believe it or not, I want to get everybody into cannabis. And it's really fascinating. Now that it's legal, all of my peers, all of my colleagues are much more open about talking about their own cannabis use and their own interest in all of this. And frankly, around campus, I just get a lot of goodwill, and it's like, right on, let's do it. So it's an exciting time. And as far as the courses go, I'm going to have a ball going in and teaching a course about cannabis. So not a lot of course prep and a lot of good opportunities.
You got to pinch yourself sometime and wonder if
Is it real? It's brilliant.
The decades of resistance that you fought against to now to have this level of acceptance it has to feel strange. Or I kind of always equate I'm always waiting for that other foot to drop. You know what I'm saying? But it is wonderful to see what you're doing be celebrated and accepted. And I'm glad to see you also pivot in a way that is, pivotal to the time, which is the change that is happening in women's rights, where I wish, and I'm glad that you are teaching activism, because you are definitely a great one, as one who has been there and done that. Because as you know, there was really no understanding of what we were to do. We had to figure it out on our own, from our mistakes, our foibles, from trying to build unities, etc. It's its own set of challenges. So I can tell by the joy in your expression how much it means to you because of the years of suffering. It's nice to see you being able to relax in and enjoy it.
Well, thank you. I had lunch today with one of my colleagues. She is she's our leader on gender studies, and her name is Petra Schweitzer, and she's just a wonderful, wonderful woman and a great colleague. But I was asking her, I said, okay, so we're going to do the stuff in response to Roe versus Wade. What's the most important thing you want us to accomplish with students? And basically, in her own way, she said, turn them into activists, make them understand that this is their problem. It's all of our problem, but we have to individually own it. But she said, the most important thing to her is that they get engaged, that they get active, they get involved. And I looked at her and said, I can do that because of what we've done here. And so, yeah, it's really nice to be able to extend this work into another issue. But at the same time, we're all fighting the same battle. We're all out for justice. We all have different ways of assessing it and conceptualizing it and seeking it. But we're all in this together. So it's very
but the same tools also apply, which is great. Yes. Because you're taking those tools that you helped work in the darkest days of the drug war and now are helping women now in the darkest days of their reproductive rights access again.
Because it's just another prohibition, and we have experience fighting prohibition. And I don't like the fact that the Supreme Court went bat bleep crazy, but we understand this and we can engage with it, and so we are.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Landau has a follow-up as well.
Before I get to my question, I first just want to thank you for paving the way. I run one of the normal chapters in California, and I wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for your pioneering. And before I get to my question, just when you're talking about the course, I was just at a cannabis event last week, and there was the dean from City College San Francisco, and I believe it's the first program in the country where they offer a full associate's degree in cannabis studies. It would take me about a week to put you in touch with her, but if you want, I can connect you two because they are now starting a program with Humboldt State University to make it a 4-year program.
Great. I'd love to learn more about that. Thank you. That would be great.
My question is, when you were normal, did you guys ever get raided or harassed by the DEA in the 80s and stuff like that? I was wondering if that ever happened.
No, but I do have a good story about that. Okay, so I worked for Normal for a while, and I lead the organization. And actually, I went to American University to study under Arnold Treyback and get my master's degree. So I'm working at AU now. And by the way, Arnold Treyback, rest in peace, another tremendous influence on my life. Someone who was a mentor and a teacher and a good friend, and just a major influence and beneficial force in my life, as well as this issue that we talk about. Anyway, so I'm working at AU, and I'm paying for my studies as a tuition benefit. So I work full time for the university, and I go to school at night. I got my master's degree in justice. So I'm there at work one day, and I get a phone call, and there's a U.S. Marshal upstairs in the main hallway looking for me. And I thought, well, this is going to be fun. So I go up and I meet the U.S. Marshal, and he has a subpoena for me. And I've been subpoenaed to appear before a federal grand jury, and I've been given immunity. And I'm like, oh, well, this is really interesting. What's this all about? Well, what it's all about is I had written a column for High Times magazine. I wrote a lot of columns for High Times, and I said, well, you know, all these people selling drug paraphernalia, they're pretending it's for tobacco, but it's actually for weed. You know, in DC, we say a gaffe is when someone tells the truth. Well, they were doing an investigation of all the local paraphernalia, all the bong makers in the DC area, including, for example, US bongs. You may or may not remember their advertising. Anyway, so what they were doing is they were using the grand jury process as a form of discovery to find out what other people would testify to, you know, in a trial like this. It was sort of an investigative thing. So I was on the outs with Normal at the time. In a long course, you know, you have relationships with organizations, and they're complicated. But hey, you know, we're all on the same side. I call them up, and they're like, "Okay, we'll get you a lawyer," and they got me an attorney, pro bono, to advise me on this particular thing that was going on. But they got me a really good lawyer, by the way. He later became a federal judge, and he will go unnamed at the moment. Anyway, so because I'm given immunity. And one of the things my lawyer explained to me was, okay, if you don't want to answer a question, you got two choices: contempt or perjury. Contempt is better. Don't lie. If you don't want to answer a question, then don't answer it. And the worst that's going to happen is they're going to put you in jail for contempt. And when that happens, you're in jail as long as the grand jury is in session. So if the grand jury is in session for 2 weeks more, then you're in jail for 2 weeks. If they're in session for a year, then you're sitting there for a year. So, okay, I got that straight, you know. So they're actually asking me to explain to them how paraphernalia works. I got to explain to a federal grand jury and a federal prosecutor how to smoke a bong. And they bring in all this paraphernalia in front of me, and they're like, well, did you sell these things? And I'm like, well, I sold those things, but that naked lady bong, that's too tacky. We didn't sell that in my store. So we're going through all that stuff. That was kind of fun. Okay, but then they started asking me about Normal and about Normal board meetings, and to what extent we smoked dope at the meetings. Now, I have immunity. I have no legal base. I cannot take the Fifth Amendment here. So imagine my predicament. What do I do? Well, what you do in a situation like this is you tell the truth. And the truth was, hey, they just fired me a year ago. I'm pissed at these people. Whenever I think about our meetings and this or that, I have the emotional response of our disputes. And I don't remember who did what where. And it wasn't our practice to socialize while we had board meetings. Now, that was okay. I wasn't, you know, that wasn't perjury, that wasn't contempt, and we moved on. but they were interested in whether or not, they could get testimony about normal smoke and dope at meetings or something. So they were sort of paying attention to us. There's an anecdote in my head, and Al, I think maybe it came from you, but there was something about a normal meeting, and then they realized that the DEA was having a meeting next door or something, and that kind of raised some eyebrows or something in a particular hotel. But no, they never really harassed us legally. They never really arrested us. They didn't send in narcs to kind of entrap us into smoking weed. They sort of left it professional. If we got involved in drug trafficking, they would have found us. They would have sent our ass to prison. I mean, that's, that goes without saying. And we didn't do anything like that. So no, there really wasn't a lot of official harassment. That wasn't an everyday thing. But that grand jury thing did remind me that they were, they knew we were around. They were paying attention to us. And I'll add this as well. One day I called the DEA to get some information about the seizures of marijuana crops last year. I got that data every year for the crop reports I did in the 1980s. So I call them up and and they go, "Oh, Getman, are you that?" John is like, "Yes, that's me." And so it was like, "Oh, I just called the DEA and they know who I am." I don't know if I should be proud or concerned, but that's just fun. No, they've never done anything unprofessional in terms of trying to go after us. But they every now and then I discovered that they were in fact paying attention, and they knew who we were and where we were and what we were up to. And I'm kind of glad they didn't decide to go after us with the full force of the law and throw us all in jail, because we do live in a democracy. And they also do believe in freedom, despite the fact that we have great conflict with them, and we could argue about that point incessantly. But no, nothing serious, but little suggestion here or there.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Michael Green with the next question.
Okay, well, the question that was posited loosely by the Veterans Action Council was basically asking you where you thought cannabis is going to go. We have a plant medicine. There's more. There's a folk medicine going back to China earlier. It's been recognized both as medicine and a plant, especially given what's going on now. Is that going to be like down the line? Am I going to have to worry about being able to get cannabis even though it's legal because of
Michael, you're breaking up a lot, but I have the gist of what you're asking, so let me respond to that. What's the new model for legal cannabis? It doesn't fit into the pharmaceutical model of, you know, created this pill, we spent all this research on it, want to make a profit on it, and here's the pill, go get it from your pharmacy. It doesn't fit because you can get it anywhere. Now, Lester Grinspoon, another one of our great pioneers who we have I have great respect for, I think we all do. Lester said it ought to be like aspirin. It ought to be inexpensive and readily available everywhere. And I do think that's the sanest, most clear assessment of what the medical cannabis system ought to be like in the future. But I see us moving into an area where cannabis is legal, it is widely available, and if people just want to go get cannabis and use it themselves for various symptoms that they're addressing, then they can do that. But I think there also needs to be a medical system where there is science, where there is data about dosage and effects, and what cannabinoids are best for what conditions, what terpenes are best for what conditions, and so on. I do think there needs to be a scientifically driven medical therapeutic cannabis context. I think we need something that's a kind of a synergistic combination, a hybrid of what we now call over-the-counter or alternative medicine and what we now think of as the pharmaceutical thing. I think we have to come up with a new model for cannabis. I don't think we can squeeze it into the model we have for tobacco, or the model we have for alcohol, or the model we have for Valium, or the model we have for Prozac. I think we need to innovate a new model that really.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's a unique thing. Do you think this will hybridize into that model itself?
I think it's for us to make it that way. I mean, it's like this. What do we want? We are the ones who got this right. We are the ones leading our society into this. We are the ones who are now taking our rightful seat at the table in terms of making the decisions about how we do this. And the public policy process is working. It's slow. Frankly, I don't think, all the laws we have now about legal cannabis, in my opinion, they all have to be rewritten, because in my opinion, none of them were made with patients or cannabis users at the table. These things all came out of political processes. I love the initiative system. I love the, MPP and others are pouring a lot of money from Peter Lewis's estate. He left money reserved for marijuana reform. When he died, he'd been funding MPP and he'd been funding these initiatives. Well, Peter Lewis in his estate, he left money to continue these initiatives, and that's why they're going on now. That's all great, and they're making political compromises to get the job done. But I think that all this stuff has to get redone with patients, with consumers at the table, letting their interests, basically demanding that their interests get met by regulatory policy. I mean, come on. In Virginia, we can grow 4 plants legally. Now, compared to nothing, that's wonderful. And if you're good at this and an indoor thing, you got your mother plant, and you can work with that. But come on, 4 plants is ridiculous. It's totally inadequate, and it's totally unenforceable over time as a policy thing. It's a nice compromise. but it's got to be changed. So yeah, we need a system that consumers and patients are driving that system. They're driving the regulatory policies that create that system. Because you know what? In every market, in every economic market we have, in a free society, in a free market, consumers drive the market. The consumer is not always right, but the consumer is always right when it comes to the decisions they make about spending their money. So yes, I do think we need a brand new system, and I think that it's our responsibility to create it. And I think that society, and again, like NIDA with this change about, well, now we think patient anecdotes are valid and we want to get more information. That's NIDA saying, okay, you guys were right, you gals were right. You know, we're learning from this and we're moving on. So we have been providing leadership in this area for over 50 years. And it's time for us to finish that job. And so really, it's up to us. What do we think cannabis needs to be in terms of a regulatory model? What's the role of cannabis in a society that is based on freedom, governed by the rule of law? So we can do it, and we're going to.
Well, that's what we're trying for. Council member Al Byrne, you've got a response.
Dr. John, the new model, sir, I believe should be agriculture. A long time ago, we found out this is a friggin' plant. It's not a drug. You guys keep wanting to insert it in some sort of schedule that has something to do with drugs. I don't think it has anything to do with drugs at all. It's a plant. Yeah, sure, you can make drugs out of it, but you can make drugs out of a willow tree. So I have been pushing the VAC lately, these guys here, to start to consider, just like 30 years ago when we had to create a new semantical definition of the plant, which was cannabis instead of marijuana. I think now we have to create a new model of the cannabis plant and keep drumming into these people that it's a plant. Now, interestingly enough, we do a lot of, we've been working a lot with the state of Louisiana, who just transferred cannabis from the agriculture department to the Department of Health. Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue with them, but I think they had it in the right place. So anyway, John, as you go forward in the world, think about Al, think about this plant grows in the ground. And every other thing that grows in the ground that I know of, I might be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Professor. But every other thing that grows in the ground in Virginia or Florida is regulated by the agriculture people. And I think that's where it belongs.
Very good points. And, you know, okay, look, I used to work for Normal. Organizational relationships are complicated. I don't like to use the word normalize these days. It's just an eccentricity I have. But I think mainstreaming is a great word. And this is what's going on now in our society, is that the cannabis, we're mainstreaming cannabis, and we're going to continue with that. I had lunch with some colleagues today, as I mentioned earlier, and we were talking a little bit about weed. And there was a point where I said, yeah, it's a plant. I mean, it really is really that ought to be the big epiphany that people start with, but for us, we kind of get them there. But the reason prohibition failed is because it's a plant, and listen, I'm a professor, so I get a little pedantic, and so this is something you guys know totally. I'm not trying to, you know, teach you anything, but as I've been saying this for years, it's a plant. You can grow it anywhere, and people do. You can grow it in a closet. You can grow it at the edge of your property. You can grow it in the basement. You can grow it in the attic. You can grow it in the middle of a national forest. The reason why prohibition failed is that you cannot control the production of it because it's a plant and people can grow it anywhere. So in many respects, this idea that it's a plant, from a public policy point, okay, just in the wonkiness of regulations and public policy and so on, But I got to tell you, it's really tripped out to see my hands moving around on a green screen. It's a little weird. I'm sorry. It's a little distraction there. You know the culture I come out of. The fact is, because it's a plant, a lot of these regulatory schemes just don't work. So the idea that you can limit people to 4 plants, how are you going to do that? Okay, it's a plant. You couldn't control how many plants they grew before legalization. What makes you think you're going to do it now? The fact that it's a plant explains why all these regulatory structures are houses of cards. I mean, they're sandcastles. That reality, it's a plant. That destroys all of these regulatory schemes because they have no control. It's a guy named John Kaplan with a K. Really very influential person in criminal justice studies. And Kaplan wrote in 1970, at the time they were planning the Controlled Substances Act, he said, this is only going to work when you can control the means of production. If you want to make cyclamates, you got to have a huge factory. Well, government can find that factory and they can shut that down. You can control cyclamates because you can control the means of production. You can't control cannabis. That's why it's legal, because the illegality wouldn't work because it's a plant. So yeah, it ought to be governed as a plant. It ought to be regulated by the Agriculture Department, and Al is completely right on all that stuff. But Al is even more right. It's a profound revelation that, let's go back to Jack Harrar, okay, and the emperor wears no clothes. Well, the fact that it's a plant is that, oh, look, the emperor has no clothes. The fact that it's a plant is why none of this stuff works. All of these systems about, legalization and X number of plants and all this kind of stuff, if they don't make a system that we will find it useful to buy into, we're just going to grow weed ourselves and go about our business. If they want to make this work, they have to appeal to us, because that's their weakness. That's the Achilles heel. That's the flaw in the diamond. That's the whole point. So Al, yeah, you nailed it. That is, dare I say, the root of the issue. It's a plant, and that's a good thing.
And all puns intended, right?
Yes. Yes, for once, yes.
Yes. Well, after the other 9, then no pun intended. Right. Okay. Moving on to Councilmember Landau with our final written question.
I just want to say the new president of Colombia wants to legalize it, and he says anyone can grow it anywhere as long as it passed testing. He's treating it like a plant. But the question I'm going to ask is, what is your key takeaway with veterans meeting at POD conference, and what's the takeaway that you got from that lunch meeting?
That I ought to be spending a lot more attention. I had to devote a lot more attention to veterans issues, and that veterans are leaders in our society, and they have a pivotal role moving forward. And I don't say that to be patronizing. That's just it's just an epiphany. It's a revelation. I've been surrounded by veterans throughout my career. I have not served, and I have great respect for those who have. Also, I've talked a lot about working for Shenandoah University. I also work for a college university in the University of Maryland system called University of Maryland Global Campus. It's basically the online university in the University of Maryland system. Well, UMGC, formerly UMUC, has a contract with the Defense Department. In fact, they just renewed it, and institutionally, we're very happy about that. UMGC has essentially had the prime contract for providing educational benefits to service members and their families. So I've been teaching for UMGC for about 12 years now, longer than I have for Shenandoah. And my classes routinely have active military personnel. I teach a course on organizational strategy. Look, you guys know all this. I respect this in the military culture. I cannot get military personnel to call me by my first name. It's always sir. I feel very self-conscious teaching strategy to a Army colonel, for example. I had an Army colonel in my class, and I'm teaching strategy to him. And I'm like, you're a colonel in the Army. You know as much about strategy as anybody else. I have a different form. But that's made me think differently about veterans and about the military. You guys all know how screwed up military bureaucracies can be. But from working with these students, I've learned about how the military does things well, and about how people who serve in the military have great skills, have great professionalism, have great values, and teaching a course about how you use strategy to create cohesion in an institution. There's an awful lot to be learned from the military. So for me, the meeting Todd and meeting and talking with some of you folks and this luncheon that we had, it just helped crystallize to me the importance of veterans in our society, and the opportunities we have to work together on these issues that we have in common, particularly medical cannabis. And also, as an entrepreneur, I see a huge business opportunity here. Veterans need our support, and in terms of running nonprofits, it's an area that we need to spend more attention on. And as a nonprofit, if we devote attention there, our organization will grow, because I teach strategy. And to me, nonprofit strategy, it's not about profit, obviously, it's about creating value. And veterans create value, and veterans have problems that if we adjust and help them with that, it'll create value for them and greater value for society. So I'm more focused now on veterans issues, because of that particular meeting in Kansas City and the people I've engaged with over my career. Brought it all together for me.
Etienne, may I follow up very
Yes,
briefly?
go ahead, Todd.
Hey, thanks very much. Hey, John, what an honor it is to have you kind of speak to us tonight. I really do feel like we are among legends. It was an honor to have you out here in Kansas City. The Patients Out of Time event, from my perspective, went really, really well, and was just an example of like how we as veterans, as the community, as we can bring together incredible voices. To have you there for the luncheon with Doc Ballard, the only living Medal of Honor recipient in Missouri, as well as some of the most world-renowned medical cannabis researchers, doctors, and activists. It was one of those moments for me that I don't think I'll forget. So I really appreciate it. I wanted to let you know that, this is happening on a global scale. I was just in Europe this summer and was in Germany at the International Cannabis Business Conference, and listened to their Minister of Drugs say the same thing we've all been saying for a very long time, which is, this is a paradigm shift. And, and it truly is, because of the impact that it can have on so many different levels. While I was there, I will inform you and the team, because I know we spoke about this, you and I, in June when you were here for the Patients Out of Time conference, that my intention was to go to this International Cannabis Business Conference, and also to speak with U.S. Embassy officials and other international officials about cannabis, and I did. This is a paradigm shift. To watch what's happening in Europe in terms of legalization is really epic. And I think our timing and the ability for us to communicate with, soon to be the second NATO ally with legal adult use cannabis, right, and access for their military personnel, it's time to start talking about this at an international, multinational level. Our time back there was incredibly insightful, where my family and we have decided to move back to Europe. And Michael, I know we've spoken about this in the past, so we would be moving to Ljubljana, and that is just, a few hours away from Vienna, and where the World Health Organization is headquartered out of. So I'd like to be able to spend a lot more time impacting in Europe. One of the main things that I've been talking to folks at the embassy level about is the potential for cannabis and hemp to serve in post-conflict reconstruction. And a big part of that is education and academia. And you, as a part of academia, we talked about the potential to connect universities. I think that we've got the ability to do that now. We're talking about utilizing hemp and cannabis as an agricultural product, as a medical product, and more, to serve as a baseline for the reconstruction of a post-war area, specifically Ukraine as a backdrop for that, as consideration for that, right? An agricultural country that provides 75% of the world's wheat, and that already grows hemp, by the way, is largely displaced at this point. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have left their homes, right? And are waiting for that peace to arrive so that they can come back. So I think there's a potential through education and academia to educate Ukrainians while displaced, right? Potentially in countries that are huge hemp and cannabis cultivators, like Poland right next door, like France or Germany or the United States or Canada. And so this is a big time international military opportunity, I think, to use this as a backbone. So I guess I don't really have a question. My question was, I was going to ask you what Nate asked you, took away from the Patients Out of Time event. But really, I'm hoping that maybe I can just get a yes or no of, are you considering perhaps coming back to Kansas City at some point to continue all of our conversations? Because I think focusing this conversation on a repeated basis is really what's going to make that happen. And you mentioned in one of your last sentences, the magic ingredient, and that is leadership. And I think that we can provide that if we focus it in certain areas. Veterans that have leadership running through our veins. And so, John, you said you didn't serve either, but I tell you what, you're serving now. Thank you for all you've done. Thank you for setting the conditions for the future of what I think is going to be a much better world for veterans and for for the rest of the world. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, and I'm humbled by your comments, and I appreciate your generosity and kindness. Yes, I would like to come back to Kansas City. Yes, I'd like organizationally to come back to Kansas City. Personally, you may not know this, but Michael will testify to it. I'm a real barbecue nut, and I just haven't had time to sample all the barbecue in Kansas City yet. So I got to come back for that, if nothing else. Yes, I would like to come back, and I really have I have Leavenworth in my sights now based on our conversation. Let me comment on something you mentioned about Europe that's really, really important, and that's Germany legalizing cannabis. I mentioned Arnold Trebek, and Arnold used to have a institute, a little conference he had for students in London on drug policy. And so one year I flew over there as normal director to speak at that. And one of the other guests was the justice minister from the Netherlands. Now, those of us who understand World War II history appreciate that the Dutch and the Germans still have some issues to grow past from the war. Yeah. But the Dutch minister was explaining the difference between the way the Germans approached the law and the way the Dutch approached the law. He was explaining the Dutch policy of non-prosecution for cannabis. It was against the law, but they had a discretionary policy of not prosecuting people. That's why we held the coffee houses. And here's what he said about Germany. And this is not a snarky remark. It's actually a very astute one. He says, for the Germans, if it's bad, then it must be illegal. This whole thing about the law as a teaching instrument, for the Germans, that's very much part of the way, the role of law in their society. Again, I got to watch the hand thing. That it's just so weird on the green screen. So basically, Germans had cannabis illegal because cannabis was bad. Now, conversely, when Germany says cannabis is legal, they're saying cannabis is now good. Them to go from illegal to legal, it's not a matter of convenience or pragmatism the way the Germans contemplate the law. It's like, no, this is not a bad thing, it's a good thing. And so that fundamental shift from them, the way they view law in their society, that is profound. That is a profound change for them, and that is just another reflection of these changes that are going on. And you are very right to bring up the fact that Europe has been growing hemp for decades. I mean, they didn't have prohibition of hemp. They've been growing hemp all this time. We have all the stats, we have all the economic data from that. It's a great resource. So sure. Yeah, I want to go back to Kansas City, and yeah, Europe is very important. And the thing with Germany is a great importance that we.
And academia. And by the way, I come back with an open invitation from the University of Ljubljana for academic relationships. They are very eager to start a very professionalized cannabis education program along with exchanges. So if that's something that we could talk about, I'd love to take that offline.
My university
Or
loves
hopefully
to
talk
send
about it in
students
DC.
overseas. We
Okay,
love to send
perfect.
students overseas, so we have a big international focus as well. So yeah, we'll get on that.
Wonderful. Okay, perfect. And we're going to see you in DC, correct?
Who, what, where, when, what?
For
I don't think he's aware of DC, Todd.
No, I'm not.
no, the lobby days coming up
Yeah.
in September. You know, we're not
Oh.
very far away from you.
No, I'll be out in Winchester teaching students to do this later.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Wade Laughter, he had a follow-up.
Yeah, what made me raise my hand was the comments you made about the Dutch minister's observations about Germany's change in law.
Yeah.
And it brings me back to Al's point about the plant. It really is about the plant. If you can't control the means of production, how can you control production of that? And for me, it really ought to be a right for every person to have this plant as much as they want. And anytime you make rules like you mentioned in Virginia, you can have 4 plants. Well, as an indoor cultivator of many years ago, I can say with authority, it's a complete waste of time to grow 4 plants indoors. Don't bother. Don't bother. At 40, you might be able to make it worth your while and pay for your lights and whatnot. But 4, it's a complete waste of time. And the thing is, people know that. Anybody that's tried it realizes this is a waste of time. Why am I doing this? And so they break the law. And I think that part of the problem of prohibition, part of the fundamental issue around cannabis for me and social justice is it has set up a paradigm where none of us believe what the government says anymore. Because this is a patent example of a lie, an obvious, easy to see lie that's still being used to put people in jail. And it's, so anyway, I don't really have a question. I just wanted to call attention to that idea. Again, it's the plant. It really ought to be like growing tomatoes or corn or any other plant that you want to grow because you love it, and or it might be actually good for you. And thank you again, Dr. Gutman. Really a fascinating conversation this afternoon. Thank you.
No, we appreciate you coming in, Councilmember Getman. We kind of feel you are part of us because you have inspired us and continue to. So do please, in the future, come back and keep us updated as your trials and tribulations through the education system as you make your way through it. Please come back and share your experiences with us so others can learn. So that because others are now looking towards, as their states go toward legalization, or even in the state here of California, the state of California or the University of California system is still pretty afraid and hands off of it again because of the whole federal legality. But as we continue to live in our 10th Amendment realities that we have to exist under, which will need to follow a very interesting change that happened in law in Maine just this past week, where it may have a effect on interstate commerce. So I did write to our friend Adam Smith, who we had a previous discussion with, to get some clarification on what this may mean. So we may see some interesting changes just in the coming year already with the elections taking place. But John, we can't thank you enough. Do you have any parting words, or do you have anything that you would like to share with us before you go? Tell anybody about your classes specifically at Shenandoah, or whatever you would like to at this time, please.
I would just like to thank all of you for, again, your generous and kind statements. It means a tremendous amount to me personally, to understand that people do appreciate work that I have done. I'm very proud of this work. But I am also just very, very grateful for your support over these decades and in our conversation here. Again, it means an awful lot to me personally, and I find it very inspiring and very fulfilling. So again, I just want to thank all of you for what you have been doing and emphasize that it helps me do what I do, to know what you all are up to. So thanks for the good vibes. And I mean, really, personally, I just really appreciate it, and I'm proud to have all of you as friends and colleagues, and I'm really proud of the work that you guys are doing, and I'm really excited about our prospects of what we can accomplish together in the near future. So again, I just thank you for all the all the love and support and the good vibes you're throwing my way, and really, folks, guys, I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me personally, and I thank you for it.
Well, you mean a lot to us, and we wanted to share with everybody else on, the people that truly mean, a lot to us, and you are, because you not only have walked the walk, you've talked the talk, you've done it with an integrity. And the thing about integrity is, it's not sexy, it's not fun, it's not what the public looks to and toward. But neither is the right thing sometimes in society's eyes. So thank you for always being a steward, fostering, doing the right thing, and taking the right approach to do things, because it has led us to continue to foster that as we move things forward. So thank you again, Professor Getman. Again, I'd like to thank council members Al Byrne, Wade Laughter, Todd Scatini, Michael Crowitz, Tony Landry, Gage Amsler, Marilyn Mathery, George Armstrong, and Nate Landau. Myself, I'm Etienne Fontan. Thank you very much for joining us for VAC Roundtable number 41. We'll be back in 2 weeks with 42. We will not be back in a month. We will actually be all together in Washington, D.C., lobbying on behalf of veterans for December 14th and 15th. We will be on Capitol Hill talking directly to our peeps. So we will not do our roundtable in a month, so we apologize for that. That's because we're busy, and I will actually be on a flight back from DC, so I can't make it. So thank you guys very much for joining us. We'll be back in 2 weeks, and we'll be talking to you soon. This is VAC Roundtable number 41, John Getman. Peace.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. What was that, Tamara?
I got all kinds of alerts on my page. Pace Radio.
Yeah, so did I. I just got them as soon as we went live. You got all these notices that showed up, and
I just remove them, right? I just hit remove.
For some reason, there's a problem on Facebook because everything that's going to Facebook is not going to Facebook.
I didn't have a problem on my show on Monday.
No, I know. Yeah, either did I. Either did I, and there wasn't a problem yesterday either. So yeah, it's
Facebook's
something.
having a day?
It is. We are running live. Just so you know, we are running live on YouTube, and we are on LinkedIn, and we are live on our websites as well.
I thought we weren't on LinkedIn anymore either.
No, we have another way.
I'm confused. I know we're not on that X thing though.
No. So we are live at the website, paceradio.net.
That's where I always advertise when I'm on the talk. I always say, join us on paceradio.net because it's easier than saying, this one, that one. It just
direct people to the website for sure. I'm going to try something out here and see if I can get it to reload itself.
So something I haven't asked you for a while.
What's that?
How's the renos coming? How's things going?
Oh, all right. They're coming along.
That's why I don't ask. Because I know that's like never a good thing when you're trying to build. Like there's always delays, there's always something that doesn't come in, there's always aggravation. I've watched my friends build houses before. That's why I hate asking.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm not building the house, but
doing renovations. But I watched my friends.
Yeah, just renovations.
Oh my God. And even like trying to get this roof fixed and have people come and look at it. It's like, can somebody just show up? And then I have a guy in the school today saying, well, we're a construction company. We can't find new work in town. I'm like, I can't find anybody. Come look at my freaking roof. Like, what are you
really?
Anyway, yeah, people are. Yeah. But I also don't want some fly-by-nighters that don't have, insurance and
Just so you know, I did remove those. I have removed some of those Facebook posts while we've been talking, and resetting them again. And unfortunately, they still get booted. So something's going on.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Facebook is like. Go ahead.
Facebook is, like I said, if I didn't have my shows and stuff, my pages and stuff for my social media and stuff, I would need Facebook because I'm on Blue Sky and TikTok, but I don't use Blue Sky much because of Facebook. But it's got my pictures, and it's got my page for my show and this show, and it's cool for so many years. It's hard to peel yourself off of it.
Yeah, well, you know what we do when that happens, eh? We go to another device, just like this. This is one of those things. It just happens to happen when you're going live, right?
Well, it's like on Monday with my Wi-Fi going down. I didn't go back till 3:00 in the afternoon.
Oh yeah.
I was halfway through my show. I just started running just come back from my commercial set. Thankfully, I didn't have a guest, and all of a sudden it was just like, boom, and I'm like, "Are you fat? What?"
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I went to YouTube, and I got the link from YouTube. And I am going to the Pace Radio Network's I think I know what's going on. Oh, I figured it out. Oh, no. Yeah, I think I got to I think what's happened is we're trying to run two broadcasts at the same time, And that is because I scheduled our newest podcast for to be released tomorrow.
Oh, and it's at
And
the same time as right now.
it's running right now instead. Yeah, I set the
So what
time
should we do?
right.
Should we?
Yeah,
Should we?
I'm in the process of going there right now,
Okay.
and I am going to
Well, technical difficulties. These things happen, especially with
correct.
life, right? We have some technical difficulties sometimes.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
let's be fair. Like, none of us have, degrees from state in media journalism and all these, fancy things. And
Right.
even if we did, we would have, graduated, 25 or 30 years ago. And some of the new technology we wouldn't have learned anyway. So we're all
Yeah,
right?
and people are getting a bit of a sneak peek of it right now, and
And we got a sneak peek because we got the host of the new show as a guest anyway.
right,
So
yes, yeah, and instead of talking about him, we're talking about what I messed up earlier today with scheduling.
that's okay. That's okay, because you know what? Like I said, this is live, and we just kind of have to roll with the punch.
Yeah, so I'm gonna see if I can re-add Facebook. Yeah, exactly. See if we can get there. And if we were recording shows, we would just edit all this
I
out.
see you've got another screen down here too that says present and invite. That must be the music that you've got loaded up.
Yeah.
Which is
Okay.
not affecting anything, I'm sure.
No. Okay, let's see what happens. See if we get back onto Facebook.
And there we are.
Well, I'm gonna find out. Yeah, look at that. Click. We
We're
saw.
live!
Well, hang on. We're live right now, but how long? Because I
long we
was
don't
going
know?
live, but yeah, I should be. I got the other end shut down, and some people who were watching earlier here on Facebook, you've got a bit of a preview of what is coming up, and Tamara, what can I say? Those things just happen.
That's right. Technical difficulties. We've all been there. Like I said,
Yes,
halfway
yeah.
through the mandate, I was like, oh shit, I got no Wi-Fi. Sorry, folks. I didn't even
But
explain. I just all of a sudden I disappeared. It was like, oh, bye.
bye. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, during your show when that happened, the Wi-Fi kicked out.
Yeah, it is what it is, right?
Yes, it is. Well, hey, that's what happens, and the bloopers all come with the broadcast, right?
It's too bad we couldn't save the bloopers. Can you imagine?
What's that?
I said it's too bad we don't record the bloopers. Could you imagine us swearing at our computer and throwing stuff at it? People would actually see that.
Yeah, exactly.
I know how many times that's
Okay.
happened to me with this stupid thing.
Right. Well, I think we're good to go. I think we've got everything straightened around. Maybe, and I'm not gonna download this and then edit this stuff out. Everybody gets to see how that happens.
Well, it's
But
just because we're real. They know it's real, right? At least they know that we're real.
at
We're
least
not
we are live. That's right. Okay. All right. So let's move on to our guest. Tonight we have a guest that has been involved in the cannabis community for a little while now. They are educating people through many different ways. And they are also a new content provider here on the Pace Radio Network as well.
Welcome to the network.
So instead of me telling you all about this fellow's new show, we're gonna introduce him. He's gonna tell us all about the show, and we're gonna find out a bit about him because we like for people to get an idea to know who our guests are here on the network, right?
Absolutely.
All right. So at this moment, I'd like to welcome Dave Johnson of Dr. High. How you doing, Dave?
I'm great, thanks. You guys, how are you?
Hey. Well, you see what happens when you go live. You just never.
Welcome to the network.
Yeah, these things happen, What are you gonna
Yes. And the thing is that I program because we do have pre-recorded stuff here on the network.
Yeah.
And today I programmed 3 of them. So yeah. I messed up on one of them.
He never likes to say that he's got a lot on his plate, but the guy has a lot on his plate. Like you and now, since we've changed everything around again, he actually sets up my show for me. Where before I just go and, he didn't have to be bothered to do anything. He'd just go about his day on Monday morning and not have to worry about it, right? And now this lovely man sets up my show. All I gotta do is click and I'm in, right? And everything's already ready to go for me, which I really appreciate. Not, but it's because we changed things so he can have everything like lined up for the website. But he does a lot of the back work and a lot of hard work, and I don't think he gets enough thanks and appreciation. So again, thank you, Al, and Al, for both of you, for making this put us all together in this network, and that we can all share our education.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. But I think tonight's issue we have to get back to the root cause, and that's the fact that we're all stoners. You know what I mean? Shit happens when you're a stoner. You know what I mean? It's just part of the lifestyle, right?
Yeah, but we always like some of us really were stoners before we actually found the medicine, and then once we realized that it was medicine, then it was more like when people say stoner, I'm like, I haven't been stoned since 1998. You know what I mean? Like, are you kidding me? Like, all it does is kind of kill the pains and makes it so that I don't, so I can eat. Because if I don't smoke anything, I could go days without eating. Just days and days. Yeah, because I've got lymphatic colitis, which gives me actually an anorexia. I've got anorexia. Like, it's like an eating disorder because you don't eat because then you're on the toilet. So you just make a habit of not eating, right?
Right.
And so yeah, you end up with an eating disorder along with the colitis. So
and of course the cannabis stimulates your appetite and you're motivated
Yeah.
then to get the nutrition you require.
Right, but not
her out some.
sometimes it doesn't help either. Like, it depends on the strain too, right?
Yeah. I sent her out some buds, and the next thing I knew, I see on Facebook, "Damn you, Al Graham! Now I'm hungry."
Well, they say part of the reason that cannabis can be beneficial to people with Alzheimer's because they forget to eat. You know what I mean? Their appetite's gone. They forget to eat, and by the inclusion of cannabis therapy, they have their appetite stimulated, right? So that's one of the benefits they talk about for people with Alzheimer's and cannabis. So
well, they also say that it's also like for people that use it on a regular, it's preventative because it actually inhibits the tartar that builds up, in the brain.
That amyloid plaque, right? Yep, and it's super low doses too. I think the studies in Israel had it at something like 8 milligrams per day. You know what I mean? Like a super, super low dose.
Well, we used to have the old regime where we like, a grain of rice to begin with, and then like for cancer treatments.
For RSO. Yeah.
But then again, a gram per day, you're non-functioning. You're sleeping. Like that's a lot of extract. To be honest, I mean, you don't smoke. I can't smoke a gram of that a day. I mean, I just can't. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Right. So I think the microdosing aspect and the studies that are being done by, patients on their own too, as well. With microdosing, we're finding that it's probably just as effective, right?
Yeah.
In small doses,
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's still going to trigger the same mechanisms, right? So how much do you really need? That's part of the problem is the titration of THC and CBD to be able to obtain effects. Until the U.S. legalizes cannabis federally, I don't think we're going to see the big studies going on in universities because nobody's going to fund them. Everybody who funds studies for drugs are pharmaceutical companies,
They aren't going to legalize cannabis. They ain't going to put any.
No, it's not going to happen anytime soon. I don't think.
We don't even like them anymore.
Okay. Let's jump into, as I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast. So at some point during that turmoil period, the Dave, Dr. High, he's going to be starting a new show here as a content provider on the Pace Radio Network. It will be also broadcasted out on the 420 Pace project as well at 420pace.ca. We're all together there. So we're having an opportunity for people to come on. You can sort of introduce yourselves to everybody, and we'll find out about your show. So let's start with your show and then go from there. How's that?
Sure. So I try to educate, inform, and advocate for cannabis. That's how Dr. High started a couple of years ago. And I'm always looking for new ways to connect with people and bring the information in a way that's gonna stay right and have an impact. So throughout the process, I was thinking, what's going to work? How am I really going to get in there? And then it kind of dawned on me that something that's really universal and extremely powerful is music. Music can make an impression without you even knowing what's happening. You hear a song you liked 10 years ago, and you heard it 3 or 4 or 5 times. And then 10 years later, it comes on the radio. Your brain automatically clicks back into that song, right? When you hear the hook, it brings you.
I remember that.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's such a powerful way to communicate. So I started looking at how I could use this medium to bring a mix of just lifestyle content, but also educational, informational, historical, all these different elements of the cannabis lifestyle and in the history of the plant in music. That's going to be up to date, modern music that people would find on the radio now. Cannabis music for a long time hasn't been really like mainstream music. It's always been really like niche-y, right? Comedy music or something of that nature. It hasn't been real stories of people's lives where cannabis has been included or has made a difference. Or a song like THC Symphony, which talks about the endocannabinoid system and terpenes and all the elements that make up, the plant and how it works in synergy with the body and things like that. But the music is catchy, so hopefully the message comes through and people start to understand, because the real idea for me is to help people who could benefit from the inclusion of cannabis in their lifestyle, but are inhibited because of all these years of government propaganda that's made it into something that's, stigmatized, and you have to be worried about what your neighbors think, or in some places you have to worry about laws.
It's not
right?
just a Canadian thing. That's a worldwide thing. And
it is a worldwide
thing. At work, I work in a Korean store, and one of the little ladies came in. She's from Bow Island. She's Japanese, and we were talking, and she goes, like, where do I recognize you from Upward? So I told her, and she goes, oh, but in my country, in Thailand too, like, it's just, I said, the devil's lettuce. They absolutely believe that it's harmful. I said, but we believe it's medicine. And with Chinese and herbal medicine, especially in the Asian, Asian world, like wherever they are, like they all have different, Asian different medicines and stuff. Chinese more than anything, but they still look negatively upon cannabis as not being a medicine because it's been deemed a drug, like like with the CDSA, and it's on like the scheduled drug list.
It's something that was used for so long as a medicine. You could buy it from Sears.
Like opium, right? Because like you're talking Asian people too, like their culture is like totally. So they see cannabis like opium. They think of cannabis as an opium den. Like they see like it just being like, and I said, it's not the same. I said, that's not even, but they've been fed so many lies, right? And trying to explain that to my Korean bosses too. Like they've been fed so many, you think we've been fed lies? The lies that the Asians and other countries have been fed too. So this is like a worldwide thing where we have to take the commodity off the plant.
Yes. Yeah, because what people don't understand is it's not just the benefit of the medicine of cannabis itself, but this plant can change the planet. If we really turn to hemp as a resource to start looking at biofuels and plastics and building material and hempcrete and all these other things, we could utilize so much farmland that would be renewed by the planting of hemp and the growing of that, cleaning the environment, leaving less of a footprint, you know what I mean? And giving more employment and farmers money and all these kind of things. Nothing but win, 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 win. Except for the big corporate interests, for which that's a lose. You know what I mean?
We are totally like on board with that. We've been saying that for a very long time.
Oh yeah. It's not. He's not just talking to us. He's talking to everybody out there.
Yeah, preach. But again, like with hemp too, like they're under the same restrictions that cannabis are. They can only grow 82 metric ton a year in seed. So the innovation, that's even like restricted in Canada because they don't want to let them grow that much hemp either.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. The restrictions are ridiculous.
Yeah. So back to your show.
Yeah.
There, Dr. High, however you want to be addressed.
Well, I'm David Johnson. Dr. High is the the machine that I hope will help bring people to understand the benefits of this plant. You know what I mean? That's what it's really about.
You're talking about music and how music can work. To basically, in a way, you retain, information or that bead or whatever. And you're delivering education in your music that you've been creating.
Yeah, and entertainment, and you know what I mean. Everything about the lifestyle. Even songs about lost love and that when you're alone, getting high, and you're thinking about your past. But some of this music is mind blowing to me, because you and I have spoken about how it's all done, and I don't know. I mean, and people who are seeing it and listening to it are finding it pretty interesting.
What we really haven't meant, Kate, what kind of music can people expect to hear on your show?
Well, I'm trying to focus on the genres that I think would be really relevant within the cannabis community. So you won't hear any swing or big band, most likely, but and probably very little jazz. But you'll hear, Southern rock on the verge of country. You'll hear reggae. There'll be regular like rock music. There'll be even dubstep and some trance and some stuff that'll be on the more of a mystical, like Smoke Rises in Sacred Circles, which is an ancient story of cannabis as a ritual, you know what I mean, set to music. Or Hash Eaters, which is about the Hashashins that were the assassins back in the Middle East that ate hash before they went on their rampage, which is kind of counterintuitive, right? Because cannabis isn't supposed to do that to you.
It calms you down. So
and
they
that's
changed
an
the whole
observation
thing.
I have of that situation, so I don't get it.
I think they found that ineffective, and that's when they started making whatever the hell they found.
So it's really going to be across genres that I think will be relevant. Hip hop.
And you're writing all these, and you're writing and playing, and you have a band, and you guys are writing all this music. Or?
This is what we've got to get to exactly.
No.
Okay. I was thinking right on, like that's great. Have you heard of the Killing Time band?
No.
I'm thinking you guys should hook up with Brad.
No, nothing like that. I'll end up being more like one of those DJs that you see. You know what I mean? Those DJ guys more than that, because basically Dr. High has been built with the assistance of AI. That's what's made it possible. Right back in the beginning, I wanted to try and help people understand the benefits of cannabis when you're dealing with a specific medical condition. But you look online, there's just so much information. You don't know what to look, you don't know what to believe. So ChatGPT was just starting to catch. There was little publicity. So I got on there and I started to look at what it knew about cannabis, because I have, at that time, 40 plus years of experience with the plant already, in many different aspects, from cultivation to extraction to product manufacture to helping people get through the ACMPR process, and sitting on all the doctor-patient meetings. I sat in on all of them. So I heard all the information, you know what I mean? So I had enough to figure out whether it was on the right track or it was totally lost. And what I found out was exceptionally good at finding studies that had been done on very specific things. And it was, because the computer was doing it, could be done quickly. So I started having it search up studies for specific medical conditions, PTSD, traumatic brain injuries, eating disorders, sleep disorders, Tourette's, Crohn's. And I took those studies and I read them and I went through them. And my wife is a nurse, so the things I didn't understand, I spoke to her about if it was, medical related. And then what I did was I took all that information and turned it into just regular talk, right? And put that information back into very specific, like beginner's guides of information about very specific conditions. So people didn't have to search through a myriad of stuff or buy a book on medical cannabis that would never even have one sentence about Tourette's.
For
You know?
years, people were always saying, "Where can I find information? Where can I find this? Where
Well,
can I find
it
that?"
kind of makes sense when you think about the whole aspect of epilepsy and Tourette's, lupus. It's all kind of, autoimmune, right?
Yep.
And I've got
Yeah.
a friend that actually suffers from Tourette's, and I've never thought about using it. She's not really into it, I don't think, but it would be something I could mention to her. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're it's so thin, right? The information that's out there because studies haven't been funded and things like that. So a lot of some are anecdotal, but most of them were published either in Harvard Medical or National Institute of Health or places like that. Those were the resources that I felt were safe enough to put in, because in the electronic books, the ebooks, they're all linked. So people can read through the information in the chapter and then go directly to the studies to see for themselves. But the whole idea was to give them enough information so they could make an informed decision to seek out a healthcare provider that would be able to work with them to at least explore the potential of that therapy for their particular situation. So that's really where it all started,
Yeah, it's like with treating yourself with the magazine. Patients are taking them to the doctors to educate their doctors.
Yeah.
And finding the information for years has been a struggle. So
the doctors don't know, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
and that's the thing. Like they're starting to know because they're starting to ask their own questions, right? In fact, there's a time when I was actually in an emergency room where I heard a doctor tell another next to me, "You can do edibles. You should try edibles because it'll help you." I do a substitution program. I know that cannabis helps alleviate withdrawal symptoms. I know it keeps them from and diverts them from wanting to smoke crack or meth or fentanyl. I know this because I'm doing it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing what's going on. I'm seeing the benefits from
You're
it.
helping
myself.
people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your eyes don't lie, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Not when I saw one now. It was like literally living out at Tent City. Last time I saw her, she was like, her face, like it was horrible. She got a hold of me and she said, I'm staying with my kids and my mom. Can I get a package? I said, absolutely. So I went and met her. I've actually seen her now 3 times and she's still with her parents, with her kids, staying clean and coming to me every week for a package. So I see the proof. I'm proof. I'm living proof myself. But again, I'm seeing it more and more.
No, it's so varied what cannabis can be beneficial in, addressing, right? Or at least helping to alleviate either side effects from certain medications or help alleviate some of the symptoms themselves, But the problem is that we had a doctor twice on the Cannabis Chronicles, a prescribing physician in Pennsylvania, a cannabis physician who had been a 30-year emergency medicine doctor and had a poor view of cannabis until his wife, who was an emergency room nurse, started to get involved and interested in it, which made him interested. And he gave up emergency medicine and became a prescribing physician. But I asked him about specifically teaching the endocannabinoid system in medical schools. And he said when he first looked into that in like 2018 or something like that, he said 17% of the medical schools were teaching about the endocannabinoid system. He felt that as of last year when we talked, it was up to about 25%. But doctors have an oath, right, that they take. So how are they ever going to prescribe medicine that they don't know actually works if they don't know the system it interacts with? So how are they ever going to know, right? So this is going to be a real barrier to cannabis becoming widely prescribed by all doctors, which it really should be a viable option for so many patients.
Well, they can take that course. They have to take so many accredited courses per year to keep their licensing, and I believe that there are a couple CBD, CBH, and CBN courses they can take now. We had a signing doctor at one point that did and actually taught those. He's actually passed away. But there are doctors that are not turning a blind eye to it. Where
there are absolutely
when we
doctors.
first got started with this, I couldn't even mention the word cannabis in my doctor's office because he was a Mormon doctor, and he looked at me like, "I can't. What are you talking about? That doesn't help you." I'm like, "Yeah, it really does." Started stuffing me full of codeine and acetol and all this other stupid shit. And I'm like, "No, yeah." So there are doctors that are just they're never going to hear it.
Hey, how are
Hi,
you?
Gail.
Hello.
You just never know who's gonna pop in.
Keep hoping that kind of expo.
That's that live element, right?
That's right. That's
Dude, you never know what's going to happen.
It's a show ritual now. It has to happen every. If Gail is not home, it's not a show.
Yeah, Gail usually stops and waves and then makes her way, right? Yeah.
Like I said, I hope that expo keeps October, because I want to come and see you guys like in person.
Oh yes. Okay, now before we go to break, so you talked about the books and information is AI generated. The music that you are creating is AI generated as well.
Well, not all. The music itself is AI generated. The content of the music, the style, all this sort of stuff is what I work through to create the instructions to build these songs. Right? So AI is doing the heavy lifting, but I still formulate its plan, right?
Yeah, you still like, it's not all AI. You're still involved. You're still putting in input. You're still
I'm not
telling words or changing creating lyrics or
I'm not going in just saying write me a weed song. That's not what's happening.
No.
No. It takes hours, right? If you look at the evolution of Dr. High over the last 2 years, you'll see how my ability to use AI has changed, right? So it's a learning process. So you have to learn how to coax the right results out of the AIs.
Okay, we're gonna go for break.
Okay.
When we get back from break, like I've got, I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4. I got half a dozen songs loaded up here, including some that you have mentioned. All right.
Okay.
All right. So when we get back from the break, we'll play a song and you can tell us all about it.
Sounds fun.
All right. Sounds good.
Perfect.
All righty. Oh, let me just get things lined up here before I let us go to break. Okay. When we get back, we're going to continue our discussion with Dave Johnson of Dr. High, and we're going to listen to some cannabis tunes when we get back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tynaniga.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, welcome back. And just so you know, just to remind you, we're talking with Dr. High, David Johnson, and we're talking about cannabis, and we're going to hear some cannabis tunes tonight. Hey, Dr. High.
Yes, sir.
All right. Looking forward to this.
Yeah.
Like I said, I got half a dozen songs lined up, and I've got a few here that you mentioned.
Okay.
You mentioned one of them was very educational.
THC Symphony?
Correct. So I've got that lined up. I figured that was one of the ones you mentioned. It's very educational, so it's probably a good one to show. And then when we get back, we'll talk about when we're done. Now, we did talk about the fact it's music, but what we haven't told people is that your show, not only is it music, but it's video as well.
Yeah. I do create some AI videos, which are like full videos, like you would see a normal music video, but they take exceptionally long to do. So it's going to be over time that those will slowly come in for all the songs that are there. But the rest I've tried to, make sure all the lyrics are there so you can watch them, and make sure that the background's not fully static, so it's not, boring.
Yeah. Now,
Right?
some of the images, like some of the still images in the videos, are some of those images that you created using AI, and then
everything you see.
You've added stuff to it after that.
Yeah.
All right. So
everything I've done.
I've got THC Symphony. Symphony. Tell us about it.
So this is a song that talks about the endocannabinoid system. It talks about THC and CBD and CBG and CBN and terpenes and all to a pretty good little rhythm that hopefully will stick in people's heads.
All righty, here we go. THC Symphony.
All right, listen, there's a blessing. The cannabinoids. All right, class, listen up. Today's lesson: the endocannabinoid system. CB1, CB2 getting live. A dopamine surging like a roller coaster ride. My neurons dancing, feeling real nice. Bloodstream flooded with the terps and spice. The money lifts me, my mood take flight. Bottom of the Mars scene, chilling, got me feeling right. TXT's the leader, he bring the fire. Got the CBD be chilling, trying to calm him like a choir. The CBG, the healer, fixing what's broke. CBN be creeping, make you snore like a joke. This is the THC Symphony. Symphony. Roll it, light it, take that hit. A brainwaves jump and feel that shift. So THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Feeling chill? That's the line, a little touch. Knew we're feeling bright. That's the citrus punch. Terpenes be working, flavors unlocked like a symphony, but inside my thoughts. Living hype, me beta car, you feeling bite me. Pine and keep my focus tight. Eucalyptal feeling right. That all these compounds working as one. This ain't just a plan, it's a loaded gun. OTC say yo, let's elevate.
CBD like chill, meditate. CBG like bro, I heal the pain. No CB and say, y'all go ahead, I'll take the strain. This is the THC Symphony. The THC is so home. Come roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shit. THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Dr. High steps in, lab coat tight. Endocannabinoid system runs your life. Anandamide, that's your bliss. CB receptors can't be missed. Brain's got receptors ready to go. Cannabis plants, they fit like a coat. Synthetic pills got you feeling insane, but nature already programmed your brain. Roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shift. THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced.
There you go. Wow. You touched on so much in that song.
Yeah.
All the different cannabinoids. You talked about different terpenes.
Catchy tune to it. Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
And who would ever think you could take that type of information and put it in a package like that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's catchy. Like, it almost sounds like it should be on the radio. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like
Yeah.
those Backstreet Boys type of vibe to it, right?
Well, this is what I knew that this might have potential. What I'm a big music guy. I grew up in Windsor, so Detroit was a massive influence, and as we all know, it's Detroit Rock City. You know what I mean?
Well, you almost sound like you might have been a radio guy one time before you got that radio voice.
Oh, I probably would have enjoyed that work, but no, I never got the opportunity.
Well, you do now.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe.
we'll get there. We'll get there.
You
Yeah,
never
we'll get
know.
there.
You never know. I'm still got time. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah. Well, it worked out that Dave got a hold of me and he offered me. He says, "I'm creating some music. Do you want maybe some music you could play on your network?" And I said, "Well, hang on, let's talk because we've had music shows in the past here on the network, right? I'm all for that. Music and cannabis, it all comes together, right?"
Yeah, absolutely.
So we talked and I said, "Well, geez, instead of just one song," I said, "Can you create a show? Because if you could put a show together, right?" So I just expected to see like some clips, some videos all put together, and that would be a show. Well, I can tell you, it's much more than that. And we got the first one.
I'm
First
excited.
one.
That sounded really good, and I'm excited to have this be part of our network. It's
Yeah.
this could go. Yeah, I like this. I love it.
It's music. It's fun. It's educational.
Yeah.
And
Like,
that's the idea.
on the radio, people be walking down, cannabis, and then, like it's got a good vibe to it.
Well, that's why I've gone so hard in the pursuit of this, is because when I first started hearing what was able to be done, I saw that this is really normal music, but with a different content. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
it's scary for the artists that are actually fighting against having that.
Yes. You know what? I'm friends with some pretty well-known artists in this country, and I do not discuss this with them at all.
Oh no. I know my friend Jan would not be happy.
Yeah, no. And I do understand that for sure.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this is the future of a lot of things, right? And you can use it for good or you can use it for bad.
Yeah.
But I think I found a way that I can use it to have a positive effect on a community and on society, hopefully, and with any luck, we'll be able to make a difference in some lives, you know?
Educate people in a positive way, because the
Yeah.
stigma is still there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I get called a pothead. Oh, go smoke some more dope. Like, you know, I'm like, excuse me, like, do you know who you're talking to? Like, do you know what I do today? Like, don't talk to me like that. Before it was like whatever. Now it's like it's offensive. Like, you don't know me. You don't know what I use it for. You don't understand
Yeah.
what we've done and
Yeah.
what we've accomplished and how hard we work to get where we are. It's offensive.
Yes. No, 100%, right? Because, you know, while they're still selling alcohol and providing opiates to people, you know,
I have no problem with them providing the opiates to people either. I'm fully in
well, I
support.
mean, there are times you may need them, but
Yeah.
there are
Like,
times.
I mean, I'm talking like even the harm reduction that we've got out here in British Columbia. Like, now they've made it
Oh,
so
yeah,
they actually
the
have to
safe
go into
supply.
pharmacies. Before they were letting them leave the pharmacies with it. But it's literally between 8 and 60 milligrams of Dilaudid in 2 milligram pills. It's not like they're getting like, you know, 60 pills at once and they're just going. People misunderstand what's actually going on out here. If you live out here, you would know.
Now you mentioned you make some movement in your videos, like that one. You saw the movement. It looks like a record playing off to the side there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, in the background, right? Too, and I try to get the background so that they'll be interesting visually also.
Yeah,
right? Because you know the thing is that we've become so accustomed to scrolling and going through social media that the attention span is quite short. You know, what I mean? Like if I look at my video views, I can have hundreds of 3-second views.
Sure.
But when you get to 1 minute views, that drops, you know, by 80%. And then when you get to who sees a full video, that's now you're down to like 5% maybe. You know,
Well, I know.
So,
Yeah, I know the one app that we send out our audio podcast out on. They don't count until the listener has been there for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Then you get a view. You don't get no views for 30 seconds or
Right.
anything. You know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just hard to hold the attention long enough, right? But hopefully this
Right.
music's going to be in so many places that people will find it, and they'll
Yeah.
find it music that they can get into. Like I'm putting a lot of videos on YouTube so that if you have a big screen TV and you're having a party, you can just throw the playlist on and the videos will just run in the background. You have the visual component, but you'll always have the auditory also, right? So, you know, there's a lot of applications. Dispensaries can use playlists that suit the environment and what they're doing.
Yeah, and play in the stores. For
Yeah,
sure.
and I don't think anybody's done this. I think it's completely new, you know, in a lot of ways. So,
earlier, onto another video, song. Earlier, you mentioned about the getting movement in the AI.
the AI animated videos.
And you also, and we talked about the history. You mentioned one called "Smoke Rises in Sacred Circles."
Well, I'm glad you selected that one because I actually got the best result with that particular video.
Good.
Yeah. Some of the other ones, they have some really wonky transitions. But you know, when you're taking AI and you're animating right now, the technology is like, so it can mess up. But this video turned out pretty good.
All right. So you want to describe it again?
So Smoke Rise in Sacred Circles, it's, you know, just shows how cannabis has been a plant that's been used for very, very long time, thousands of years back, even maybe in the times of, you know, Stonehenge and places like that. And it's just about the ritual of it and how it's, you know, been a very important part of culture, even from those days, you know.
You mean it's been around longer than the 1960s? Some people seem to think that's when it first came around.
From my research, it's been around a little bit longer.
No, they did it. They found cannabis in a pouch on a 3,000-year-old mummy that was found in the Himalaya mountains.
And I believe they found cannabis in a Chinese emperor's tomb dating back about 5,000 years. So, you know, it's been around.
It's been around for a while, exactly.
So now we have
here
to know why it's not.
All right, here we go.
Let's
Smoke
go.
Rises in Sacred Circles by Dr. Hyde.
rivers flow. Elders gather round, let the fire glow. Drum beat soft, moonlight high. Herb starts to burn, reaching for the sky. Hands held tight, words unspoken. Breathe in deep, let the past be broken. Feel the rhythm, feel the flame. Let your spirit call your name. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep. Smoke rises in sacred circles. Nestle lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. They say the leaves been blessed by the olden ones, passed through hands of kings and shaman sons. Used for healing, used for light, to see through the dark and make wrongs right. From Africa's fields to the Himalayas tall, the herb been growing before men could crawl. Passed from the ancients, given in trust. Now it's in your hands, breathe deep, adjust. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep. Smoke rises in sacred circles. Lesson you lost, but the flame still burns. Ladder past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. The ashes remembers, he knows what's in store. Breathe in peace, breathe in light. Smoke reveals what hides in sight. Not just a plant, not just a flame, but the key to remembering what we became. Rises in sacred circles, distant and lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in
Wow. That,
You have to wonder what that, Chat GPT knows more than us. That whole thing
It knows way more. But the
because
best
I'm Scott, right? Like I'm a Scott, and that just kind of creeped me right the hell out. What does that thing know?
Yeah. No, it's pretty cool.
they move, the fires moved, there's
It's beautiful. Yeah.
yeah, that's quite the
Yeah, I find that very interesting. That, like I said, just the whole demeanor of how it was like the way it's being like stimulated, like because it's simulating that. You're not putting in. Are you putting in Celtic? Are you putting in any of that stuff, or is it doing all that itself?
When I create a video like that, I have a storyline that I envision, right? I have a setting that I wanted because I wanted it to be mystical. I wanted it to have that aura, right, of the Stonehenge days, of that, just that mystical, reverent feeling, right? So I had the concept there. From there, I have to create, for that video, I think I created 96 still AI images.
Oh, okay.
So that was a total of about 400 images generated to pick 96 that would then go into a process of animation, because I can only animate for a total of 4 seconds. But sometimes out of that 4 seconds, you can only use like 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds because the AI gets goofy somewhere along the line, right?
Right.
So, yeah, that's why it takes so long to put them together. But yeah, sometimes they turn out pretty good, and I think that was one of the ones that turned out pretty good. So
I like the whole imagination of it all. Like that's why I was wondering: is that your imagination? Is that the computer's imagination? So
No.
whatever the combination, yeah, I loved it. It was
Yeah,
great.
like you give it descriptions. You give it things that you want it to cover, and it.
Yeah, like I have to have the idea, right?
Correct, exactly.
That GPT doesn't come up. Well, it can come up with ideas if you ask it to come up with ideas. It can come up with them, but in order to create something like that, I have to create, almost 100 individual prompts for, one for each scene,
right?
And then I use, 2, sometimes 3 video generators, AI video generators, to get the right feel of the images, because they don't all produce the same type of thing, right? And I want to feel, and I need a consistency within it. So it takes a lot of time, but I absolutely love what I do. Like, I work full time for MTL Cannabis. So Saturday to Tuesday, I'm working shifts there. But I put in almost 40 hours a week with Dr. High from Wednesday to Friday, and it costs me money. I don't make money. It costs me money, but I love it. I love it. I love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a hobby that might end up paying off for you, though. Like,
yeah, it may, because of the apparel line, right? I have a clothing line. And I'm kind of hoping that, like, music and merchandise go really well together.
Yeah.
And really, I hope that the music draws people in, and then I can, have the back end opportunity to, develop relationships with customers too at some point. So, you have to monetize.
Talking about your merchandise and all that stuff.
Yeah.
We're gonna, when we come back from the break, I've got your website here all loaded up.
Okay.
So in our third segment of the broadcast, we will go over your website and the stuff that you're doing there. But before we go to break, leading us into break, I have got another song lined up.
Nice.
and this one, I know where it stands on your totem pole of what you like, and this one is Moonshine and Mary Jane.
Oh, there we go.
You want to tell us about it?
Well, it's just a song about, the Southern boys who enjoy their weed, and the moonshine is a part of the culture. And, it's about all that culture of smuggling and, having to move around back in the, think West Virginia or Kentucky or someplace like that.
The bootlegger days. Running the moonshine.
Yeah, exactly. But except now they're running the weed too, because it's still outlawed, sadly.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, when that song ends, we'll be going right into the break, and then we'll come back and we'll be talking about your website.
Perfect.
As well, for sure. All right. Other than that, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here with Dr. High, David Johnson, and we're talking about High Vibes, new broadcast here that will be coming out Thursday nights, 9 o'clock is when it's going to be airing at. And here's a song that one of the songs I'm sure you're going to hear at some point during one of the broadcasts.
The ones who run the fire and the ones who burn the fuel. Granddaddy ran whiskey through the Georgia pines. Joints made them thick as vines. Me, I got both running through my veins. Born to be wild, got that outlaw name. Backroad smoke and flask in my hand. Kicking up dust, I don't need no plan. Pass me that blunt, pour me that shine. We gon' be outlaws till the end of time. We don't sip slow, we don't puff light. Pour it up strong, roll it up right. A little too high, a little too drunk. We live in life, we don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left and Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. Ain't no law gonna bring down me. Smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice. Blue lights flash, they tryna chase me down. Yeah, I'm pedal to the floor, I ain't slowing now. Hide the stash, Ditch the jar, keep my boots running till I'm out this town. Back at the bar, we still going strong. Smoke in the air, whiskey in my song. The preacher said I need to change my ways. Told him I'll pray, but not today. We don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left and Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. Ain't no law gonna bring down me. Smoke rolling in the whiskey on ice. Raise your jars, raise your joints. Here's to the rebels, here's to the noise. Here's to the ones who ain't afraid to live. Take a sip, take a hit, and let's do it again. Moonshine in my left and Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. Ain't no law gonna bring down me. Keep the smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back.
That's a good tune. I know a bunch of rednecks that would love that one.
I was just thinking how much I miss Legacy 420 now that I don't get to go there.
Right.
That was always my go-to spot. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I think Tamara's talking about the song.
Oh yeah. No, it's a good song, but that's a perfect example of how the AI could be a little bit weird sometimes.
Well, I mean, that's exactly. I mean, it does show the other side of things, right? But I mean,
Yeah.
whatever. Like I said, I know 100,000 rednecks out here love it. You ever been to Alberta?
Yeah. Lived there for like 5 years. So.
I grew up there, and I'm from BC. But I'm not in Vancouver. Like, I'm not at the coast.
Okay.
I'm along the Personal Mountains and the Rocky Mountains. I'm just on the other side of like Alford and Sparrow, like the mines. I'm in Redneck up 2 years. It's the same.
I got my big dog here who's decided he wants some attention right at the moment. It is crawled right in between.
Mine's on vacation.
Oh,
is it? Oh, right.
Kelly took him home. But then when she comes back, she's dropping them all. Like I had all 4 of them here, right? Now she went, and now he's coming back, like, and all of them again. But yeah, he's on vacation.
Yeah, actually, the song "Moonshine Mary Jane" is the one that has been streamed the most out of.
That's good. It's good.
Everything that's going. So
it'd be the one that's most.
Weeds. We gotta hi everybody. Hi everyone.
Hello,
hi, buddy.
Buddy Weeds.
Come listen to some
he drops in. He's one of the guys who drops in, or her. Who knows? Buddy Weeds. That's all I know.
Hello, whoever. Thanks for joining us. Right?
But okay, now we've heard a few songs. I got a couple other ones there as well. But we got to switch gears, and head to your website to talk about exactly what kind of things that people can see when they go to your website. You mentioned earlier you got a product line, your educational resources are there, so on and so forth.
Yeah. So there's a couple. There's drhigh.com, which has all the educational resource, a blog, which I haven't been paying as much attention to as I should have, but has maybe 20 articles in there. Cannabis broken down by conditions, the same as the books that are available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The music is there. Your books, as you said.
The music is not there yet.
Okay.
I'm slowly getting it up there. It's a lot to do. Like I'm one guy.
Yeah.
So
Hey, believe me, I know. That's why my website hasn't changed in 10 years.
Yeah, that's it. But you know, when I started this project, I didn't have any expectation of it. And if it takes 5 years to get to where I want it to be, then so be it, right? Because I'm still enjoying what I'm doing in the meantime.
So people can go there. You can find out information on cannabinoids, flavonoids.
Yeah, you can find endocannabinoid system, all the medical conditions. It's a drop down menu. So there's I think about 27 medical conditions there. We talk about cannabinoids, terpenes, and flavonoids. Section about the entourage effect. Yeah. And a lot of the Dr. High art is displayed there. A lot of my original art from when I first started. So, and that's one thing for one full fact is every piece of art you see that's attached to Dr. High, it's all AI. Every piece. You know what I mean? Any image I ever use is AI generated.
Okay, scroll down here a little further.
And you can find the links to all the books on top because I don't actually sell them. They are through Amazon. And you can get a e-copy for, I think it's about $3.50, which is just around the minimum Amazon lets you list them for. And there are paperback copies also. So there's, you know, if anybody was looking for something specific and was having a hard time finding the resources they needed to get a better understanding of whether seeing a doctor or not would be viable in their situation, then.
So these are the books here. Migraine, headaches, sleeping.
And this is a big part of why the art started, because when I put the books together, they all needed covers, and I wasn't an artist, so I didn't really know how to do it. And that's when I thought, okay, so I'm using ChatGPT. Midjourney has just come out. Let's try Midjourney and see what it can do. You know what I mean? And that's really where the art started to evolve, was because I needed the covers for the books.
You need the covers.
Yeah.
One thing leads to another, doesn't it?
Yeah. And look where it is now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I have
exactly.
over 650 original designs on t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, coffee mugs,
Wow.
Posters, canvases. Yeah.
Yeah. So, as you said, this website is more of the medicinal end of things, and there's a lot. It just keeps on going. You got more and more all the way down.
There's 27 in total.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nausea, vomiting. Oh yeah, I use that all the time for my nausea.
Yeah.
Having to deal with colonoscopies.
And
Take that.
is cannabis medicine would be basically the perfect companion to any of those books, because is cannabis medicine takes the 35 most prevalent cannabinoids, terpenes, and flavonoids that are found in the plant. And then cannabinoids, it's a little difficult because the science on the studying of them has been restricted for so long. But terpenes and flavonoids have been widely studied. So basically that book will go through and break down what the terpenes have been shown to do to the body, right? The effects, whether they're calming or anti-inflammatory or anti-nauseants. You know, so that book really kind of explains the mechanisms behind the magic, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of information there on terpenes. I'm just looking over at the sidebar and seeing that little bar is just a little wee small little thing. So there's
other things too, like cannabis. It's not like, you know, cannabis specific too with terpenes, right? So
yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? I think medical patients, really, doctors or anybody who is working with a medical patient should really try to embed tracking into them, right? So that they journal and keep track of what they're using, because LPs only grow strains for so long. So if you find something that's working for you, chances are that exact same product will not be available in 6 months' time, right? So you need to understand what that product really is, what terpenes are there, what the cannabinoids are present, the kind of percentages these things are there in. So at least then when you're looking to replace your medicine because you can no longer find it, you at least have a place to start, right? Because those components are what's going to be, whether it's been medically beneficial or not. That's what makes up the effects.
Yeah.
So
It's all part of it, right? It's all the entourage.
And if you don't track, you don't know.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think it's really important for somebody to keep a journal of the product they buy and whether it works for them or not. You know, it's an easy thing to do. It's just getting people to understand how beneficial it can really be to them down the road.
I'm in the
let us have medical dispensaries where they keep track of our records, so we wouldn't have to be like that, because some of us are ADHD and have, you know, on the spectrum and have a really hard time doing any of that.
Oh, absolutely. I understand that for sure.
Dispensaries.
You're right. And I wonder if the LPs that are going direct to patients are tracking any of that really relevant information either.
Mine's a rec one now. I don't buy from the LP anymore. Broken Coast went to rec market. So I'm left to the rec market and I can't grow my own anymore because I live in a house with not enough power. So I'm stuck with the rec market.
I tell you, Broken Coast was one of my favorites back when they first came out. I thought that they were really one of the best cultivators in the country, but that's changed.
Yeah, I'm looking at this flavonoid listing here. That's
Yeah.
something that you don't like. There's things that I've never even heard mentioned. Nowhere.
Kirsten and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I went. What's that? I've never heard of that. What's that?
It's
'Cause
on it's on the packaging. A lot of the providers have the flavolines on their packaging. I don't have any. I don't have any.
Yeah, I haven't
packaging.
seen any.
Yeah, well,
And I don't buy much cannabis from the.
They're starting to list terpenes now because consumers are becoming a little more knowledgeable. So
Yeah.
they're starting to put terpenes on there, but they're still not to the point where they're testing for flavonoids. You know what I mean? Because every single test costs an LP money.
Yeah.
And,
Oh yeah, for sure.
you know what I mean? They really don't want to go too far beyond what they
Don't
absolutely
they have
have
their own
to.
testing facilities on site, Simon?
Not all of them, I don't think.
No?
Like some
What,
of them use
lab
a third
testing?
party.
Yeah, don't they? Aren't they supposed to have their own lab testing on site?
No, they all go off site. They all go off site to accredited labs for testing.
No,
You know
it's
what I
in-
mean?
Yeah, it's in-
Yeah.
yeah, I get that.
And the thing is that there are different methods of testing to get results. So
Yeah.
that's why LPs are able to shop their samples around to various labs and then take the results that look best on the label and place that in the highest THC, because we all know this is where the market has gone.
Well, it's
People
like-
going in looking for the highest numbers all the time and not even realizing what really matters when it comes to cannabis. And it's not THC.
Go ahead,
That's like the mileage on your car for per gallon or per kilometer, how much liters you're going to use. It's
Yeah.
the best results that show up on the paper on the window.
Yeah,
Just so you know,
exactly.
you too. Buddy Weed says hi. Nice to meet you, Dave and Tamara.
Nice to meet you too, buddy. Thank
too.
you.
But yeah, like I mean, and then again, we've
Now
also
you
taken- haven't you taken legal cannabis to Legacy 420 and had it tested and it wasn't what it was supposed to be?
wait, was that?
Haven't you taken legal cannabis to Legacy 420 and had it tested?
I haven't taken any down to Legacy to be tested. No.
Isn't that what Tim said, that he's tested legal cannabis in his lab and it's not?
I know that they've tested Legacy Market
Oh,
to
okay.
see.
I
I
wasn't
know
sure
that, and
what-
it's been way off. But
Yeah.
yeah.
No, and that was one of the things I liked about Legacy 420 is because I had a lot of experience because I created a lot of my own products. So I knew my dosing always, and I knew what results to expect from doses. And when I started going to Legacy 420, I found that they were very good at getting things right. You know what I mean? Because the experience was very, very similar to the experience that I create myself. And it just gave me trust in them. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Now we went to the drhigh.com website. Where all your medical information. Now you've mentioned shirts and all that. I don't have that website open. So you want to tell us about what all you've got?
So I have yeah, absolutely. I also have a shop on Etsy called Dr. High AI Haze. And in there are various products, but there's a whole section of digital downloads for people who want to do things themselves, right? So a lot of the art that I've created, you can go in and for a couple of bucks, you can download the picture, you can take it to Walmart, print it in the size you want, frame it, use it however you want. So that's where it kind of started. But I've always been a real t-shirt guy. I traveled a lot when I was growing up with my parents and stuff, and I bought t-shirts from every place we went, and I always wanted to have cool shirts and stuff like that. So for me, it was kind of natural to become interested in doing the apparel. And because I've learned how to use AI to create design, all my designs are original, created by me. I have over 600 original designs in the store, and they're available on t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies. These are some of the digital downloads. These are all vintage posters and posters you can download and print up. It'd be great for dispensaries and places like that. But yeah, this is the other part of what Dr. High does.
Nugs, not drugs. Exactly.
Yeah.
Nugs, not
I
drugs.
like that.
Yeah. So it just came because I just love doing the designing, right? I love the creations. I love to see what my thoughts translate into with the technology, and sometimes you get really good results. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, cannabis people who are not afraid to be upfront about their consumption and love of the plant. There's anything you could want to say pretty much here in t-shirts and designs, you know?
Yeah, really. I can see his pages. I
Oh,
got
I
mine
think
on the
there's
first
14,
page.
15 pages, yeah.
That's crazy. That's great.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Nugs and kisses to all my bitches. Oh.
You know, I don't usually do things like this. I try to stay away from things that may be deemed offensive, but this has actually been a very popular design with people because I test on Facebook, right? So I
Yeah.
create my designs on my days off, and then I use them to post when I don't have time. And this is the funny thing. If I posted, I'm a little high maintenance, this image right here, it might draw 15, 16 people will interact with the post.
Right there.
If I
I'm a
put
little
the-
high maintenance. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, if I put the original design without the mock-up, without the model, without the person there,
Right.
then it might get 100 shares, 80 shares, and have 150 people interact with it. So the psychology of the people is different too, right? Because you post that's the intent to sell them something. When you post the other, it's an intent to entertain. So the idea really between all of it is to brand Dr. High.
Yeah.
If you notice in the songs, you'll find a line in every song that mentions Dr. High. You know what I mean? At some point in the song, it mentions it because it's all.
Yeah, or it's in the background.
And I'm not trying to, I don't want to be wealthy, but it would sure be nice to at least be able to cover the bills every month. I'd be good with that. And I think realistically, this is probably the most focused cannabis themed store in the world.
Yeah.
The most product variation and stuff like that, but it's all about visibility, right? And it's hard to be visible when you don't have the money to pay for the advertising.
Yeah, it's all part of it, right?
Exactly.
To get the word out.
Yeah.
That unfortunately does
And then
cost money.
it's too, and you're in Quebec, so you're not even allowed to advertise your stuff.
Oh, I'll do what the hell I want. I won't worry about Quebec. They can come see me if they want. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about Quebec.
Yeah, because
You're in Quebec, man. You're not allowed to even wear clothes. Yeah, it's illegal to grow floor plants.
This is online, right? How are you going to regulate me? It's going to be very difficult to do.
I'm not saying that you would be. I'm just saying like.
Yeah,
well, that's harder. If you were still in Ontario, nobody would give a shit, right?
Yeah.
Nobody would give a shit. You're in Quebec. That's a hard one.
But I'm not selling any like smoking accessories.
No, but even the pot leaf is illegal in Quebec.
Yeah, I know in the stores because I worked with the Prohibition chain, so I'm very aware of what's allowed.
Yeah.
Not allowed for sure, because that was part of the problem.
Ridiculous. I can't even believe it. It's just like everything. They always got to be different, right?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. No, I think that's why I was able to build a pretty good following on Facebook early on, because my cannabis content didn't focus on the recreational fun party side of it. It was all informational, right?
Correct.
I never made any claims. It was always done in a way that was just bringing information. And Facebook I've never had a problem with them. And I know a lot of people do when it's cannabis content, but I've been pretty lucky there. So
depends on what you post.
Yeah,
like I can't post my candies and say, hey, these are for sale for this much.
We started out tonight having problems with Facebook, but that wasn't their fault. That was my fault.
It's just like it's actually like the little bottom thing that says schedule.
Yeah.
Be scheduled for 1 o'clock and the show's at 12. Then I moved it and then it changed everything, so I had to put it back. I'm like, oh my god, what did I do? It all worked out, but it was like,
Okay. Yeah, I do several shows through the week to do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad it doesn't happen very often. So, but okay, so you've got T-shirts, you've got educational information, you've now got you've actually got music. You've had how many songs do you have? Did you mention?
There are 40 that are published and available like that. But there's more to come.
More to come. Yeah, you got some in sitting there that are done that haven't been published yet.
Well, the thing is they have a fair trade situation, right, with the distributor.
Yeah.
Because AI generated and with the assistance of AI, you can do things faster, right? So it's very difficult for real musicians to maybe keep up. So I'm restricted in the number of songs that I can, bless you, that I can distribute per month. So,
Okay.
and I'd really rather just filter through and pick the best ones. I've created quite a few, but a lot of them will end up in the trash. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's like movies. It's going to end up on the editor's floor, right?
Yep. But
You
it should
know,
be
you
able to bring new music every week.
How long is your show going to run for? An hour, or how long?
An hour. Yeah, an hour.
So now you've got that platform to, share your music too on
Yeah.
this, and then it goes out, like you said, on all.
I'm really happy about that because I didn't even think about it. You know what I mean? It was actually Al's idea. We were speaking about something else, and he's like, "Well, hey, why don't you?" And yeah, why not? Because I enjoy it. It's fun, and if I can reach people and make any kind of difference at all, I'm really happy to do that. So
set yourself up like a DJ, like good,
Well, that's how the show's run.
Right? That's great. I can't wait.
Yeah, that's how the show's run. There's a song. I'll talk a little bit in between, and it's going to be really music focused. So
that's awesome.
And so now that he's mentioned he's running the show like a DJ, and that was where I thought he would eventually get to.
Yeah.
But that's where he's starting out at. So I can just imagine what's going to happen when he gets, to the flow and getting used to doing it and so on and so forth.
Well, it's in my nature, Al, because my name is David Johnson. So DJ is my initials.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It was built into me.
Right?
I never thought about that. Right. Exactly. So it's it's an hour-long broadcast. He's going to be talking, introducing the songs. I believe the first episode you actually talk a bit about yourself, so that you introduce yourself to your viewers and listeners to the program, right?
Yeah, because I think it's important people understand where it comes from, at least. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the philosophy behind it and my motivations and, what it's all about. So, I don't like to focus too much on that, but in the first episode, I think it's important that, that comes out. And then after that, it'd be as much fun and educational stuff as we can get in.
And while he's doing his speaking in between the songs, I had to ask him where he got his footage from, because he's running video in behind him, and like I thought this was real footage. Like, where did you get this from, right? Holy crap!
Was that the Boone or something, Al? I think for that one, I don't know.
Because I knew where he worked, right?
Right.
And the footage was, it looked like
it was inside a cultivation facility.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I was going, fuck yeah, how do you get this from work?
Well, I tell you, I think that LPs would do a whole lot better if they did show some of the inside processes in their social media.
It's not their fault. It's not their fault.
Yeah.
It's the government. It's the government. It's Health Canada. It's not their fault.
Yeah, it's because they regulate it like tobacco instead of like alcohol.
They regulated it like it was like, I don't know, asbestos or, anthrax or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Eh?
My God, it's toxic. Oh my God. That's, cameras in every corner and you gotta.
Okay. I've got 3 more songs here, but we're not going to play them all. Okay. So I'm going to give you, I guess, give you the option of which one. Yeah, we'll play this. We'll play the song, and then once we play the song, we'll come back. We'll gab a few minutes. Find out where people can find all this stuff, so on and so forth. We do have a broadcast that follows us, so I got to make sure I'm done in time.
Right. Sure.
So I've got the Bong Water Oracle. I've got Rolling Papers, as well as Legal at Last.
Well, Legal at Last does have a little bit of Canadian content in there.
It does.
So maybe that's appropriate tonight.
All right. Okay. So what is legal at last all about? It's basically worded right there.
Yeah. It's all about the legalization of cannabis. It's the hopes. Really what it talks about is a bit of the story about how families have been destroyed by, unfair cannabis laws. And that's where it starts off, right? And the harms that have been done through the prohibition of the plant. And then it evolves into showing how Canada is legalized and nothing has, the world hasn't come to an end and there hasn't been a rise in crime. And you know what I mean? So
yeah, yet again.
Yeah, it's basically designed to show what the harms were, and that legalization has, not been a negative impact on society or the way things are. So,
okay, Buddy Weeds, he's got a question. We've discussed this earlier, but you can fill him in. He says, "What types of music do you make? Rock, rap, country?"
All of those and more. So I'm really trying to work all the genres, from reggae to southern rock to dubstep, trance, hip hop. Reggae, classic rock, all the kind of genres that would be appealing to people within the cannabis community. We're a diverse group. So I think in order to be able to reach out and touch as many people as possible, I have to think about that diversity,
Yeah, Buddy Weeds gives you a big thumbs up there, man.
Oh, thank you.
So there you go. Okay. I have to switch this over, and so we're gonna play legal last, and then we'll be right back shortly after that.
Nice.
We'll be right back.
Us up, they took our names for rolling dreams. They gave us chains, families torn, lives erased. A war on truth, a war on race. The cells were filled, the streets ran cold. The laws were written in blood and gold. 1 billion lost, but no one paid, except the ones they locked away. Then the walls fell down, the smoke poured through. Suddenly they said it's safe for you. They taxed the pain, they sold the cure, but justice still feels so unsure. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? The gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. North of the border, the tide has turned. 5 years free and the people learned. Crime went down, streets stayed clean. Cannabis healed, it changed the scene. No smoke and fear, no wasted lives. No broken homes, no goodbye cries. The world took note, they saw it clear. The green rush rose, the truth is near. Oh, smoke rise high, echoes whisper through the sky. For every name, for every fight, one green leaf still shining bright. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High still lights the way. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie.
All right. Yes.
I love that song.
Yes. Yes, it's so true. You touched on it all in there, how the people suffered and what we had gone through.
Yeah.
Buddy Weed says that is on fire, and
Thank
it
you.
is a smoking tune, man.
That's
There you
excellent.
go.
You know,
Yeah.
like I've listened to these songs, I would suspect hundreds of times. You know what I mean? Because I don't move forward with them until I'm like, I fall for them myself. And yeah, that one. That
Oh
one's
yeah.
yeah.
Buddy Weed says you just can't wait to hear more.
Well, tune in tomorrow and you'll hear a lot more.
That's right. Tomorrow night, buddy. Tomorrow night, 9:00. Dr. High is going to be debuting with his High Vibes broadcast. 1 hour of music, cannabis tunes, and you heard a bunch of these tonight. All different genres will be covered, and educational music at the same time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I really look forward to it. As I told you, I've watched that first broadcast multiple times.
That's good. That's a good sign, then, Al. You know what I mean?
Even for it to play, you watch it on the website, or you watch it on our YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And just have it playing.
Yeah.
While you're there doing whatever within your house, it's just tunes playing in the background, and
Ultimately, that's the way I'm thinking of it, right? I don't think about it in the terms like a traditional musician would think about an album.
Mhm.
I use themes to create blocks of music that would be thought of as an album, but the idea is to create a playlist. You know what I mean? So there's so much diversity that it's, always something interesting coming up, a little bit different, and you know what I mean? Just a good mix. So and that's what the show's going to be, basically, like a playlist
and mix,
music, right?
Yeah. That mix of music. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm
it's gonna be fun.
enjoy this.
I'm having fun putting them together. That's for sure.
Good.
So,
Yeah, and the show, you have to create all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the first episode I told you took me 20 hours to create one. The second one took me more along the lines of, I think it was more like 10 or 11 hours to create one. Today, I got it down a little less, but I'm not finished yet, so I don't know where it's actually going.
Yeah, I know what you mean there.
yeah. So I'm not sure what the final result will be, but I think I'm figuring out the flow, right?
You're correct.
So,
Yes. Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, Tamara, you got any questions or to finish off here with Dr. High? You're muted.
Yeah.
So I look forward to watching your show, and welcome to the network. And I see great things happen because I loved it. It was great.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Glad you did.
And catch me on Monday with Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana. And if you want to support the cannabis substitution program, just hit me up and you'll know how to do that. TamaraLeeds3@gmail.com.
Yeah. Dr. High, got a direct message to you. Buddy Wee says, thank you for your hard work, Dave.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So where can people find Dr. High?
Oh, you can find me at drhigh.com. You can find me at Dr. High AI Hayes on Etsy, or you can search any streaming platform from YouTube to Spotify to Apple Music to iHeartRadio, Amazon Music. Just search Dr. High, and it's there.
It's there. Good stuff. All righty. Perfect. Yeah. So remember, Thursday night, tomorrow night, every week, 9:00, High Vibes with Dr. High here on the Pace Radio Network. It'll also be streaming at 420pace.ca. And I'm looking forward for this. There's no doubt about
me
that.
too. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. And hopefully other people will too. And it'll help, spread the word of the benefits of this plant.
Yeah. Same to you, Buddy Weeds. You have a great night as well.
Thank you too, buddy.
And other than that, folks, you can. Yeah. We'll be back next week. Who knows whether we'll just be Tamara or I or a guest. We just never know. And other than that, thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, limestone city hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and at ease.ca. Big thank you to Dr. Hyde David Johnson for coming on the show. I really appreciate it and appreciate the things you're doing. And to our listeners and viewers, thanks for tuning in the program. Other than that, thank you. And
Elbows up, Canada. Good night.
Hi. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where
we
toke cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
And today we are decked out in some 80s, what would it be described as? 80s, it's not memorabilia, 80s
style,
fashion, stylish clothing, because today is Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Woo, woo.
Woo, woo.
Right?
So other than that, what else we got on the show? What else we got on the show other than Duran? I'm so
sorry,
excited.
I'll take any excuse to dress up in 80s garb.
I'm excited
for sure.
about
garb. Is that it?
Garb?
80s garb.
80s garb. We're in 80s garb.
Is that the word?
That jacket is awesome.
This actually is from the 80s. This was my mom's.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
Right?
Yeah. I love the earrings match.
I got those at Kimberly's.
Kimberly's
Deja Vu
Boutique
in
Belleville.
Belleville. Yes, I love her stuff, and it's a consignment store.
Yeah.
So it's not something that you know somebody else is going to be walking around wearing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, before we break down the outfits a little bit more.
Oh yes, what's coming up?
What's coming up on the show?
We've got our word of the week
and our high five list.
Mary Jane strains.
Playing a game of strain or no strain, but this time Mary Jane Baker is the contestant.
Oh, I'm scared now. Not really. And then we have Teaching Timmy.
I love Teaching Timmy episodes.
I was hoping I could scare you.
What have I been taught so far? I've been taught how to roll a joint.
Yeah.
I've been taught how to do weed math.
Yes.
And I've been taught how to make a bong out of a water bottle with a pen.
Yes.
That was it.
That's it. Well, and we had to use a lighter, but
yeah. That was awesome. And so I don't know what today's is. I have some stuff over here, but I don't know how it's all going to unfold. But there's
no folding.
There's no fold
or unfolding.
Oh, I thought you were going to teach Timmy origami.
No.
Oh, maybe on another day. Hey, do people roll their joints in special like origami shapes? Because that would be pretty cool.
What's interesting? Some people like to fold the paper in a certain way before rolling a joint. So kind of origami-ish.
Like, has anybody rolled
Origami.
origami? Has anybody rolled a joint that looks like a swan?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say yes, because if you don't know who Weedstagram is,
Right.
you need to look him up.
So he
I
rolls
think
joints.
I've sent you some of his stuff. He rolls crazy joints. That's actually how I met Weedstagram, was at some event somewhere where he rolled this incredible joint. I think he even made the news for rolling a joint that was like a hand.
Hey, what's the craziest joint that you've seen then? Like in a crazy, not like, because I know people are like, this is the largest joint in the world. But like, I'm talking like, have you seen one that's shaped like a gorilla or a goose or a
Yes.
monkey? Those are all just random things picked from my brain.
Yes, I'm like, oh, Cody Van Gogh. I was that whole time, Cody, I'm sorry, I was racking my brain trying to
Okay.
think your name. He creates masterpieces with weed and papers.
I can imagine you wouldn't want to smoke it afterwards, though.
Honestly, I wouldn't. I probably would purchase it just to leave it on a shelf in a
Right.
cupboard, because I mean, I know they can burn. They do burn. I've seen people like these guys roll them especially for events and then they light them. But it's art.
Right. I
It's
can imagine
beauty.
you'd have to be like completely out of weed. Like
smoke
to sit
it?
there and say, am I going to take that off the counter? And am I going to?
No, because probably by then it would be so degraded that you wouldn't want to smoke it.
No.
I mean, like, honestly, Cody, if you should probably just have, for people like me, use something like oregano instead of cannabis, just to showcase your art.
Just to do the art. Yeah. Right.
Because
Wait, could you smoke oregano?
I wouldn't
You wouldn't
suggest
recommend it?
but
It's not a
there
good
are
substitute?
there are herbs that have been used for
Well,
many
isn't
years
cannabis an
for
herb?
like tea. Like somebody gave me some blue lotus flower recently, dried blue lotus flower, and said it was a blend that I could blend with my cannabis. I'm not really comfortable blending flowers with my flowers.
Right. And you've taught me about flour.
Yes.
Wait, okay. There's flour. There is tinctures. There is edibles.
Yeah.
There are topicals.
Mm-hmm.
And I always feel like I miss one. Wait. Flour, topicals, edibles, tinctures, and concentrates.
Yes, which is also
an extract. Ah.
Yes.
All right. Teaching Timmy is working. Mary Jane Strains is working. Word of the Week is working. I am learning a ton on this show, and hopefully you as well, because we want non-consumers to be watching and listening as well, to kind of break down some of the unknowledge. But I'm sure there's people in the cannabis industry that also, you were saying that people don't tend to use the word flower, and you had talked about that one day, and that's not a well-known term, and maybe somebody learned from that too.
It's more a legal term, yeah. And especially with the words of the week, I'm specifically trying to start at the very beginning. Like we talked about THC and CBD and, hemp. And now we're going through the different types of concentrates. So we've done keef, we've done hash, and then today we're going to do resin. So trying to teach people, so that way when they do go into a cannabis store or go online and they see something that says, edible or topical, they can actually know, oh, okay, so a topical is for my skin.
Right.
So they already know that.
Because you don't want to be rubbing edibles on your skin.
Or topicals in your stomach.
Yeah. So, I mean, so if you haven't been watching the show, you need to go back to the beginning, because you're actually like walking through. Even though all of our shows, I think, function on their own, we do have kind of this flow that, like you said, that you're building, teaching people right from the very beginning and walking through a series. So if you're new to this, or you're just interested to kind of learn a little bit more, go back to the beginning, work your way through the episodes. Hopefully you have a lot of fun and learning at the same time.
I think you should go back anyways, just because we had some really amazing guests.
We have
early on,
and some great outfits.
That's true, and some awesome outfits. Remember Towel Day?
Towel Day was good.
That was
Towel Day
fun.
was good. Towel Day was a precursor to Naked Day, which we haven't officially set up, but we're,
Naked Gardening Day has already passed.
yeah,
for
but
this
we'll
year.
eventually get through to Naked Gardening Day.
Yes.
And so basically, we're trying to build a following so that when that day comes, it's an exciting day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so today is Duran Duran Appreciation Day. Is an 80s theme for anybody who knows anything about me. Like the 80s is, well, the 80s is. It's the greatest thing that's ever been created.
It is.
I
was created in the 80s.
You were, yes, absolutely, right? So
And you were born in the 80s.
I was born.
So
I was born 1980. 1980. Imagine that.
you were still created in the 70s.
Yeah, but
it was like
wait.
you were like, no, I'm not. I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my mom was carrying me for like 8 years. I was like, I'm not coming out yet.
I'm waiting
I'm
till the
not
80s.
coming out to the 80s. The 80s was the greatest thing ever. If you go online, you can actually find. I have a Christmas song.
You do.
But it's more of an 80s tribute, even though it's Christmas themed, and it's just called Santa, Please Bring Back the 80s.
It's like a prayer.
It's a
to
prayer.
Santa.
It is. It's a prayer to Santa. Yeah. And I
It's
think
actually kind of sweet.
there might be a video up there as well when I do my 80s tribute on stage. I'll have to see if that's even up there online. But if you haven't seen that, that will come up again. Usually I do it in the Christmas season.
Yeah, the song on YouTube is great, but seeing you perform it on stage, it's like a 5-minute song turned into a 45-minute.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
It is an 80s. It is an 80s extravaganza. And I wear this, and now so I even came. So you've got. I do want to point this out though. Not only do the colors reflect the 1980s.
Yeah.
But
the shoulder pads.
The shoulder pads. But when we were looking up, because we did a little bit of research on Duran Duran.
Oh yeah.
And we found all these pictures of them wearing like these blazers.
So sexy with these like shoulder
Right?
pads.
And I'm like you nailed it. You got the color right. You got the shoulder pads. You got the blazer look.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna have Duran Duran
And the earrings to
Appreciation
match.
Day, right? Now over here, I didn't go Duran Duran, but I went 80s. Any opportunity I can go 80s. So I'm rocking my Ninja Turtles.
I can't believe you stuck the tag over Michelangelo's face.
It's everybody's least favorite turtle. But anyways, okay, let's not get into that now. I don't we literally probably lost viewers. I apologize. All Ninja Turtles.
All Ninja Turtles matter.
Okay, I wasn't gonna do it, but you did it.
But I said all.
I know.
Or is it every?
I don't even know.
Oh, the Ninja Turtles matter.
The Ninja Turtles matter. The
Is that
4 of
right?
them and the rat.
Michelangelo matters.
He does. Donatello was actually my favorite. I used to play the
purple
video
guy?
game one in the arcade, and he had the rod, and he could like stick it in and leap over.
Careful.
Yeah, I know. So okay. So for those
You're
of you who
no
can't
Donatello.
see, no Donatello. No. Normally I can stand up. Okay.
Yeah, you're not in shoes today though, Timmy.
No.
Oh
So
dear.
so these
Careful.
are my shorts.
Those are your shorts. Those
And
are short
look.
shorts. Oh dear.
Look at the toe.
Just turn a little bit that way.
Oh.
Oh yeah, those are short shorts. Sit and put your foot on the table. There we go. Oh, the socks. The
Right?
socks.
Oh, yeah, there we go. How's that look? Yeah, socks.
I can hear the producer and they're giggling. Oh, yep.
So in the 80s, we liked the short shorts. We liked clothes that didn't fit
And the bright
properly.
colors,
And the bright
right? Like
colors.
the bright
I feel like-
socks.
I feel like I want to show my skates more, but these are actually I tell all these in my stage
Can
presentation.
you put one up on the table?
I'm gonna put one up.
Okay.
Yeah. These are rentals, and a whole long story about why I have them, but
Yeah, because they don't have roller skate
No,
arenas
no,
right
and
now
they used
anymore,
to have
so you
roller-
can't rent them.
they literally used to have roller skate arenas like they were like Tim Hortons, like literally every corner I think the goal was back in the 80s was like, just because it was the 80s, like every 8 minutes you had to come across a roller rink. That was a rule. And,
I honestly think they should bring them back. Personally, they were awesome. Those skates are not so awesome.
They are. I got to find a way. Okay.
We need to fix it. We need to get you a new rubber stopper. We
Yeah.
need to get it like sealed your foot. It's like
seal. Kiss
it's
by a
flapping.
rose. I know. Hello. I feel like it's like a Pee Wee Herman show. Pee Wee's Playhouse.
We really should do a Pee Wee
hey,
show.
Hey, Mr. Roller Skate. Hey, Timmy. How are you?
Wait, they can't see it. Do it again. There we go.
Hello.
It actually looks like a face.
Hello, Timmy. Hello, Timmy. Is that better? It's amazing the amount of work we try to do just to get one good shot.
You think that's bad? You should see us at home. Oh dear.
Talk through my skates all day long. MJ loves.
I meant
the
trying
the
to
skate
find the
conversations.
right. Don't tell people that.
Oh, okay. All right. Won't tell our secrets. So anyway, so that's why we're decked out for Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Yeah. I even got the leather on the bottom too.
We're killing it. And I think your hair has been teased up a little bit.
Yeah, I said a couple nasty things to him before we came in the studio, so it's a little pissed off.
That's so bad. All right. So before we get into, we have a couple. Well, no, we don't. We don't have a couple. We have one 80s themed thing after this. My high five list is 80s theme, but the rest of it is
yeah, my word of the week is not.
It's all cannabis
80s
related.
Yeah.
But so let's go into your word of the week first.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. All right, word of the week. Let's do this.
All right. So this week's word is resin.
Resin.
Resin. Not to be confused with that stuff that other people use to do art and, seal things, like maybe your roller skates.
Can
I
resin
don't
do
think,
that?
I don't, honestly, maybe, I don't know, but not this resin. This is
I
also
actually
known
skate in
as,
these, by the way, in case anyone's thinking they're just props. I go skating with them like this.
Yes.
So
on the beach,
on
at
the
the
beach.
boardwalk.
Yeah.
Well, not the boardwalk, that like paved thing beside the boardwalk.
Yeah. It's impressive. Everyone else on their roller blades.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm a rollerblader.
I can do the crossovers.
See, that's funny because I was born in the 80s,
Mhm.
but I'm a 90s baby
Yeah.
because I was born in like the late 80s.
Yeah.
So everything I know and love is 90s.
Yeah, it's a shame. Some people,
Wow. Except for you, you're 80s.
well, I literally, I don't know. I feel blessed to be one of the chosen ones, right? There was a handful of people in the history of our world that got to really enjoy the 80s at the right time of life. And I just feel, I don't know why I was chosen, but I mean, I've actually been chosen as a prophet to tell
To bring
people
it
about the
back?
80s. Yeah. There's always one person, kind of like a lampstand.
See, I would have liked to have been around the 60s. That's
Yeah.
where I would have I wanted to go to Woodstock.
Well, 60s was a very cannabis decade.
It was
right?
just very loving.
80s was very
it was
cocaine.
Acid.
Yeah, that was a whole different. Yeah, I can see. Yeah. Now, mind you, I
didn't
I don't want to go back
partake.
to the 80s because I want cocaine, but but you wanted the 60s because that would be a very free. Now, but here's the thing, though.
I just
Cannabis
love, like,
was
the-
so free flowing, but yet it was illegal, wasn't it?
I just honestly, I like the bus. I like the hippie
Oh, I love-
hairstyles. I love the clothing. I love the music. I love the feeling from just there was this like unity, and
Mhm.
I kind of feel like you can almost catch a whim of it. Like we went for a walk the other day.
Mhm.
How many people were out on the street? There was tons.
Yeah.
And people were smiling. There was like everybody was friendly. Now I know this doesn't happen everywhere,
Mhm.
but I really felt like maybe we might be coming into this state of unity again.
Well, they do say they, like, who's they? Like, I mean, how do we know?
Everybody's
How do we know who these people are? But somebody says that when we come out of COVID,
Mhm.
that we're going to go into like we could go back into like a late 60s, 70s, like a free love, like a very, like people are afraid that when we come out of COVID, everyone's going to like somehow we've been conditioned and trained to be separate. But I think there's going to be this. So they're saying, yeah, that it's a very close, open people risking things and
Well, like
living.
the Roaring 20s.
Yeah, that would be a similar thing too. I think that's going to be the case for like entertainment. I
Mhm.
think live entertainment. I mean, I'm just happy that I've been able to stay alive financially and just squeak through this period, because I do think that the entertainment world, I think live theater, which was dying, is going to come back with a vengeance. But I think culturally, there's going to be this boom of people trying new things and experimenting and dropping, like they say, the great resignation is coming, where people have realized that they want to try different jobs, and
It
some people
sounds
have already.
biblical.
Yeah, well, it's not. Well, it could be, unless you unless you
coming.
believe it's the end times or whatever. But I
Well,
don't know.
you
I
just
think
said
there's,
like the Great Resignation.
yeah, that's what it's called, the Great Resignation. It sounds biblical, but
That's it. I quit.
I quit. That's what's happening. People are like, I'm tired. I'm tired of working at this job where you overwork me. I've learned a lot about being able to work at home, work at my own pace. I've learned to create new skills. I've learned to start a new business that I could create some income while I wasn't able to do whatever my old job was. And people are realizing that they had these passions, they had these skills, they had these desires, they had these things that they always wanted to do. And then COVID stopped them and they realized they had procrastinated. And there's,
I think you're giving people too much credit.
I don't
Honestly,
think so at
I
all.
think there are those people,
Mhm.
but you will also have the people that were used to going to a building from 9 to 5 and enjoyed that life as much as they might have bitched about it on the weekend and, TGIF. They enjoyed the fact that they were able to leave their house and go to an office and chat with people on their break and their lunch and then go home.
Yeah.
But now work has changed. So they're doing the same work, but they're doing it at home, paying for their own hydro, their own internet bill, their own phone bill, using their stuff for work. And they're like, why am I doing this when I can find something that's more suitable for myself?
Oh yeah, there will always be a segment of the population that kind of has that.
Mhm.
But I do think though there's going to be an opening up.
Oh yeah.
And it's going to be quite the time for those of us who had to come through it. A lot of people, we were talking earlier just before taping today about the fact that people who complained, I'm bored. It's like, okay, well, you just had a year and a half of COVID. Now you know what boredom can feel like. Now you can't be bored anymore.
So my son the other day, he says, I'm going for a walk. And I almost fell off my chair because this kid has shown no desire to go for a walk.
Because he has no legs. It'll be like a miracle.
He might as well have no legs, because for the last year and a half, every time I said, I want you to go outside, he'd go, oh, but why? And now he's literally so sick and tired of being in the house that he's like, yeah, I'm getting tired of this. So I feel like whether you said, you didn't have enough time or now you have too much time, either way, you better come out on the other side of this excited to be on the other side of it.
Appreciating life. And like I said, I think it's a time to explore and to try new things.
That was a big rabbit hole to go on from the word
Yeah.
resin.
Yeah, from resin.
Because I didn't even finish the word.
That's what we were doing, word of the week?
We were.
Oh, I thought we were still in our intro.
No.
Okay. All right. Let's get back to word of the week. Shall
Okay. You should put your skate on the ground. Yeah, I seen that look. Okay. So.
And I wouldn't be able to do that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So resin, also known as live resin, there's a reason why it's called live. Okay. It's because it's made from freshly harvested, flash frozen cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay.
Did you get that? I know that was a lot.
Flash frozen leaves.
Okay. So flash frozen, freshly harvested cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay.
So the
freshly, so they pull it up and they freeze it. It's
exactly.
Just like so it's as good as freshly picked.
Exactly. And the reason they flash freeze it is to preserve the essence of the plant. It also gives you more flavor and aroma.
Okay.
So there is an extraction process that is done immediately after you take the plant material out of the freezer, it is used, you used a solvent, or you're supposed to use a solvent with it.
Okay.
Most solvents, all solvents, except for water, which I don't think is actually a solvent per se. But as we talked about with hash, right? Like, anyways, it's either like an alcohol or a gas or something like that they would use to extract the resin from the fresh plant material. However, it is extremely dangerous, and people have been known to. That's why I'm like, I don't even feel comfortable telling you what solvent people use, because all this information is online. You can search it yourself. But with that being said, this is extremely dangerous stuff. People have blown up their houses, their apartments, their families. It best to be left to the people with labs that do closed loop extraction. If you're going to Google that.
Closed loop extraction.
Yes, because that is the safe method on how to create that sort of concentrate. And that's why I just purchase that stuff, because I don't know how to do it, and I'm no scientist, and I don't have a lab, and I just leave it to the experts.
Right.
But that's what live resin is.
So live resin is, okay, let's see if I get this right. It's freshly harvested, flash frozen leaves and buds.
That is put
Sugar
through,
leaves.
yeah, which is put through an extraction process, and then
Okay.
you end up with this like.
Was that the thing that I saw where we went somewhere and they do this press?
That's next week.
Oh, tune in to next week when we talk about.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And very similar. Next week, our word is rosin.
I couldn't believe
is
how
resin.
little you were getting out of the pressing but anyways,
That
that's a whole
depends on
different
how
thing.
much trichomes are on the plant.
All right. So tune in next week for that episode.
Yes.
All right. So resin.
Resin.
Every time you said flash frozen, I kept thinking of flash dance.
Oh.
I have this interpretive dance.
And you think of
The
that, I
Flash
think
dance.
of the Flash, like, the super fast superhero.
Yeah, he's so far down my superhero list. I don't even.
Super what?
Super what?
Exactly.
Flash Gordon.
That's why he's never in your thoughts.
I think that's like a
'cause
70s. Was that a 70s show? Flash Gordon.
I don't know.
Anyways, so our high five list today.
High five.
High five. We wanted to specifically, even though we are 80s themes, we did want to celebrate Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Yes.
What's interesting is that this day is Duran Duran didn't set it up. It was a disc jockey. I can't remember which city he was from.
Okay.
He was a disc jockey, and he just picked this particular day because it was his birthday. So
happy birthday.
yeah, so on my birthday, I am going to officially call it Share Appreciation Day. So Share Appreciation Day
That's
is July
awesome.
21st. So next July 21st, we will all celebrate Share Appreciation Day. But today, because he got to it first, we do Duran Duran Appreciation. So I got these. These are my top 5 interesting facts about the musical band Duran Duran.
Okay.
And if you're in the age group that's like, who? Google them up. Not hard to find, because they were one of the most popular bands in the world. Okay, get this. They started in 1978.
Okay.
Their first album came out in 1981, which was just called Duran Duran. Okay, for those kids, Duran, Duran. Just use the first word, copy, paste, put it up there, then push send. So 1981. So the bulk of their most famous work were through the 80s. They started in 1978. They were part of the British kind of invasion of stuff that was coming in through the 70s and 80s. 100 million records were sold by Duran Duran. They're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. 14 studio albums. Okay, you probably recognize some of the songs to this day. Ordinary World, The Reflex.
I'm literally sitting here like blank because I don't know.
Hungry
any
Like
of
a
them.
Wolf.
I do know that one.
Right. That one actually was in an earlier episode. We did top 5 new terms for the Munchies and I said it should just be called Hungry Like a Wolf.
Okay.
That's what that
a
reference was,
throwback. You
right?
like those throwbacks.
I do like those throwbacks. Girls on Film, which was something they had done. It was actually banned on MTV. You remember MTV?
When they actually used to play music?
Yeah, it was banned on MTV and the BBC, but I think everything gets banned on the BBC. And then like Rio's a great song too. Anyways, I know this is out of your
yeah.
This is out of your thing, but here we go. Here's
I'm
some interesting
listening.
facts though.
I'm
Interesting
learning.
facts.
Oh, those weren't any of the facts?
No, that was just
Oh.
I
learned so much already. Okay.
Those were just like facts. Like
my head hurts.
I couldn't
now.
put 100 million albums sold as one of my top 5 interesting facts.
Okay,
It was
so
just an
let's see
interesting
what you
fact.
have for
now
the
we're going for the top
interesting.
5 interesting facts because you found some of those interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how about these? Number 5 on Timmy's high 5 list. Princess Diana, the late Princess Diana, one of my favorite princesses of all time, said multiple times publicly that Duran Duran was her favorite band. So the People's Princess gives them the stamp of approval. So if you love Princess Di, check out Duran Duran because
who didn't love Princess Di? She
right?
was the people's princess.
And if she says Duran Duran is the best, who are we to argue at that point? But true story. She was publicly, and they were flattered as I would be too.
Yeah.
If she was still around today, I'm sure Timmy Boyle would be one of her favorite comedians, but we'll never know. So we'll just assume that
I'm
would have
like
been her choice.
trying to imagine a world that she still existed.
Right? Sad. We don't want to get into a sad thing. Here we go.
No, it'd be an amazing world.
Number 4 on Timmy's high 5 list on Duran Duran Appreciation Day. They used to perform in a nightclub called Barbarella. Okay. So their name came from a character in the movie Barbarella. There was a movie Barbarella with Jane Fonda, I believe, back in 1968. It was a sci-fi film. And there was a character in that movie named Mr. Durand Durand. So they just took off the D's. I don't know why. I don't know why you would just call yourself Durand Durand. It is harder to say. Try saying it. Durand Durand. It makes sense.
Oh my
to pull
God,
the D's
that's
off.
like the rural
Durand,
juror.
rural juror.
I'm in that movie, the
rural
rural juror.
Yeah, check out 30 Rock for that reference there. So that's where they named it from. It was actually a character from a sci-fi movie from the 60s called Barbarella, which was the same name of a club that they used to perform in back in England. And his name was Mr. Durand Durand. But I now know why they dropped the D's, because Duran Duran flows better. Number 3 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts. There were 3 Taylors in the band. Now, that's not an interesting fact if you know the band.
Like by profession or by name?
Nick Rhodes, John Taylor,
name.
Roger Taylor, Andy Taylor, and Simon Le Bon.
And
now,
none of them were related?
None of them were related.
Oh, that's messed up.
None of them were related.
I call hashtag bullshit on that. How are they all 3 of them Taylors?
Right?
That's like, hey, we're putting out a casting call for all musicians with the last name Baker or Boyle.
Well, they tried putting that out for Le Bon's, and they couldn't find any more. So they were like, okay, let's go. Should we go with Rhodes or Taylor? And they're like, let's go with Taylor. So they went and they got 3. So 3 other 5 bands. It reminds me of my junior high class. Back in junior high, I had in my class, I might not get this exactly right.
Or you
but
say it's Ryan?
No. So there were 2 Tims.
Okay.
Okay. Like if you're in this class, just understand you'll get the principle, even if I'm not right. There were 2 Tims. There were 2 Andreas, 2 Sarahs, 2 Kathys, 2 Jasons, and I think there was a couple. Was it? Did I say Andrea already?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that was it. But literally half our class was made up of 5 names.
You know why that is?
If you were in that class, you know who you are.
You know what happens?
What?
Everybody watches television. Like, okay, so I named my son Aiden.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because you know him. That's what you've been calling him. So when I named him, I thought it was like super rare. Never heard anybody with that name before. Now, this was 2005. Fast forward, I start hearing about Aiden, Braden, Jaden, Caden, Hayden, and I'm like, what is going on? Hayden?
Right now, everybody.
You know what happened? I didn't watch soap operas.
Oh, see, that's why you should watch soap operas.
The hot doctor on one of the soaps was Aiden.
Right.
So all the other women that are pregnant at home
Yeah.
watching soap operas, they're all like, "Oh, Sarah.
That's why that's why
Oh, Tim."
That's why junior high classes in the like early 2000s or late 2000s had like 2 Rosses, 2 Rachels, 2 Monicas.
Oh
only
my
one
God, the Phoebe.
5 Phoebes.
Do you know how to spell Phoebe?
Phoebe.
P as in Phoebe, H as in Hebe, O as in Obi, E as in EB, B as in BB, and E as in hello there, mate.
I'll give you a high five for that one. So 3 Taylors, not related. Number 2 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts. They actually wrote a Bond song. So, you know, the James Bond movies. So in 1985, it was A View to a Kill with Roger Moore. He was one of my favorite Bonds. And they wrote the Bond song for that.
Oh.
It was called A View to Kill. But this is interesting. It's the only James Bond song that reached number 1 in the US. So Duran Duran wrote a Bond song for one of the James Bond movies, and it reached number 1. Only James Bond song to do that. In the UK, it was, I guess recently is relative, but it was only recently passed by Adele's Skyfall, which she did for not Roger Craig, Craig, that guy. His last name's Craig. What's that James Bond guy's name? Michael Craig? Jimmy Craig? Jimmy Craig Corn, and I don't care.
Bond. I'm not into the Bond.
I haven't.
The only one I know is that dun 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 dun. Oh wait, that's Mission Impossible.
That's Mission Impossible.
See, this is how much I watched
like
those.
Ethan Hunt. Yeah.
I thought it was Tom Cruise.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. He plays
my
Ethan
God.
Hunt. That's okay. It doesn't matter.
I don't. Yeah, it might as well be. What's that guy who goes to the Nakatomi Tower?
That's John McClane. And that's
See,
not
thank
funny.
you. I thought it was.
And the number one interesting Duran Duran fact on Timmy's high five list is that they have a board game. 1985.
Shut up.
Yeah, an actual board. It's called Into the Arena, and it came out in 1985. A Duran Duran board game. I have not seen
They made some really weird board games.
I
What
have
is
not
that about?
seen. I don't know.
You just.
But
know-
I want to find it on eBay. I want to try to find it. Look, Bon Jovi is, I think, one of the best bands coming. Bon Jovi doesn't have a board game.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I need to know.
You didn't look yet.
Does AC/DC have one? Does Def Leppard have one? They probably have. I bet you they have Monopoly games, like the Bon Jovi Monopoly games. They have Monopoly
there's a
games,
Monopoly everything.
There's like a Monopoly Belleville.
There's Weedopoly.
What? Yeah, well, that makes sense.
And Ghettopoly.
Ghettopoly. That's not right.
No, there really is.
There is?
Yeah.
What's the most expensive street on that one?
I think it's someplace in Oshawa.
It's
like
Canadian game?
Wentworth or something.
All right. Well, if you live on Wentworth in Oshawa, you're famous now. All right. So that was my high five list. Interesting fact. Those were interesting.
They were really interesting.
I think ultimately, though, I enjoyed the 3 Taylor one. But anyways,
I still call bullshit.
we'll look into that, and we'll also find out how we can buy one of those games.
Yes.
Okay. Mary Jane's strain. Let's get into that.
Okay. So this strain is a particularly one that's close to my heart because I just tried this and was knocked on my ass. I don't want to say it. Okay, I was knocked on my ass. I'm just gonna say it.
Believe me, we've already lost listeners at this point. So
visitors. So it's called GMO cookies, and it's by Spinach. And I generally don't like GMO anything.
Cookies with spinach.
Well, Spinach is the company, the licensed producer that's making the product.
Okay.
But the GMO stands for garlic, mushrooms, no monkeys,
and ostrich,
onions,
Oakville onions.
It's funny because when you go to Pita
Garlic,
Pit, they
mushroom,
ask
onions.
you, would you like OMG? And it's onions, mushrooms, green pepper.
Oh, that's smart.
Right? And this
Yeah.
is GMO. guys, spinach, you failed. It should have been OMG.
Yeah, OMG.
Onion, mushroom, garlic,
Yeah,
because
but they knew somebody else already did that, so give them some credit.
Well, GMO kind of like I was a little hesitant, but of course I'm a researcher and did the
What
research.
about MOG? Mog.
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 It sounds like a game, like those pogs.
Yeah. Let's play some
See, that's a
Mog.
90s thing too.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah. All right. So GMO cookies is a very, very strong indica. Comes with percentages THC of 24 to 31.
Okay, from basically what you've been telling me, that's high.
Yes.
Like I would have a problem with that one.
Yes. When I go into the store and they ask me, do you want indica, sativa, or hybrid? I just giggle and say, I don't go by that.
Right.
I go by THC levels. I go by licensed producer, like which company makes it, depending on whether it's an edible or, flower. So I'm really willing to try anything once because I like to see what my experience is with everything. So after trying the GMO cookies, it makes sense why you would get these effects, the following effects of euphoric.
Wait, can I guess? Red eyes?
No,
and
I'll
dry
give you
mouth?
that. Those are those are possible side effects.
Oh, those are
yes.
side effects. Okay.
Yes. But that's to say with like most cannabis, right?
Oh,
Dry mouth.
Can name me a cannabis strain that doesn't give you red eyes and dry mouth. That seems to be a regular theme.
Yeah,
that I'm learning.
I haven't had any yet. Yeah. Those are telltale signs of cannabis consumption. So.
Right now, my mouth is dry and my eyes are probably
Some
red, but
water.
that's because I didn't sleep well and
It's
I
warm
haven't
in
drank enough
here.
water. And it's warm in here. I'm gonna take off these shorts.
Okay, so with the THC being very high, you get a sense of like just this overall euphoric, drowsy, sleepy, kind of like just chill. This is my
Right.
experience, which is like a very, very chill experience. So when I was researching the terpenes, it says that it's caryophyllene or caryophyllene. I never know how to pronounce that one.
Caryophyllene, okay.
Humulene, limonene, myrcene, and neuralidol. And the very interesting thing that that I read on their website, I giggle because I've said this to you before. This weed smells like chicken noodle soup.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Yep.
I've said this to numerous people and I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it smells like my grandma's chicken noodle soup. And everybody thinks I'm crazy. Now I'm starting to wonder because Nana used to smoke.
Okay.
And she'd always smoke in the kitchen. And she would always make chicken noodle soup. And I wonder if she used chicken noodle soup to help cover up the smell of her joints.
Oh.
I can't ask her because she's not around anymore.
Right.
But I wonder if because she was smoking weed and cooking chicken noodle soup, if her strain of cannabis triggers this memory of chicken noodle soup for me. So
that's possible.
I don't know if that's what it is, but whatever this terpene is that I just stated before, one of those to me smells like chicken noodle soup. And I giggled because when I did research on their website, it says you can't make soup out of it, but it sure goes nicely in a bowl. And I thought, chicken noodle soup. It was like it was confirmed.
Right. Okay.
But not confirmed.
But not confirmed.
And I just want to add
you're on the right path.
The GMO cookies by Spinach
Yep.
is cost friendly. If you can find it at one of your local retail stores, great, because it's all sold out on the OCS website. It is a very a desired strain because high THC, lower cost.
OMG.
Right?
Right?
GMO cookies.
Mog.
And that's it. That's the strain. Like you just took a drink. That's Mary Jane's strain for the week.
Mary Jane's strain. All right. So now we just talked about a strain. We're going to do. Usually we do strain or no strain with the occasional guest. We've played strain or no strain.
Yes.
So there's some on this list that I just wanted to kind of run through with you. and see whether you can pick out which ones are strains and which ones are not strains.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm worried about where you got your list.
You
Don't
need-
worry.
you
Don't
don't need to
worry.
be worried.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Strain or no strain with Mary Jane Baker. Who's done this game before? Jenaway McLean did it,
Yeah.
and she did very well.
Mm-hmm.
Who
I
else
think
did it?
that was the only one.
No, I think someone else did it. Doesn't matter. You're going to be able to kill it here. Are you ready?
Sure.
Here we go. Purple monkey balls.
I want to say yes.
Is that your final answer?
Sure.
It is, in fact, a strain. Purple
Ah.
monkey balls is a strain, everybody. OMG.
Something I would probably try once.
Right? Okay, so 1 for 1. Lady J.
No. I feel like that's a rapper.
No, that is a G.I. Joe character.
Ah!
I made that one up. She's one of my
Okay.
favorites. She's one of my favorite fictional characters.
And see,
of all
I wouldn't
time.
have known that because I don't watch
Lady
G.I.
J.
Joe.
Mafia Burger.
Oh, no. Is it a strain? I've never heard of it.
Why are you so adamant that it might not be?
No.
You convinced?
Yeah, it sounds like a burger restaurant.
It is not a strain. Good for you.
Okay.
You are 3 for 3. I literally came up with that one by going onto a website that said, we will just put 2 words randomly together. And those 2 words got put randomly together.
Mafia Burger.
Yeah, but it sounds like it could be a strain name. I
It
would think.
actually, it to me, it sounds like it's a restaurant.
Okay. So
With
you're
like
3 for
two
3.
two shadow guys, like with the hats, the Mafia Burger.
I think you're going to get this one. Yeah. Larry OG.
Oh, that's definitely a strain.
So why is Larry an OG? Well,
He
does
was
anybody
grown
know
by
who
the
Larry is?
ocean.
Okay. All right. 4 for 4. Moon Climax.
Oh, no.
Wow, you're nailing this thing. That's 5. 5 for 5. You're going to pass no matter what you do with these next ones. Smurfberry.
Okay, so my brain is saying that sounds like a strain somebody would name if they didn't know what the bag was. And they'd be like, oh, it's like blue, and I'll call it Smurfberry. So I'm going to say no.
It is a strain. I thought it would be like
okay.
a cereal.
Okay.
Like a children's cereal.
Do you know who it's by?
I do not know, but it is a strain.
I want to
Type in
look that up.
Google Smurfberry. So you have 5, 5 and 1. And last one, Papa Shango.
No. I feel like you're trying to trick me with that.
That is, in fact, a wrestler.
And I did not know that either.
He was a voodoo expert, Papa Shango. He was creeped me out. He was on wrestling. Well, that was good. You got like you got 6 out of 7. Very good.
I'm sad though. I didn't get a perfect game.
I know Smurfberry.
I take competitions very seriously.
Smurfberry. Well, Google it up. You just make sure if you want to fact check it and let people know later on whether or not you've.
You know what's so funny? Do I have a minute to tell them very quickly about Alexa?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I was being quiet for a second because if you are listening to Alexa right now, I apologize.
Hey Alexa, turn off bedroom lights. Just in case.
Yeah. So I like to play Song Quiz. It's a game you can play with it. So you just activate your device and then say open Song Quiz. And the other day, it asked me, just like it always does, what genre would you like to play? And I said the 90s, just like I always do. And it said, who's playing? I said, it's MJ. They said, from where are you playing from? And I said, my bedroom, because I never say where I'm from, right? And earlier that day, I had played Song Quiz and said I was the magnificent Miss Mary Jane Baker from the land of cannabis, because I thought I was just being smart and I was having a little bit of fun. Turns out I go to play and it says, your opponent is the magnificent Miss Mary Jane Baker from the land of cannabis. And I was like, oh no. So no matter what I do, I can't lose.
So you were playing with yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Did
Is
you-
it
and did
weird
you
that I
win?
was in the bathroom at the time?
Did you win?
I thought we went over this. I was playing myself.
So you did win.
Yes, I won. I remembered. I have to say yes. Okay. Yes,
All right,
I
you
won.
All right. Nice.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Alexa drives me crazy. I hate when she says, I'll be like, Alexa, turn off my bedroom lights. And she'll be like, turning off just turn the
You
lights
don't
off,
even have
Alexa.
Alexa.
Wait, I have Google.
Is that why you hate Alexa? Because she's not even at your
Okay,
house?
fine. I have Google. If you want true story stuff, I have Google. And
Yes.
and then she yells it out.
Ask Google, who is Timmy Boyle?
Yeah.
And then ask, who is Mary Jane Baker? But you have to ask Google, not Alexa.
Ask Google, who is Timmy Boyle?
Yes.
Who is Mary Jane Baker?
Yes.
That's a test. And then mention in the comments below this video.
What it says.
Yeah, tell us what it said.
Yeah.
All right. Let's teach Timmy. Like when it's teaching Timmy day, I get all excited.
You're gonna have to move that skate though.
Or please don't send me away.
He's crying.
Please don't send me away.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Boot. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh my God. It's like the IKEA commercial. Do you remember that one with the lamp?
People are wondering what in the world's going on. Why are they making weird voices?
Do you remember the IKEA lamp commercial?
Yeah, I made you cry.
Every time. Do you feel sorry for this lamp? I don't understand. It's just a lamp. You left it on the curb. That's why. It's a perfectly good lamp.
I can't get my boot back on.
Okay,
Sorry,
so teaching Timmy, we're going to need your space there.
Teaching Timmy.
It's hands-on, but not quite hands-on.
Okay,
so, like I said, we're trying to build education for newbies.
Yes.
So, new consumers, just like babies, small children, when you're introducing new food into their diet, you should introduce one new thing at a time, and you should monitor how they react.
Right.
So in this, we are going to, I got you a nice binder.
So it says healthcare, but it also says heal, care, THC. Well, I guess it says heal R. Anyways, doesn't matter. It has THC in the middle.
Yes.
I like how you did that.
Yes. Thank you.
Healthcare.
I would like to take credit for that, but
it's not.
It's not in my idea, no.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a very good idea. Whoever did it.
Yes. So I got you a binder specifically instead of a little book with like pages that are stuck in it, because I feel if you're going to have a book, you should be able to move the pages around.
Okay.
Just so that way, if some people like tabs, you put all the strains that you like in the front, all the strains you don't like in the back. You can organize it by indica, sativa, hybrid, however you want to do it, alphabetical order, yada, yada.
Okay. I can see already the benefit of having a notebook. It seems like a lot. It's kind of like how I learned so much about my diet.
Yep.
When I started to track my food. And some people are like, oh, I don't want to take the time to track my food. It takes too much time. But when I was tracking my food daily for like a month solid, when I first started doing it, I learned so much about how poorly I was eating, how quickly I can get carbs in, how quickly the sugar can go up, how little fiber I was getting.
Well, it's not
and
only
I can see that can happen with cannabis. Is like there's so much science that you've been teaching me about.
Well, for somebody that has, like myself, who has adverse reactions to certain foods, I've had to keep a food diary. Like you're saying, track what you're eating. If I end up getting an upset stomach or a bathroom issue later on in the day, I can then go back over that book and say, now, what did I eat?
Right.
What did I put in my body that made me feel so crappy? And this is exactly the purpose of the book, is because as you're trying new things, even consumers that have been smoking for years, maybe you have never tried an edible, or you had an edible and you had a bad experience. This is a great way to monitor what you're taking, how much, and all of that.
Right, because we've talked about the fact that when we first met, and you had introduced me, because I was like, I want to try some new things, and you introduced me to cannabis, and 3 times I took it. All 3 of them were very different responses.
Yep.
The third one made me say, I'm not going to smoke again. Obviously.
And the third one, I'll let you know, Timmy, was about 23% THC.
Right, which I've learned recently is pretty high.
Yes.
Right. So I can see the value of something like this, because I don't actually remember anything about. I know the 3 experiences that I had,
This was 2 years ago.
but I don't know
Like
what
this
they
is this
what
is
they
over
were.
2 years ago. that
So
it's
yeah, it
been,
would be
yeah.
it would be interesting to have written this down even at the time, and we'll walk through some of it now because I'm interested to know what kind of questions you would even ask.
Absolutely.
But to go back and go, like say, I wanted to have a smoke one day. Like I'm not opposed to ever. I don't see myself necessarily doing it, but who knows? I didn't see
You could be
myself.
at a party, later
Yeah.
on this summer, and somebody might say, "Hey, would you like a cannabis beverage?"
And it would be good for me to know what affected me and what didn't. So I would know,
Well,
it's
that's
all
the
about
thing.
being informed, right?
Drinking and eating, as we've learned, hits you differently than smoking.
Right.
Different THC levels, different products, different everything. So in your book.
Okay, so what would I do? How would I track this for
Okay.
newbies who are out there?
So first page, you're going to write at the very top the date and time of day.
Date and time of day.
Yeah.
So am I doing today's date?
Just put date and then put time of day.
Date and time.
Because we're going to leave yours blank for now.
Okay, so date and time.
Yeah.
Do you think that is important for, like, does cannabis affect you? Like if I was to track something like this, could I be able to pick up a pattern and go, wait a minute, in the evenings it affects me different, or in the mornings, or
so you are a statistics person?
Yes. See, I would break all of this down.
You absolutely, and this is why I'm going to give you a couple different things, okay? And we'll talk about what you're getting at after you get all this on the paper.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So, how are you feeling before?
Okay. So before feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in brackets, if you needed to, you could put like stressed, tired, happy.
Right.
So basically your overall state.
Okay.
Then you're going to put, what did you consume? So was it flour? Was it an edible?
Was it a tincture?
Right.
Was it a topical? Was it
what did you
concentrate extract?
Yes, you got it. All right. Okay. So what did you consume?
Okay. What did I consume?
Was it an edible? Right. I said that. What strain was it? If it was flour.
Is that a different line?
So this is in the what do you consume?
Mm-hmm.
You need to break it down.
Okay. So it would be like, so I'd have to rewrite this out to make, we should have like some sort of like.
We might have to do this digitally and see if we could do like a spreadsheet.
Yeah. Can we do that? Can we create kind of like a downloadable printout?
I think maybe we should. So that way people can get this.
Yeah.
Because this would be a great tool.
Okay. So I would have to mark down my strain.
Yeah.
And I'd have
what
to mark
form
down
of
the
cannabis
form.
was it?
Yeah.
And then you have to do how much of it.
My goodness. See, this is the thing, is that right away I can already, like, by not doing this, it's just it's like it's a flat out crapshoot, because what if you could have the same strain, but take it in a different form, and the only thing you change is how much. So you could have the same strain, same form, and then you change the quantity, and that could affect it. Or if you change the form but have the same strain and the same quantity, that could affect it.
What about your mood?
There's a whole, I can see.
What about your mood?
People don't want to take the time to do this, but I would suggest, just because I've seen what it does for me with food, changed my life once I realized what food was doing to me. I can see the value of this.
People don't do this with alcohol either, but they should. Most people just go to the beer store, they buy a 12-pack of beer, and then, they drink the 12 and go, oh, I don't feel so good. And next time they know, maybe I'll try 6.
Yeah.
It's like it's a trial and error, but you should be writing this stuff down.
Yeah. Okay.
So the other thing you should, after how much, would be how are you feeling afterwards?
So that's the after feeling.
Yeah.
After feeling.
And then just have a spot for notes. Anything you want to write. Sometimes a certain strain might make you feel creative.
Okay. Yeah, this as a stat person, I would run this through a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I know
right
you
away,
would.
because I'd want to see stuff like if any of these factors, I can understand now why, like, medical experiments and scientific experiments take so long sometimes to figure out, because Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where
we
toke cannabis
talk
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's April the 17th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rep. Cindy. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing. And how are you doing this morning, Al?
Tired. Other than that, I'm doing good. Doing good, you know. It's also medication day for me. I have medication that gets mailed to me. It'll be arriving today.
Oh.
I gotta stick around. I gotta stick around all day. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I have a very exciting errand to do at 5 o'clock my time, 4 o'clock your time, 1 o'clock BC time. Yeah. I'm a little excited.
Yeah.
I am going to pick up my my Westphalia at 5 p.m. today.
West Bay. Oh, your van. All right. Cool. It's been a while, eh?
Summer. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Getting ready. Get your summer plans set out.
Yeah, well, like I mean, it's June 24th. I hop in a vehicle and off I go across Canada again, and heading out to BC and run some medicine ceremonies out there, and then hop in the vehicle and drive back home.
Yeah, and you know, you just never know who you're gonna come across on your journey across the country.
No, absolutely, and that's my hope. I'm just going to. I know I'm going to be in Ontario for a while. When I head out, there's been a number of people I've been meaning to visit for like the last year and a half, and nothing has worked out. So when I head out it'll be July by the time I really get going. I'm going to probably spend a good week running around the outside of Toronto and visiting folks. And
yeah, because I'll tell you, the traffic in the city is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not going in the city. And also where I'm out of provincer, I can travel that beautiful paid highway of your guys's, and I don't get billed. So
I'm
doing that.
Oh, the 407. Yeah, paid highway. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So like
I don't use it. I don't use it either. I don't use it either, and I can tell you, over the last few weeks, as I've been driving to Toronto to see Marco of Treating Yourself, a lot of other people don't use it either because
it's expensive to drive it. But if you're out of province, you don't get the bill. Like there's so yeah, and also I believe they take a picture of the front license plate, and in Nova Scotia we don't have to have front license plates. So yeah, I'm traveling your paid highway because it's like there's nobody there. I get the whole highway to myself.
Oh, I've been on it. I've been on it But the last time I was on, it was like 4 years ago, and that was during a storm, and there wasn't many people out there. So,
yeah.
All righty, from highways and visits, let's get started with today's news. Here we go. First story is up.
Coming to us from StratCan. How has 420 changed since legalization here in Canada?
Good question. Very good question. Being that 420 is this coming weekend, Sunday, right? So we'll hop right to it. It's also Easter. Well, for April 420 or 420 or 420 or 420, however you want to say it, it's still a popular annual day for cannabis consumers to celebrate the plant and its use. The day isn't the weed version of St. Patrick's Day that some might assume. Although many retail stores and even brands host 420 themed events, and there are still some small events and rallies around the country, this does not necessarily translate into an increase in sales, at least for some retailers in Canada.
Yeah, many consumers aren't even aware it's 420 when they stop into a cannabis store on April 20th, says Daniel Nugan. He's the founder and CEO of Numo Cannabis with 5 stores in Alberta. While the day was once a rallying point for legalization activists, the normality of legalization took away some of the general interest. We don't see as much focus on it anymore, he says. At Numo, we try to make it an exciting time and a celebration of cannabis, but where 420 felt more like an act of rebellion, now it's been legalized, and we show that culture every single day. So I think the importance is still there, but it's not something that's driving sales.
Now, that's not to say there are no old school 420 events in Canada. BC cannabis retailer Mood Cannabis is hosting Mood Fest 25 in Naomi and on April 20th with live music, a dab bar, live glass-blowing food, and more. And in Ontario, Cannabis Culture, Niagara Falls, and the Canadian Cannabis Tourism Alliance are joining together to celebrate 420, as is Ontario cannabis retailer Stoked Cannabis, which is also hosting a Niagara Falls 420 Expo, and another group is hosting an event called 420 in the 6th in Toronto. That one is a legacy style event, and it's being organized by the Pixie Collective.
Oh, well, interesting. Yeah. I had heard about the Niagara Falls one. Meanwhile, Vancouver's 420 rally, which has taken place since the 1990s, held its last official event in 2019. Although some offshoots have emerged post-COVID, none have had the same level of attendance as the event in its heyday. And I got to say, 2019 brought out 10,000 people to the beach. And I spoke the next year, and, we had about 5,000 people there. So yeah, that 2019 one, that was pretty freaking epic though. It's not a protest anymore, says Genoa Cavion, who is the founder of Silex and Trichromes, a cannabis retailer out of Kingston, Ontario. We won. I don't think we've completely won. So 420 is over? No, but it's definitely changed a lot since the days before legalization. There are some parties, but we're not at Yonge and Dundas Square with our signs anymore.
Genoa, she was also the owner of the Kingston 420 at one time, and until she jumped and got the store all set up. Still Cavan, who has worked in the cannabis space since long before legalization, serves as the executive director at Normal Canada. She says she does still see a bit of an increase in sales around mid to late April every year. However, she's not sure if it's because of 420 or because the weather is getting nicer and more people are out and about. It's surprising, but we actually do see a bump around 420 still, no matter what, she explains. I don't know if it's just because it's a coincidence with better weather or because there aren't many 420 events anymore. But in store sales, people are definitely still coming in and looking for special promotions or contests to enter. And we don't see the 420 rallies like we saw in the past.
No, I was at one of the last ones I spoke at Cannabis Day down in Vancouver, and then I went up the following 420. and there were some people there, but it wasn't what it used to be. I mean, they even brought in, oh my goodness, his name was just in my head and now he's gone, our cannabis singer, Because I Got High. They brought in him a few years ago, and even like the rain kept people away, but it was nowhere near as big as it, used to be, right?
Yeah, Afro Man.
Afro Man. My goodness, his name was escaping me. Brody St. Cyr, the director and purchaser at Flamingo and Cannabis, with 9 locations in Manitoba and 1 in Alberta, says he does see an increase in sales, with customers coming specifically asking about 420 products and deals. The biggest challenge he sees is that Manitoba's strict rules against public consumption means any kind of official 420 event is not really possible.
We do see a significant spike in 420 sales, but there are some things holding it back in terms of not being able to consume in public in Manitoba, or for the lack of marketing solutions, says St. Cyr. 420 can be a celebratory thing, but since we have so much red tape that restricts us as a retailer, there's not much that we can do. We can throw some sales in our products, but other than that, there's no way we can promote this.
I often think of big adult festivals like Oktoberfest in Germany. In Canada, we have an opportunity to make 420 an economic opportunity for people and a massive April tourist attraction, by the way. But we have all these restrictions and regulations that keep us from doing anything like that.
Exactly.
Carrie Mitchell, the president of Farmer Jane Cannabis Company, with several locations in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, says their stores do see some extra traffic around mid to late April, although not necessarily on April 20th itself.
He goes on to say, overall, I would say our stores definitely see a lift in sales during the 420 week. The day itself isn't always the biggest, and it depends a lot on what day of the week it falls on. We've noticed there are a lot of customers who don't realize what 420 is, and other retailers who don't celebrate the day, so we try and treat it as a day to show up differently. We make it fun and memorable for both our customers and our teams. There you go. Yeah, it has. It really has changed. Like I knew I was involved with the Peterborough 420. Wayne from Camelford Lifestyle Shop, he was the organizer of it all, and we go up there, and he had, if it was raining, he had a big tent, and the band would go in there and play, and they'd have a couple of vendors inside there. They take those garage shelters and they put them back to back, right? So they're long for the band.
Well, a lot of it is people are scared of the repercussions. I mean, years ago, like, in 2019, 2018, 2017, especially, the rules were different, and the gray area was different, and the vendors would come out, and we would have, a few hundred vendors at these rallies, and like whether it was arts and crafts to cannabis to like whatever, and people would be there and they'd celebrate together, and the cops would just make sure there was no fighting going on. And nowadays, like, I mean, in Vancouver especially, I mean, I've watched it happen over the past few years. Come, April 18th, they put up, fences around all the areas where the 420 events used to happen.
Right.
To keep people out, and they're there arresting people, and it's a completely different landscape.
Yeah, when I first started going to Niagara Falls, 420 was the only rally that was going on in here in our end of Ontario. Never heard of it or anything else anywhere else, and bus loads. As that march gathered steam over the years, busloads of people would come from Toronto and head down to Niagara Falls. We gather at Victoria Park Avenue. There was a parkette there that was at Highway 420. It's an actual highway. And we would walk down Victoria Park Avenue to Clifton Hill in Niagara Falls. We'd walk down the hill. We'd just fill the sidewalk right full of people, and the cops would, block the road where necessary. And we would hold a gathering at the bottom of the hill, whether it was at the falls itself. One year we did there. Another year we were in a park there. I spoke at a couple of them. It was huge. And it just started, it expanded, more and more came out here in Ontario. And
Now it's
Now it's dissipated again.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So well, we'll see what happens this year, and maybe something new will get started. You just never know.
Yeah.
So, and on a side note, April 20th is also my 40th wedding anniversary.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, 40 years. So,
Wow.
all righty. And, hey, and I didn't know anything about 420 40 years ago, right? And
No, you still picked the right date.
I know I agreed to the date. I didn't pick it. I agreed to it. So, yeah. Okay, time to move on. Here we go. Next story is up.
Coming to us from Physicians Weekly, CBD cannabis extracts could reduce autism symptoms in youth.
Nice. CBD cannabis extracts appear to provide meaningful benefits for children and adolescents with autism spectrum disorder, according to a review presented at the annual European Congress of Psychiatry held on April the 5th to the 8th in Madrid. Laura Capoletti, Benito Branco from São Camilo University Center in Brazil, and colleagues conducted a systematic literature review and meta-analysis of randomized placebo-controlled trials to investigate the efficacy and safety of CBD cannabis extracts in alleviating symptoms of ASD in children and adolescents.
Based on 3 included studies, 276 participants altogether, the researchers found that interventions included orally administered CBD cannabis extracts with THC present in minimal amounts or in ratios of 9:1 or 20:1 CBD to THC. Dosages of CBD started at 1 milligram per kilogram per day and were titrated up to 10 milligrams per kilogram per day. CBD cannabis extracts were significantly associated with enhanced social responsiveness, reduced disruptive behavior, and alleviated anxiety in 59%. That's amazing. There was also a trend towards improved sleep quality with use of CBD cannabis extracts for adverse effects. There was no significant differences between interventions and placebo. The global population prevalence of ASD diagnosis amongst children and adolescents is growing, but many treatment pathways are not effective, Bronco said in a statement. It is promising to see the effect of CBD cannabis extracts on the study participants. However, there still needs to be considerable focus and, as we learned on Monday, further research with larger trials to clarify its efficacy and safety in managing ASD. Imagine that, putting cannabinoids back in and balancing out the cannabinoid system in their brain is working. I mean, like, I'm shocked.
I'm shocked. Exactly. But yeah, you just never know. And, it's showing a benefit there. And, there's lots of children that are dealing with that, and there's a benefit, then why not, right?
Yep.
So, okay, here we go.
Coming to us from Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology News. This one's interesting, I think. LSD analog that may have potential for treating schizophrenia developed.
There we go. Psychedelic drugs such as LSD can increase neuronal growth, which can have the therapeutic effects for conditions such as schizophrenia. However, such medicines can induce hallucinations and may worsen some symptoms. Researchers from the University of California, Davies, says they have now developed a new neuroplasticity promoting drug, JRT, that is close structurally analog of LSD and harnesses the psychedelic's therapeutic power, but which exhibits reduced hallucinogenic potential. Their research, headed by David E. Olson, director of Institute for Psychedelics and Neurotherapeutics and professor of chemistry and biochemistry and molecular medicine at UC Davies, highlights the new drug's potential as a treatment option for conditions such as schizophrenia, for which psychedelics are not prescribed for safety reasons. The investigators' studies include tests in rodent models showed that as well as promoting spinogenesis in the cortex, JRT produced therapeutic effects
in behavioral assays relevant to depression and cognition. The team suggests the new compound may be useful for treating other neuropsychiatric and neurodegenerative diseases characterized by synapse loss and brain atrophy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Olson and colleagues reported on their development of JRT in PNAS in a paper titled Molecular Design of Therapeutic LSD Analog with Reduced Hallucinogenic Potential, in which they concluded, our work highlights the potential of rationally designed non-hallucinogenic analogs of psychedelics for treating diseases where the use of psychedelics is contraindicated. Absolutely, because you don't want to take somebody who has, any of these diseases and send them off to outer space. It just probably wouldn't be good for them. Decreased dendritic spine density in the cortex is a key pathological feature of neuropsychiatric diseases, including depression, addiction, and schizophrenia, the authors wrote. But while psychedelics possess what they describe as a remarkable ability to promote cortical neuron growth and increased spine density, their hallucinogenic properties have limited their adoption as medicines and preclude their use in certain patient populations, such as those with schizophrenia or have a family history of psychosis.
To design the molecule, JRT, the researchers flipped the position of just two atoms in the LSD's molecular structure. The chemical flip reduced JRT's hallucinogenic potential while maintaining its therapeutic properties, including its ability to spur neuronal growth and repair damaged neuronal connections that are often observed in the brains of those with neuropsychiatric and neurodegenerative diseases. Just rebuilding the brain is what they're doing. Basically, what we did here is a tire rotation, and said responding author Olson. By just transposing two atoms of LSD, we significantly improved JRT's selectivity profile and reduced its hallucinogenic potential.
Olson said that it took his team nearly 5 years to complete the 12-step synthesis process to produce JRT. The molecule was named after Jeremy R. Tuck, a former graduate student in Olson's laboratory, who was the first to synthesize it and is a co-first author on the study, along with Lee Dunlap, another former graduate student in Olson's laboratory. JRT and LSD have the exact same molecular weight and overall shape, but distinct pharmacological properties. JRT is very potent and highly selective for binding to serotonin receptors, specifically the 5-HT2A receptors, the activation of which are key to promoting cortical neuron growth.
Following successful synthesis, JRT, the researchers conducted a battery of cellular and mouse assays that demonstrated the drug's neuroplastic effects and improved safety profile relative to LSD. The results show that JRT exhibited powerful neuroplastic effects and improved measures in mice relevance to the negative and cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia without exuberating behaviors and gene expression associated with psychosis. In lab experiments, the authors found that JRT selectively bound serotonin receptors with similar potency to LSD, but without activating associated signaling cascades responsible for the hallucinogenic effects. The analog was effective at stimulating dendrite growth in cultured rat cortical neurons as LSD. Analysis of mouse brain slices revealed that one dose of JRT, my computer just flipped, or my table did, led to a 46% decrease in dendritic spine density in the prefrontal cortex 24 hours later. JRT did not promote hallucinogenic-like behaviors that are typical seen when mice are dosed with LSD, and did not promote gene expression associated with schizophrenia. Such use expression is typically amplified with LSD use.
JRT produced robust antidepressant effects, with it being around 100-fold more potent than ketamine, the state-of-the-art fast-acting antidepressant. In a most model of chronic stress, 20 days of cortisone injections reduce dendritic spine density and, induce behavioral changes, suggesting the depression and cognitive inflexibility. One dose of the JRT rescued stress-related losses in spine density and behavioral changes. JRT promoted cognitive flexibility, successfully addressing deficits, in reversal learning that are associated with schizophrenia. Despite its lower hallucinogenic potential, JRT has demonstrated profound therapeutic effects, the team wrote. We demonstrate that JRT possesses unique pharmacological properties as a selective serotonin agent that can potentially address negative and cognitive symptoms associated with schizophrenia without exacerbating positive symptoms or producing the side effects characteristic of current treatments.
Added Olson, JRT has extremely high therapeutic potential right now. We are testing it in other disease models, improving its synthesis and creating new analogs of JRT that might be even better. Olson emphasized JRT's potential for treating the negative and cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia, as current treatments produce limited effects on anhedonia, the inability to feel pleasure, and cognitive function. Clozapine is the one exception, but it has side effects. Is not the first line drug of choice for people severely affected with schizophrenia. Olson and his team currently testing the potential utility of JRT against other neurodegenerative and neuropsychotic diseases. No one really wants to give an hallucinogenic molecule like LSD to a patient with schizophrenia, says Olson, who is the co-founder and chief innovative officer of Dalex Therapeutics, a company that aims to bring neuroplastogens to the market. The development of JRT emphasizes that we can use psychedelics like LSD as starting points to make better medicines. We may be able to create medicines that can be used in patients' populations where psychedelic use is precluded.
In their paper, the authors concluded, by transposing only 2 atoms, we have created JRT, an exceptionally potent analog of LSD with lower hallucinogenic potential, improved pharmacological selectivity, and the ability to produce a wide range of therapeutic effects. Taken together, our work highlights the potential for modifying the chemical structures of psychedelics to produce analogs with improved efficacy and safety profiles, and further underscores the potential usefulness of non-hallucinogenic psychoplastogens for treating illnesses unlikely to be addressed by psychedelics, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and psychosis in neurodivergent diseases.
There you go.
Yes.
JRT, the new LSD.
Yes.
It's obviously they were pushing the fact that people aren't seeing the hallucinogens, or there's reduced hallucinogens in them. They repeated that several times throughout the story to make sure they got that point across, I'd say. All righty. One more story to go before we head to break, and it is ready to go.
Yes, coming to us from, I got pop-ups in my way, coming to us from Green State, pot brand threatened with major lawsuit.
Now, the cannabis industry has grown and changed rapidly since its inception. It started in a gray area, intertwining federal and state laws into industries that were legal, with air quotes. This has bred an interesting combination of wily entrepreneurs and heft compliance regulations, which, in some cases, may have some brands to orchestrate ways around the laws. A recent complaint filed with the U.S. District Court for the District of Arizona alleges Trulieve did just that. The first step in a class action effort claims that the multi-state operator put consumers at risk of ingesting more THC than the legal 10 milligram dose.
Okay, yes. Plaintiff and other consumers were being misled to believe that they were purchasing a legal cannabis product that complies with statutory imposed limits, featuring the required labels, warnings, and packaging. The description continues to say the deception continues to this day. The complaint reads: a Maricopa County resident named Eric Watt, filed the complaint against True Leaf Holdings Corp. And a handful of dispensaries and producers. The class action initiation asserts that the company intentionally skirted potency laws for edibles by packaging them as concentrates.
The complaint names a few products sold by True Leaf under third-party brand names, including potent Rick Simpson oil and full-spectrum hash oil. Both are referred to as an edible oil and sold as concentrates. Well, they're oils, they are concentrates. The complaint states it also cites some edibles that are advertised on packaging and website as having more than the regulated THC dose. That happens here in Canada.
Yeah. In Florida, these state edible packages contain no more than 200 milligrams of THC in total, with 10 milligram servings. The maximum per pack is 100 milligrams in Arizona and 10 milligrams per piece. Baked Bros Brie named the plaintiff has 100 milligram inside each bag in the form of 2 500 milligram gummy candies. The recommended dose on the Baked Bros site is 50 milligrams, and it directs the user to multiple Arizona dispensaries where they are sold. The complainant also lists jams, jellies, 50 milligrams per piece, X-Bites, 2 50 milligram pieces, Tipsy Turtle Sand Dollar, 100 milligram piece perforated into 10 milligram pieces, Power Puck Gummy, 110 milligram gummy intended to be split 4 ways, and Crispy Fruits, 3 100 milligram I guess some sort of edible there. The plaintiff alleges these products violate the regulations and have been sold across 22 Arizona dispensaries and 162 Florida dispensaries.
So I'm going to assume that the way their laws are set up there, it's up to the companies to make sure that they do that. They don't have a regulator that controls that or checks that like we do here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, most packages contain more than 100 milligrams of THC. Not all did. And while the Tipsy Turtle product was 100 milligram piece, it is perforated for consumers. There is a lot to consider regarding dosage, consumer protections, intention, and more to determine which way the scale of justice should sway on this one. This is the first phase of a potential class action lawsuit. Next, a court will review the motion and verify if it meets requirements for a full suit. If they determine it does, the court will certify the impacted class and inform members that they can opt out or opt in. Green State touched out to True Leaf and lawyers on both sides of the complaint, but none responded before publishing.
While still in its early stages, the complaint may mark the official end of the gray area. Similar lawsuits have been filed in Illinois and California, and other firms are currently collecting class members for similar class action efforts. As cannabis hits its class action lawsuit era, everyone had better button up their wink-wink practices and start playing ball with American commerce. After all, this country ranks highest for most lawsuits filed annually. It sure does down there.
It sure does. Sue, right? But yeah, where are the state regulators? Are they not, that usually would go to the state regulators and then they would deal with the company. Like, why would they have to? Well, there you go. Sue. That's why.
Yeah.
So, all right. Time for us to take a break and for everybody to hear from our sponsors. Other than that, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And we're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 117 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, you're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. We got 4 more stories to cover, and we've got 25 minutes to do her in. So let's get at her.
Coming to us from the Wisconsin Examiner, UW psilocybin study gives man second chance after 10-year opiate addiction.
Let's see what this is about. It was a day like any other when Richard Schaefer entered a Madison Health Unit clinic to receive harm reduction supplies. Over 10 years, Schaefer had tried recovering from what began with dependence on a prescription for the painkiller Percocet, and later spiraled into an all-consuming heroin addiction. As Schaefer waited for his supplies, he noticed an advertisement seeking volunteers for a study into whether therapy assisted by psilocybin, the active compound in psychedelic mushrooms, could unshackle people from addiction. I've tried all types of rehabs, says Schaefer, when he spoke recently with the Wisconsin Examiner. He's 42 years old, he's off heroin and training to be a peer support specialist. But from rehab clinics in Oshkosh and Wawasta is a 30-day program in the Racine County Jail. Old school, complete abstinence and medication-assisted treatment using Suboxone. Schaefer had tried it all. I don't know if it was more of the timing of being ready to quit, or just finding something that actually works for me, he said. Something different, an alternative route. This study really changed my life, to tell you the truth.
Although overdose deaths are down in every state and the District of Columbia for the first time since the fentanyl crisis began, millions of people continue to struggle with opiate use disorder nationwide, globally. With demand for treatment still high, the University of Wisconsin Transdisciplinary Center for Research in Psychoactive Substances is working to on finding solutions using psilocybin. The team at UW-Madison is developing groundbreaking new therapies tailor-made for people like Schaefer. Advertisements for the study, which focus on opiate and methamphetamine addiction, can be found in medicine healthcare clinics like the one Schaefer visited, and even on signs on city buses. We already have seen evidence that psilocybin can do some remarkable things to improve the patient's ability to gain and process important insights about their lives and experiences. Paul Houston, who's a professor and founder director of TCRPS, told UN News back in 2023, "We're excited to see what it can do along those same lines for patients struggling with substance abuse, many of whom have overlapping mental health conditions."
A bipartisan bill that began circulating last session in the Wisconsin legislature aimed to make psychedelic drug treatment available to veterans suffering from PTSD. Commenting on a psilocybin study at UW-Madison that aims to treat post-traumatic stress injury in combat veterans, UW researcher and professor Dr. Cody Whitter told Wisconsin Examiner that conducting trials with an inclusive cross-section of subjects is important. Although funding cuts by the Trump administration have undermined research efforts across the country, UW psilocybin study is not at risk, university officials say. A university spokesperson said that the study's funding does not come from the National Institute of Health, and this is insulated from cuts to NIH funding.
Interesting.
That's good.
Research has shown that psilocybin has the potential to rewire the human brain for people with depression. The creation of new neural pathways aided by psilocybin combined with therapy could help treat substance use disorder, which also changes the brain over time to reinforce addictive behavior. Nationwide, millions of people struggling with an opiate use disorder of some kind. Wisconsin alone annually loses thousands of lives to drug overdoses, with a large portion of those deaths linked to variants of the synthetic opiate fentanyl. By 2038, Wisconsin is expected to receive over $780 million in settlement funding from lawsuits against the companies that seeded the overdose crisis by funneling large volumes of addictive medications into communities. That funding could be used to repair the lives of people and the health of their communities.
Yeah, it could. Before he started taking Percocet, Schaefer was a college-educated operations manager at a furniture company who grown up in Racine County. A husband, father, and homeowner, he was climbing the ladder in his company when he was prescribed the painkillers. Everything just kind of quickly fell apart, he said. Within about 6 months to a year, I lost all that. During those 6 months, his use of the medication became a recreational habit, then developed into a heroin addiction. Once the needles came into the picture, then it's just no going back, Schaefer said. I ended up going down the drain. I lost my marriage. I lost custody of my kids on an overdose. And then I lost my job, my career I was at for 10 years. And then I lost my house to a foreclosure. The degradation of his life was swift. He recalls being kicked out of 2 sober houses. Eventually, he said, I ended up on the streets.
Oh my God. Schaefer was immediately intrigued when he saw the advertisement for the psilocybin study. He was already on a Suboxone regime in December 2023, which he said helped him get on the other side of the wall from his addiction. He entered the study the following month after contacting the research team. Numerous physical health assessments, phone calls, interviews, and meetings followed. Schaefer was connected with 2 really great therapists, Travis Fox, a doctor in psychology, and Nikki Zellner, a licensed clinical social worker. Their compassion and patience formed the bedrock for his recovery. They made a beautiful container then. He had to meet them once a week for a month, in addition to meeting other requirements.
Yes, Schaefer said that they really got to know me and really bring out or work on issues that I had suppressed in my life, going back to childhood. He says that it helped me to learn to love myself again. He added it was an alternative approach to therapy that Schaefer hadn't seen in other recovery programs. They accepted me for who I am and helped me to learn that it's okay to be myself, to find the freedom of making a choice. It wasn't all about abstinence, which a lot of the programs are. Somehow, with making it my choice, I've become a new person and really found a new freedom with that and really blossomed and come a long ways. By April, Schaefer was ready to step into the experience of psilocybin-based therapy. Early in the morning, he caught a cab to the UW nursing school. After one final physical checkup and conversation with the doctors, Schaefer was led to a space which he called the sacred room there. In that comfortable room, surrounded by artwork, and with the couch and spaces for Schaefer and the therapist to sit, Schaefer took the medicine, and his journey began.
This is like, listening to like the best bedtime story. They didn't tell me what to call it, said Schaefer, speaking of the psilocybin he took. When you look at it as medicine rather than a drug, then we can have a different view on it. Taking his shoes off as he entered the room, Schaefer lay back on the couch, took a tablet, donned a blindfold, and waited about 20 minutes passed.
He says, I remember the first session for me was kind of like a movie. Like different scenes kept coming to me, different waves kept coming to me. And some of it was different scenes from life. Some of it made sense, or some of it I'm still trying to make sense of what they were. But I realized a lot of things in that space first session alone. I think I was learning to find myself, he says of the experience. A persistent sense of the comfort, peace, and acceptance stayed with Schaefer after that first session. His ego had been muted. And I just had this new sense that things were okay, he says. I began to have a new outlook on life then.
Sometimes participants in the psilocybin trials need a bathroom break or to pull out to communicate about what is happening. Zellner and Fox were never far away and were open to talking to him while he was undergoing the journey. It's hard to put words on things while you're having the medicine in you, said Schaefer. I go, into it and would like and would like to tell them all the things going on and to be recorded and jot down stuff, but it's like you can't find the words to say it. You're kind of in another world, he added, saying there may not actually be human language to describe some of the experience. The second dose was even more profound. The scenes returned with astonishing vividness. Schaefer recalled going through stages of what felt like collective human sadness, as well as happiness and joy.
He goes on to say that there was like a buildup from down and dark to the absolutely most bright light and loving energy that I've ever experienced. It was like that. It was in that peak moment when I felt that I was in the presence of a higher power, which manifested as a sort of God or energy that was in front of me. He said it felt distinctly separate, intelligent presence throughout his sessions, like things were being taught to me and shown to me. Whatever it was, the presence gave him the most awesome, comforting feeling I've ever felt in my life, Schaefer recalled. The feeling melted away as Schaefer descended from that blissful state.
In many ways, the hard work begins after the psychedelic experience ends. With the help of their therapists, study participants must attempt to integrate and process what they've learned during the sessions. The integration was powerful because of the therapist being there to immediately process things coming to your mind, said Schaefer. After each session, Schaefer was walked back to the hospital where he was given some alone time for the night. He never interacted with any other study participants. The next morning, I've got a call coming. I've got to take. I'm so
okay. All right. Schaefer met with Fox and Zellner again for a clearer, deeper dive into the prior day's session. Another follow-up came about a week later. And again, man, that has been such a life-changing experience, having a psychedelic medicine with therapists, Schaefer said, emphasizing that without proper integration and therapy after psychedelic experiences, you're lost. Today, Schaefer is clean from heroin and opioids and living a healthier life. Undergoing the psilocybin study at UW-Madison has inspired him to pursue a career as a certified peer support specialist, for which he's currently finishing training. He aims to become an advocate for harm reduction medications and alternative psychedelic therapies for addiction recovery. I would say, go ahead.
I would say it's not for everybody, but for some people who've tried different approaches and it hasn't worked and they're serious about changing their life and having an open mind, then this could really be a profound experience to help them go into a new direction, said Schaefer. He hopes that both treatment providers and people struggling with addiction remember that recovery takes patience, compassion, and that it doesn't have to rely on an abstinence-only philosophy. It might take 20 times trying different approaches, he says.
Yeah, in Wisconsin, alternative options are not widely available. States like Colorado are already working to expand psychedelic-based treatment centers, as well as to legalize and decriminalize psilocybin. Meanwhile, the Wisconsin legislature remains reluctant to explore bills to even legalize medicinal cannabis. Schaefer hopes that more people struggling with opioid addiction get the chance that he did. I'd say it's already changed my life in so many ways. Yeah. Oh yeah, obviously it has. That was quite the patient story on that, and it took a bunch of time, but
Yep.
it was well worth.
That was a great story. Yeah, I know. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move on to the next one.
Okay, coming to us from StratCan, Canadians open to government support of cannabis industry.
Most Canadians see the cannabis industry as a positive economic contributor or believe it could play a significant role in bolstering the country's future, according to a new study by Abacus Data. This support spanned across political affiliations, with the highest level of support from the Greens and the NDP, followed by the Liberals, Conservatives, and then the Bloc, Quebecois. A majority of Canadians, at 62%, strongly or somewhat agree that cannabis could be an important contributor to the economy in the future, while only 13% disagreed.
The survey, conducted on behalf of Moncton-based cannabis producer Organigram Global, with input from 1,915 Canadian adults from April 3rd to 8th, 2025, dispels the idea that politicians' support for the cannabis industry is a politically risky stance, says the pollster, especially among conservative voters. What that support could look like is unclear, though. When asked about an unnamed hypothetical industry that had contributed $40 billion to Canadians' GDP, created 80,000 new jobs in mid-sized cities over the past 8 years, and had the potential to add billions more to GDP while creating hundreds of thousands of additional jobs over the next 5 years, 74% of respondents said it would be a good idea for the next federal government to support such an industry. Only 2% said it was a bad idea.
Wow. However, when told the industry in question was the cannabis industry, those Canadians who supported the idea of federal support dropped to 48%, while those who said it was a bad idea increased 20%. Jeez. Just because of you inserting the word cannabis into that question, and it does that. A majority, it's 57% of respondents, so they believe the Canadian cannabis industry was already an important contributor to the economy, with 14% disagreeing. Support for this idea was strongest in the prairies and Atlantic Canada, followed by Ontario, BC, Quebec, and Alberta.
Wow. Openness to the idea that the next federal government should do more to support the cannabis industry was also highest in Atlantic Canada. Yes, 72%, followed by Ontario, BC, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, about equal, Alberta, and then Quebec. Younger Canadians, 18 to 29, were most likely to support the idea of the next federal government making the cannabis industry easier, followed by those aged 30 to 44 and those aged 45 to 59, and the lowest among the ages of 60 and up. That's, I would have guessed that.
Hey, come on! I'm in that group. I'm one of those.
Yeah, you're one of the 57%. So you're cool.
These findings argue the pollsters contradict the idea that cannabis might be a political risky topic, especially among more conservative or cautious voters, although regional differences are still factor in. Specifics of what type of government assistance would be supported by Canadians was not clear, although the paper presented the results suggest this would translate into support to remove interprovincial barriers on cannabis sales, reform the excise taxation framework, standardize regulations, and encourage investment in research and development.
Wow. Yeah. Whether you're campaigning in downtown Victoria, rural Ontario, or Atlantic Canada, pushing for responsible regulatory reforms or investment incentives for the cannabis sector is unlikely to provoke significant blowback, concludes the Abacus presentation. On the contrary, the data suggests that more than half of voters in every region and within every party's base would be comfortable or even excited to see the industry continue to expand.
There you go.
Good poll.
Yeah, good results there. And actually, even though that the age group of 60 plus was the lowest one at 57%, I bet you if you went back 10, 15 years and asked that same question, it'd be a lot lower number.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah. So, okay, Here we go. Next story is up.
Coming to us from Physicians Weekly, psilocybin-assisted therapy shows promise for fibromyalgia.
Yeah, psilocybin-assisted therapy was found to be safe and well tolerated among adults with fibro, with participants generally reporting improvements in overall symptoms and across multiple FM fibro-related domains, according to findings from a small pilot study published online in Frontiers in Pain Research. Fibro is currently understood as the prototypical narcoloplastic pain condition, i.e., a disorder of pain regulation via altered centralized pain processing, wrote first author Jacob Aday. He's a PhD of University of Michigan and study co-authors. The heterogeneous nature of fibro manifests clinically as very phenotypic expressions, which makes many treatment options such as pharmacotherapy and physical interventions only minimally effective.
Yeah, don't I know it? PAT, an emerging intervention that combines administration of psilocybin with psychotherapy, has shown promise in recent studies for the treatment of depression, anxiety, end-of-life distress, substance use disorders, and obsessive-compulsive disorders. For this study, the first to date to investigate PAT for fibro, researchers investigated the efficacy and safety of PAT in 5 female adults with fibromyalgia. The trial began with 2 preparatory therapy sessions designed to establish rapport, explore the patient's lived experience with fibro, and provide education on psychedelics, therapy structure, and safety protocols. 2 psilocybin dosing sessions spaced 2 weeks apart, followed by therapists maintaining a supportive, non-intrusive presence, encouraging inward focus, and assisting participants with comfort or safety needs. Toward the end of the dosing sessions, participants were invited to describe their experiences without the therapist's interpretation or guidance. 4 integration sessions followed each dosing session, focused on processing and reinforcing aspects of the participant's experience to promote cognitive and behavioral change.
No serious adverse events were reported. Transient increases in blood pressure and heart rate during dosing remain within predefined ranges and resolved by the end of the treatment. 4 participants reported mild, short-lived headaches post-dosing. At 1-month follow-up, participants generally reported improvements in overall symptoms in multiple fibro-related symptom domains. Several individuals experienced clinically meaningful reductions in pain, severity, pain interference, anxiety, and sleep disturbance, along with modest gains in chronic pain acceptance.
Despite these promising early findings, the authors caution, given the study limitations, larger, just in case we missed it on Monday, larger controlled studies with more clinical translation design are necessary to understand whether it is safe and effective in the treatment of fibro.
Yeah. Studies, more studies.
More studies, always more studies.
Always more studies, eh? Never ends, never ends. All right, on to our last story of the day, and I think this needs to spread across the country.
Yeah. Coming to us from Global News, a Calgary committee green lights allowing cannabis sales at adult-only events.
Yes. A proposal that would allow cannabis sales at adult-only events in Calgary has cleared its first hurdle at City Hall and will now go to City Council for final approval. The proposed bylaw change from city administration would allow cannabis store operators to apply for a license extension to operate a mobile business unit at minors prohibited events.
Under the current rules in Calgary, cannabis can be delivered to these events, but it cannot be sold by retailers on site. What this is really doing is addressing an issue and a challenge that is happening in the cannabis distribution marketplace. And that is coming to us from Courtney Penner, who is a Ward 11 councillor.
Yeah, the move comes after a motion from Penner earlier this year aimed at aligning the city with Alberta's gaming, alcohol, and cannabis regulations. Last year, AGLC changed the regulations to allow the sale of cannabis at events where attendees are at least 18 years of age.
Cassie Bear, who runs Chin Cook Cannabis, told Global News the rule change cuts red tape as the current rules create logistical challenges for both retailers and event organizers. It just makes a smoother process for every single stakeholder involved, from the festivals, from security, from the attendee, and of course the retailer, he said.
The proposed bylaw changes received a narrow endorsement from the city's executive committee Tuesday in a 6-4 vote. Councillors Jennifer Winans, Andre Shabbat, Sona Sharp, and Dan McLean voted in opposition.
I know it's legal, but I think it sends the wrong message, McLean told reporters. In this city, we have bigger things to do, bigger fish to fry. Exactly, so leave us alone. Alberta Health Services sent a letter to city administration outlining concerns and recommendations around the proposed bylaw change, including restricting sales to either alcohol or cannabis at an event.
The availability of cannabis sales in conjunction with alcohol sales at events increases the potential for co-use of alcohol and cannabis with increased intoxication and impairment, medical officer of health Dr. Brett Friesen said in a letter. Combining alcohol with cannabis greatly increases the level of impairment and the risk of injury and should be avoided.
So stop selling alcohol. It's easy.
Yeah.
In response to a question about the letter, Penner said the situation comes down to personal choice, and AHS should be bringing these concerns to the AGLC as the main regulator of cannabis rules in Alberta. We cannot necessarily assume that simply because both substances are on site that people are consuming, Penner said.
Yeah, and the bylaw changes will now go to council on April the 29th for a final decision. So we'll watch for that and see how the vote went.
Yep.
Right. So I see we got the stories in.
Yay!
We squeezed them in. All right. So yeah, that's what I mean. That something like that would be nice to see across the country.
Yes.
Where you can have cannabis sales at adult events, and it's makes sense. If you're selling beer, and beer tents aren't at adult only events.
No, they're
at public.
Yeah, all age events.
All age events. So it still really doesn't bring it quite up to what the council is wanting to do by having it, being on the same level as alcohol, but it is getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. Anything else before I close things out?
Have a great long weekend and happy 420.
That's right. Exactly. Happy 420, everyone. Enjoy your long weekend, and we'll talk to you all soon. Other than that, we hope you found it educational and informative, and thanks to Camelford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and to you, our viewers. And other than that, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.